performed by Hollis McCarthy. Chapter 1. Moonstone Landing, Cornwall, England, July 1831. "Look, Uncle Cormac," Lady Imogen Stockwell said with a gasp as their carriage approached Woodley Lodge, the once abandoned manor house overlooking the pirate caves near Moonstone Landing. "I never imagined it could be so beautifully restored."
"It is a travesty, that's what it is,"
her uncle grumbled. But he was staring down at his costume and not referring to the elegant estate that had been brought back to its magnificent splendour by the new owner. Imogen wondered whether the man dressed as a pirate, standing with his arms crossed over his chest and arrogantly poised on the front steps, was the mysterious Earl of Woodley. He certainly appeared to be in command. Her uncle, the Marquis of Bernese, was still staring in disgust at his own costume, which Imogen thought suited him perfectly. He was dressed as Hades, god of the underworld, and her Aunt Phoebe was garbed as the lovely Persephone.
"What man in his right mind holds a masquerade ball to introduce himself to his neighbours? How are we to bloody get to know Lord Woodley and his family if we're all wearing masks?"
"Cormac, your language." But Imogen's aunt chuckled at his remark, which only made him scowl harder before continuing his complaints.
"And what idiot husband agrees to his wife's choice of costume for himself?"
Phoebe leaned over and kissed his cheek. "The best sort of husband, my love. You will survive the ordeal with your typical manly fortitude. Besides, I am certain my sisters and their husbands will look equally ridiculous." He kissed his wife back.
"Is that supposed to make me feel better?"
"Yes, Uncle Cormac," Imogen responded with a soft, lilting laugh. He looked quite dashing in his dark clothes and flowing black cape. "The point is, it is not ridiculous if we all look ridiculous together." He stopped fidgeting with his mask and gave up.
"Lord Woodley owes me for this sacrifice."
But in the next moment he winked at his wife.
"You look delicious, love."
"And stop flirting with Aunt Phoebe in front of me," Imogen chided, although she was always delighted by how much her uncle adored his wife. This was the loving marriage she hoped to achieve for herself. However, she was not out in society yet, and had never had a beau or even received flowers from anyone, nor had she ever received a stolen kiss. She poked her head out the window and waited impatiently for their carriage to move up in queue, as several had drawn ahead of them under the massive portico. A devil and an angel descended from one, and a corn stalk and potato descended from another. Well, everyone is getting into the spirit of the ball. Be grateful Aunt Phoebe did not decide to have you both come as vegetables. How is that potato ever going to sit? Her uncle merely grunted.
"It appears the Earl of Woodley has invited all of Cornwall,"
Phoebe commented with noticeable dismay. "Stay close to us, Imogen. I fear this simple country ball will not be quite so simple after all. Indeed, I would declare it a crush." To the right of them was the elegant house that appeared enormous and quite imposing up close, with its grey stone walls, massive chimneys, and beautifully landscaped lawn. To the left was a stunning view of the sea, and the sunlight glittering upon it like diamonds cast upon the water. It was a balmy summer day, and Imogen was eager to stroll the grounds and explore, although she could not go very far in her butterfly costume, since her wings were awkward, and she had little peepers popping out of her hair that threatened to fly off in the constant breeze. Why couldn't butterflies have normal ears instead of those fragile stick-like projections atop their heads? Imogen was certain they were going to fall off before the night was through. However, all in all, she was pleased with her costume. When it came their turn to alight, Imogen went first and was quite surprised when the pirate strode forward to assist her. He did not bother to take her hand. Instead, he placed his own hands around her waist to lift her to the ground, and then held on to her several moments longer than were necessary.
"Greetings, Miss Butterfly," he said, his voice deep and seductive. "Or am I to address you as Lady Butterfly? Better yet, you shall simply be my butterfly."
Imogen blushed, not that he would notice beneath her ornate half-mask. "Lady Imogen Stockwell," she replied, giving a theatrical curtsy that included a dramatic flare of her wings. Their host bowed in turn.
"Draco Waring at your service, although I am not sure we are supposed to be giving ourselves away at this early hour."
His smile beneath his own black satin half-mask was breathtaking. Imogen wished she could see all of his face, for his eyes were a luminescent silvery grey, and his hair was as black as a raven's wing. He certainly had a finely honed body, which was impossible to overlook, as she had clutched his broad shoulders for support when he scooped her out of her uncle's carriage as though she weighed no more than an actual butterfly. "Oh, I did not think," she muttered, now feeling utterly a fool for giving away her identity when the entire point of a masquerade ball was to remain mysterious. The gentleman tucked a finger under her chin and gently raised her gaze to meet his.
"It was a stupid idea to meet one's neighbours in this fashion, but the choice was not mine to make. Albert Woodley and his daughter Deandra planned this event. Please, call me Draco."
"Oh, then you are a guest here as well?"
"Not exactly."
Imogen tried to study his expression, but who could see anything behind these dratted masks? "You are being quite mysterious, Draco."
"Am I?"
He still had his hand tucked under her chin, and a handsome smile on his lips that was beginning to irk her because he was making her body tingle. "Yes, you are purposely evasive, and you know it." This man clearly understood the effect he was having on her, because his smile, in addition to being rakishly appealing, was one of conquest. Well, he would have to think again if he believed she would surrender to him so easily. "You stood on the steps as though you owned the place."
"Did I?"
Ach, she wanted to add smugness as well as arrogance to his traits. "Yes, but you are certainly no footman. I get the impression you are used to answering to no one but yourself. I suppose this is just your irreverent nature."
"Ah, I have been found out,"
he responded with a resonant chuckle.
"You will grow to like me over time, Butterfly. I'm glad you told me who you are, although I would have figured it out rather quickly since you arrived in the Marquis of Vanessa's carriage, and I hear he has a lovely niece visiting him for the summer. Still, I appreciate your saving me the bother of finding out your name. Will you allow me the pleasure of a waltz when the dancing starts?"
Imogen's heart beat a little faster. "Yes, my lord. Mr. Waring?"
"Draco."
Yes." She still had no idea who this Draco Waring actually was. His name sounded like one a pirate might be given, so she assumed addressing him as Mr. Waring was proper. She certainly was not going to address him as Draco when in company. But the name did suit him. There was an unmistakable ruggedness in his physique that would make him stand out amid more elegant society. Yet he was not coarse. There was also an air of refinement about him despite his hard edges. Refined, and yet not a man to cross. Goodness, he was making her head spin. They spoke no more as her aunt and uncle descended from the carriage, and a footman escorted them inside. Imogen easily spotted Aunt Phoebe's sisters, Henley and Chloe, and their husbands, who looked as murderously unhappy as Uncle Cormac. Henley was dressed as Minerva, goddess of the sea, while her husband, Cain, Duke of Malvern, was Neptune. Chloe came as Cleopatra, and Fionn, Viscount Brennan, was Julius Caesar. Strolling around were angels, devils, more pirates, mermaids, sea gods, ancient queens, jesters, fairies, farm animals, vegetables, harlequins, and one or two more butterflies. Imogen recognized some of the local gentry despite their costume disguises, but many of those in attendance were strangers to her. The ball was a crush, just as her Aunt Phoebe had feared, and many guests were not from Moonstone Landing. As some of them began to spill from the house onto the expansive garden that overlooked the cove waters, Imogen followed. Most had grabbed glasses of champagne as they made their way outdoors, so she did the same but merely sipped hers, since she preferred to remain alert among so many people she did not know. One of the reasons Uncle Cormac was so irate about their new neighbour throwing this splash of a masquerade ball, which would be talked about throughout Cornwall, was because people, when hiding behind a mask, often did things they would never do were they clearly seen. Imogen had to agree, for there was a group of men in a corner of the garden near the cliff walk, already laughing boisterously and behaving in a loutish fashion. A few of the gentlemen stopped jokingly shoving each other and took notice of her. She walked in the opposite direction. Another frustration for her was that, since everyone was hiding behind a mask, how was she or any of the other unmarried young ladies to meet eligible young men and discern their true nature when she could not tell who they were? One thing for certain, she did not wish to have anything to do with those unpleasant louts who were still staring at her. The only gentleman she had met so far was Draco Waring, resident pirate, and she had no idea whether he was a decent fellow or someone else to be avoided at all costs.
"Butterfly, you should not be wandering off on your own,"
the pirate himself said, as though conjured in her thoughts. She turned to him as he came up behind her. "I only thought to catch a breath of air. It is quite crowded in the ballroom." Was he following her? She meant to chide him, but smiled instead when she noticed he had a dog by his side, a rather large animal with curly brown fur and floppy ears, who was remarkably well behaved, considering all the disconcerting activity going on around them. She could not tell what he was, no doubt because he was a confusing mix of breeds, but there was something quite lovable about his appearance, and he seemed to have a pleasant disposition. "Is he yours, Mr. Waring? May I pet him?"
"Yes, of course."
He nodded.
"Parrot is a big baby and adores being coddled."
Imogen knelt to scratch the dog behind his ears and was immediately rewarded with drooling licks along her hand. "Oh dear." His owner laughed and motioned a footman over.
"We are in dire need of a damp cloth, if you please."
"At once, my lord," the servant said with a quick bob of his head, and hurried away.
"I ought to have warned you about Parrot."
Draco Waring bent on his haunches beside her to casually pet his dog.
"But he does not usually take so fondly to strangers. He approves of you, however."
"Well, I approve of him too. Why do you call him Parrot? That is rather an odd name for a dog."
"Do you think so?"
His eyes beneath his mask were glittering with mirth.
"It just seemed to fit him when he was a mere pup. He squawked rather than barked, and he had an odd way of turning his head, just the way a parrot does." He shrugged. "See, he is doing it now."
"Yes, I see." Imogen laughed as she nodded. "May I draw his portrait sometime?" He stopped petting his dog and regarded her with what appeared to be a soft expression.
"Are you an artist, Butterfly?"
"Yes, mostly landscapes, but also people and animals. I am quite familiar with the flora and fauna in the area, and have spent many summers drawing scenes of the surrounding cliffs and caves, including the pirate caves on this very property. I used to come here quite often for this purpose."
"But no longer?"
he asked, his expression suddenly serious. She shook her head. "There were reports of pirate activity a couple of years ago, so my uncle forbade my coming here again. Do you know, we have many caves once used for smuggling in the Moonstone landing area. It was quite an active trade several centuries ago, and again only decades ago, during the Napoleonic Wars, when so many goods were under embargo. The most popular pirate caves are right here, as a matter of fact, just across the meadow from Woodley Lodge. I suppose you can easily access them from your cliff walk. Have you been down there yet? The footman returned with the damp cloth before our companion had the chance to respond.
Ah, here we go.
He rose, took the cloth from the footman, and then drew her up beside him. He turned her hand palm up and rested it in the cup of his own.
You have soft skin, Butterfly.
Don't all butterflies? She studied him, while he wiped Parrot's drool off her fingers and wrist with surprising gentleness. His touch shot tingles through her again, but she dared not make anything of it. Her proximity also affected her, for he was tall and broad in the shoulders, taut and trim, but unmistakably powerful. Indeed, he exuded masculine heat and a decidedly brash confidence. This was most disconcerting. She had never responded in this manner to any gentleman before. His scent was divine, a blend of tropical bay spices that made her want to put her nose to his neck and brazenly inhale. Goodness, what was she thinking? She struggled not to draw closer. She did not know this man at all, nor would she recognize him were they ever to meet again, since she had only seen him masked.
All done, Butterfly,
he said with a raspy resonance to his voice. Thank you. Perhaps she might recognize the silver glint of his eyes, or the attractive shape of his lips, if they ever met again. Not that it mattered. This was just a ball, and who knew if she would ever see this pirate after tonight? Why do you insist on calling me Butterfly? Is it because you have forgotten my name? He cast her a devastating smile.
No, Lady Imogen Stockwell. I am not likely ever to forget a thing about you. Come, let me escort you through the garden and out of sight of those drunken fools who appear to have taken an avid interest in you.
He offered his arm while they strolled, and she gladly latched on to it, for those leering knaves put her ill at ease.
I do know of those pirate caves,
he said in response to her earlier question,
but haven't been down to properly scout them out yet. Are you an explorer?
Imogen shook her head. No, I am merely an artist.
Nothing mere about you, Imogen.
He stopped to stare at her.
So, you think you can sketch a decent portrait of Parrot?
She laughed. Yes, I believe I can. I could also draw you with Parrot. I'll show you some of my work when my uncle, the Marquis of Berness, invites the Earl of Woodley and his family to Westgate Hall. Then you can make your own assessment of my talent. She shook her head immediately. I'm sorry. I don't know why I just assumed you were a member of Lord Woodley's family. Perhaps it was the way you stood on the front steps earlier to greet everyone, and that footman referred to you as my lord when he handed you the cloth a moment ago.
Albert Woodley is my uncle. I look forward to seeing your work when we are invited over.
His expression softened.
I sensed there was something special about you the moment I set eyes on you.
Nonsense. She shook her head. I expect you say this to all the young ladies.
What? That they are great artists? I assure you, I have said this to no one but you. I do not need to see your drawings to know you are serious about your craft. You have a small callus on your finger, just where one might hold a paintbrush. But you also give yourself away in the way you look at things, although it is hard to tell more about you while we are all wearing these blasted masks.
He cast her a rakish smile.
We are to remove them and reveal ourselves right after the supper dance. May I claim that dance from you as well?
Imogen wasn't certain whether she ought to accept 2 dances from him without ever having seen his face. But it was not as though any other gentleman would know to approach her while they were all in disguise. Besides, those unpleasant louts near the cliff walk were still ogling, and she did not wish to give any of them the opportunity to claim her. There was one in particular among them, wearing a pirate costume with an ostentatious white egret feather atop his hat, who gave her the chills. She feared he might live up to a pirate's marauding reputation. "Yes, you may," she replied.
"Why do I sense a hesitation, Butterfly?"
"It isn't really a hesitation. It is just... we are all hiding behind masks and spending hours not meeting each other. That seems a shame." They continued to stroll through the garden that more resembled a lovely cottage walk, with imprecise borders and an abundance of colourful flowers spilling over those loosely marked borders. Red roses climbed along trellises, and golden honeysuckle tumbled over stone walls. Purples, pinks, and whites bloomed everywhere. "Do you think Lord Woodley would agree to my coming here to paint his garden? It is so beautiful."
"I am certain he will, since it is actually my garden."
"Yours?" Imogen paused to study him, ignoring the other guests wandering the grounds all around them. "Are you suggesting you own this property? All of it? The house, too?" He nodded.
"Did I neglect to mention? I am the Earl of Woodley, still too new to the title ever to think of myself as that. My uncle, Albert Woodley, has always been Lord Woodley to me. He and his daughter Deandra reside with me. They are welcome to stay as long as they wish. In truth, I expect they will settle here, while I spend most of my time dashing around the south of England looking after the Woodley properties. I suppose I must also spend time in London when Parliament is in session, but I hope to avoid it as much as possible. Well, Deandra will soon be old enough to make her debut, and I will have to bring her and her father to London for that. Not for another 2 years yet, I should think."
"I am to make my debut this upcoming year. I shall be almost 20 by then, and my parents believe I ought to be ready to face the taunt."
"Almost 20?
He murmured, seeming to find it humorous.
That would make you only 19 now."
He did not appear to be more than in his mid-20s, so what made him so superior? "What do you find so amusing, my lord? How old are you?"
"Why are you taking offence? Did I say anything insulting about your age? There is nothing wrong with it. Many young ladies are placed on the marriage mart at a younger age. Many are married and have children by the age of 19. But you still look offended."
She nodded. "It is your expression."
"The one hidden behind my mask?"
He sighed.
"It isn't what you think."
They had reached the stone wall that separated the Woodley garden from the meadow beyond it that sloped downward toward the old pirate caves and sparkling cove waters. He released her to lean back and rest his elbows atop the weathered stone, while he now faced the magnificent house.
"You are young, Butterfly. But it is your innocence more than anything that makes you unsuitable for one such as myself."
She gasped. "Unsuitable? For what? Marriage? I did not realize I was anything more than a guest at your party. How could you presume?"
"Do you dare deny it? All the young ladies are after me."
"You are the one who approached me, not the other way around. Are you suggesting they would take you sight unseen?" She shook her head and choked out a laugh. "I assure you, I would not. If you'll excuse me, I ought to return inside."
"No, wait."
He caught her hand and regarded her for a long moment.
"You are different from the others, aren't you?"
he said, sounding a little surprised but pleased.
"I like this about you, Butterfly. You will not settle for just any man."
They continued to stare at each other, mask to mask. "Indeed, I would not. I wish for a true marriage and not an empty title." She meant to curl her hands into fists while frowning at him, but he still held her hand and now took gentle hold of the other. He glanced down at their entwined fingers and cast her a soft smile.
You rise in my estimation. But the fact remains I am an unmarried earl, and every other young lady here considers me a desirable catch.
She slipped out of his grasp. Those louts in the corner were ridiculous, but her handsome pirate was proving to be little better. "It is a good thing you are not ready to marry yet," she muttered, for this man was so full of himself, she did not think he knew how to be a good husband. "You would make the young lady you've chosen quite miserable."
Would I now?
He replied, his tone one of surprise mingled with dismissive arrogance. Imogen thought he would burst out laughing, but his gaze soon turned pensive.
Perhaps you are right, he said softly. But who is to say I will not have a change of heart and be ready to take a wife within a year? I might be ready to settle down by then.
She shook her head. You won't be.
How do you know?
I sense quite a restlessness in you, not to mention a good dose of arrogance. You enjoy your freedom and your power. It is a good thing you are an earl, because you do not have a subservient nature and will not bow to anyone.
So, this is what you think of me? Not a flattering opinion at all.
She sighed. It did sound insulting, didn't it? Forgive me. Actually, I like you. I think you are probably a very good man, just not ready to be a good husband yet. That is the only point I wish to make, and I fear I have made it rather badly.
Perhaps I am a little too full of myself,
he admitted. Because you are much sought after. It is hard to let down your guard when so many people are ready to lie to you to advance their own purposes. I like to think I can read one's true character. This is what makes me a good artist. I pick up on what people are feeling and bring it out in my portraits of them.
You think you are wise about people?
He studied her in return.
Then tell me more about myself. Start with how old do you think I am?
Imogen was up for the challenge. That is hard to say when I cannot see your face, but if I had to guess, I would say you were no more than 26 years of age. Am I close? He chuckled.
On the nose, my clever butterfly. Tell me more about myself.
All right. Oh, she had no doubt he was handsome. His body looked as though it had been sculpted out of stone. He was quite confident about his appeal with ladies, but the same could be said of other young men, some of whom were also attending this party. She made the mistake of meeting his gaze and noted the glint of amusement in his eyes. But his was not a jovial nature. There was a hard layer of ice beneath that mask of charm. How much did she dare reveal to him? Not that she cared about insulting him again, since he was never going to court her. What was it he had told her? That she was too young and innocent to be of interest to him? The man was insufferably full of himself. There is a ruthlessness about you that cannot be masked, she said.
First you claim I am restless, and now you have decided I am ruthless.
He moved off his relaxed stance against the stone wall and rubbed the back of his neck.
Most women find me charming.
She nodded. I am sure you can be quite the persuasive rake when you want to be. You are no doubt doggedly determined once you set your mind to a goal.
Is it a bad thing to know what I want and not let anyone stop me?
Depends on what you hope to achieve. You don't care what people think of you, that much is obvious. You trust very few and are not easily impressed. You are demanding of others, but you also demand a lot of yourself. He grunted.
Go on.
There is a gentler side to you, because you are capable of caring for others.
Even though I don't care what they think of me.
That's right. You have a very strong sense of honour. I think your hard edges are softened, because you often apply your natural strengths toward a good purpose.
So, you have concluded I have a good heart?
Well, I do not sense cruelty in you. Just stubbornness, considerable arrogance, irreverence, and—
Ah, so I am a sainted rogue.
Dear heaven, I doubt you are a saint. Imogen shook her head emphatically. You are too conceited ever to be so humble. He laughed.
You are insulting me again.
I don't mean to, but you— She sighed. Never mind.
No, do go on.
She glanced at his dog and the absent way he was now patting the happy beast's head. He may be a pirate rogue and a rakehelp, but he also had a good measure of kindness. You like to be in control of a situation, but you also have very strong protective instincts, which explains why you have remained by my side, even as your gaze constantly darts to those young men behaving like idiots near the cliff walk. His roguish smile returned.
You think I am protecting you?
She nodded. I have no doubt of it.
What if I am here beside you because I wish to steal a kiss?
He eased closer, his gaze slowly raking over her body so that she felt the heat of that stare.
Would you let me kiss you, butterfly?
Her eyes widened in surprise. Not because of her shock at the question, but because of her shock at the answer she considered giving him. He grinned and bent over her hand with an elegant bow.
I can read people too. Next time I have you all to myself, you shall have your kiss.
She did not know what to say to that bold statement, so she ran inside the elegant house in search of her aunt and uncle. Parrot loped along at her side. Oh, you silly dog, go back to your master. But the sweet pet would not leave her, and she realized he had been given the command to stay beside her and protect her all evening. Warmth flooded through her as she watched her not-so-wicked pirate protector saunter toward the house, seemingly without a care in the world. 2 young ladies approached him, and he had roguish smiles for them. Imogen realized he had now forgotten all about her as those ladies fussed over him and began to flirt outrageously. They leaned in close to him and suggestively touched his arm. They skimmed their hands brazenly along his chest. He took it all in stride as though women accosted him in this fashion all the time. Well, he had told her they did, but she hadn't believed him. Outrageous, she muttered to herself. Take him, ladies. I'll gladly hand him over to you. But she did not really feel glad about it. In fact, she felt bereft, which made no sense. Why ever would she want that pirate's kiss? Chapter 2.
Draco Waring, Earl of Woodley, tried to forget the beautiful butterfly Imogen who had shot fire through his veins earlier this evening. The attempt was in vain, for he could not get her out of his thoughts. As the night wore on and he was constantly approached by hopeful young ladies seeking his attention, he knew he was in deep trouble over the girl. He had yet to see what she looked like without her mask, but imagined she would be spectacular if her pouty pink lips and aquamarine eyes were any indication. Not to mention that body of hers was straight out of a man's wildest fantasy. And she was a talented artist, no less. Nor did she mind that Parrot had not left her side all evening. Ah, Imogen,
Draco muttered.
Since he, as host, could not remain beside her as much as he wished, he had given his dog the command to guard her. He also discreetly watched her as often as possible, but it was not always easily managed while these marriage-minded peahens constantly fluttered around him, in addition to everything else going on. He smiled upon noticing Imogen had gone in search of food and water for Parrot, who must have decided he was also a guest at the party and whined about being deprived. Draco liked this sweetness about Imogen. She was kind and compassionate toward animals. More important, she was kind and compassionate when no one was looking, which meant this was her true nature. She was not trying to impress him or anyone else, just following the impulses of her generous heart. Bollocks. What a time to find himself interested in a woman. In truth, wrong time, wrong place. He had to keep away from her until his mission was over. But how? He had foolishly claimed her for 2 dances, both of them waltzers. As the orchestra played the strains of the first waltz, he realized he was about to miss it. Well, it was unintentional on his part. He'd been distracted by his host duties, and a widow by the name of Lady Dowling, who feigned a twisted ankle to gain his attention. Unfortunately, he saw through the lady's ruse too late. By the time he left her in the care of his butler, he was waylaid once again by the oafs who had earlier been ogling Imogen. They were still standing by the cliff walk, and now making unwanted overtures to the maids on his staff. The dance was already underway by the time he finished addressing these issues and returned to the ballroom. He could have apologized for his lateness and escorted Imogen onto the floor for what remained of it, but decided against the idea. He was in a foul temper and not fit company for this tender-hearted innocent. But as he watched Imogen from his vantage point by the terrace doors, he began to feel quite bad about his decision. She had refused 2 or 3 gentlemen who asked for the privilege while she stood waiting for him. Her aunt and uncle, who were beside her the entire time, did not look happy either. Great. Not an hour into the party, and he had already offended the Marquis of Bernese and his family. Draco easily read Imogen's lips as she told each approaching gentleman that the dance had already been claimed. He felt a knot in his heart, noticing her disappointment grow when he did not come forward. Even Parrot growled in his direction before settling atop her feet to comfort her, when she went off to the side in dismay and sat alone while the dance was in progress. The look of hurt in her eyes cut through him like a knife. It would have been so much easier if she had sat there angry, but this was not Imogen. Apparently, there was not a single dark feeling in the girl. She truly was a little butterfly. As the evening progressed, one of those louts, that arse Lord Driscoll, who had been ogling her by the cliff walk earlier, approached Imogen. She had spent most of the party beside her aunt and uncle, but they had left her in Parrot's company just moments ago and gone to talk to friends. Driscoll must have been watching and eagerly awaiting his chance to pounce on her. Draco was not about to let that rogue anywhere near Imogen. And blast Driscoll for wearing a pirate costume too. Was it mere coincidence? Yes, it had to be. Not even Draco had known what he was supposed to wear until his cousin Deandra shoved a box containing the costume at him earlier today. Draco reached Imogen's side first. I believe the supper dance is mine, Butterfly. She returned his smile with a glare. Oh, do you think so? Yes, he said between clenched teeth. Forgive my delay in returning to you, but I had pressing matters that could not be avoided. I noticed you and the pressing young matters flinging themselves at you. All right, he deserved the set-down, since he had neglected her for the first waltz, but she was not going to dance with that slimy snake now circling closer. She is taken for the rest of the evening, Driscoll. Slither back to your friends and leave her alone. She does not appear happy to be taken by you, Woodley. Step aside and let me have a turn. No. Draco took Imogen's hand and drew her up beside him, tucking her close to keep her out of Driscoll's grasp. Are we to fight over her? That can be arranged. The dissolute snarled back. Victor claims the delectable spoils. No fight. Turn around and leave. Touch her, and that is the last thing you'll do before you draw your last breath. He took a step toward Driscoll, but the card darted several steps back. Draco suppressed a grin of satisfaction. If I catch you or any of your friends near this butterfly, I shall hurl you off the cliff walk. What's it to be? Driscoll held up his hands in a sign of surrender. You would do it too, bastard. He turned and strode away.
Imogen was shaking beside him, trying to pull her hand out of his grasp, but he would not allow it before he gave her some sort of explanation.
Imogen, I am sorry. I did not mean to frighten you, but you need to keep away from that man.
She eyed him warily, those gorgeous blue-green eyes taking all of him in as she tried to determine whether to trust him. He might say the same about you.
I am not a danger to you. Upon my honour, I would never hurt you.
But he would. Draco nodded.
Lord Driscoll and I have a long-running animosity. He has a cruel streak and thinks nothing of... Well, just stay clear of him. His toady friends, too.
Is this why you ordered Parrot never to leave my side? Was this your way of protecting me?
He nodded. I knew your uncle and aunt would watch over you, but I dared not have you alone even for a moment. Driscoll has had his eyes on you all night and was waiting for his chance to approach as soon as your family stepped away.
I suppose I should be grateful, then. She glanced down at Parrot, who had dutifully remained by her side, and her expression softened into a smile. He is a big lazy lump of a dog, you know. He's been stretched out across my feet for the past hour. Draco's tension eased and he chuckled.
Yes, I often have to drag him out for long walks. But had Driscoll set a hand on you, he would have leaped into action and chased him away. I mean it, Imogen. That man is never to be trusted. I'll have to speak to my uncle and Deandra about who invited him and his friends here. I certainly did not, nor did I notice them on any invitation lists. Well, it will all be sorted out later. As it is, I am having the devil of a time circulating among my guests, while keeping an eye on those scoundrels.
You could have fooled me. You seem to be eyeing the young ladies rather avidly, and Lady Dowling, too. She finally tugged her hand out of his grasp. Not that he was holding on to her tightly, but he had been reluctant to release her while Driscoll was anywhere nearby. The arse was gone now, probably back with his friends in order to plan some other mischief. Draco had footmen passing drinks around indoors and outdoors. He had warned his staff to be on the lookout for any problems from that group, and immediately report them to him. He sighed and held out his hand to her. Forget those ladies, will you? They were too brazen even for my liking. I have no interest in any of them, nor will I ever. As I mentioned earlier, women accost me all the time because I'm an earl, dropping handkerchiefs at my feet, feigning swoons, feigning twisted ankles as Lady Dowling did. If I ignore them, I am considered rude. If I attempt politeness, I am accused of being a hound. What would you have me do, Imogen? Exactly what you have been doing, she admitted. I'm sorry I doubted you. No apology required. It is all part of the game, isn't it? They do not care anything about me or who I really am. But you are playing no games. You are trying to get to the heart of who I truly am. What's your opinion? Have you formed one yet? Oh, yes, quite a certain opinion. Imogen cast him a charming smile and placed her hand in his still outstretched one. You are a pirate. Anyone can see that. He grinned and glanced down at himself. This is merely a costume. An appropriate one for you. Is that a compliment or an insult? She smiled again. A compliment. You are brash and exciting, but with a strong sense of honour. There is hope for you yet. Since she had not removed her hand from his, he knew he had won at least this round. Are you ready for the supper dance? She hesitated a moment, then nodded. Parrot is nudging me toward you, so I suppose he wants me to accept you. He is a very smart dog. Draco led her onto the dance floor and took her into his arms. She felt deliciously soft and fit so perfectly beside him. He was glad he had instructed the orchestra to play a waltz for this supper dance. See, Imogen, we did not miss out on our waltz after all. Why did you ignore me after requesting the first dance? She looked up at him, her eyes no longer sparkling but filled with disappointment. Perhaps he had not been so successful in gaining her trust. I did not mean to, but I was truly concerned about Driscoll and his friends. They were already looking at you, and I feared they might try something if I showed too much interest in you.
So you decided to keep away?
I was considering it. Then Lady Dowling approached me with her nonsense about spraining her ankle. Same for the ladies who came before her. They all had some inane excuse to demand my attention.
He shrugged.
It was all so fake. It left me with an ill feeling in the pit of my stomach.
You could have simply told me.
Would you have understood?
He sighed as he twirled her around the dance floor.
That sweet body of hers, so lithe and graceful. Yes, you probably would have. You seem generous in this way, not like the petulant debutantes one finds in London. I'm sorry I did not say anything to you, but I truly believed you were better off if I simply ignored you.
We do not have to keep dancing if you do not wish to.
Butterfly, you are the best part of this evening. I have no intention of letting you go.
His gaze rested on her as they danced.
Driscoll was watching me as closely as I was watching him. I don't know why he showed up here this evening, and I certainly do not want you in his line of sight more than you already are.
His heart beat faster as her hand relaxed upon his shoulder, and she moved with him to the music, instead of looking as though she wanted to bolt. She was light on her feet, and he liked the way the delicate layers of fabric in her costume swirled around her like butterfly wings. Those little peepers poking out of her hair had held firm atop the glorious reddish-brown mass of curls that he itched to run his fingers through.
She looked adorable, but he was not going to act upon his attraction to her. Another time, another place.
She nibbled her lip. Why are you and Driscoll so at odds? What has he done to you that you should feel such enmity toward him?
Nothing to concern you.
Spoken like a dismissive, arrogant oaf, she shot back with a frown. I did describe you as arrogant earlier, did I not?
You also said I was honourable.
I am rethinking that opinion. He chuckled as he spun her with ease amid the circle of dancers.
I suppose I deserve that, but I still am not going to tell you. Let's change the subject, shall we? The unmasking will take place in a few minutes. I must admit I am curious to see your face. Are you curious to see mine?
No, not really.
He laughed. Imogen, stop tossing your barbs at me. I know you are eager to see what I look like. It is the artist in you that needs to see all of me. Well, all of my face. Although he would not refuse her if she wished to see all of his body, too. But she was innocent, and he was not going to have a ribald conversation with her. It was bad enough his tongue was lolling on the ground over this spectacular girl. He wasn't the only man who had been staring at her all evening. Most had been. But Draco was not worried about those insignificant others. He was only wary of Driscoll and his friends. Not that the other men were completely harmless. No. These costumes brought out the wildness in everyone. Hence the need for Pirate to remain by her side. When the dance ended, his uncle and cousin strode to the centre of the dance floor. A dozen footmen marched in with candles blazing as his uncle announced, "Let the unmasking begin." A cheer rang through the crowd. Draco drew Imogen aside and helped her to remove her mask. Dear Lord, the girl was exquisite. Big eyes of dazzling aquamarine, a heart-shaped face with perfect bow lips that begged to be kissed, a delicate neck and graceful chin that had a dimple in the middle of it. A mass of dark curls shone copper beneath the golden candlelight. He really needed to unpin her hair and plunge his fingers into those lush tresses. "Your turn, my lord." He nodded and removed his mask. "Well, Imogen, what do you think?" She pursed her lips. You are much as I expected you to be. perhaps a little handsomer than I realized. He cast her a gentle smile.
That is promising.
Oh, do not make too much of it. You know you are handsome, and an Earl, no less. That is quite a heady combination for any unmarried young lady, as you have pointed out to me.
And you? Do I put you in a swoon?
You might, in time. I am not certain I like you yet.
Fair enough.
She was still smarting from his snub in asking for the first waltz and then not showing up to claim it.
Besides, he liked that she was not tossing herself at him, as the other young ladies had been doing all evening. He liked the idea of earning her affection. Unfortunately, he would have quite a bit of grovelling to do before she would warm to him. Had he been less preoccupied with Driscoll's group, he would have realized that his good intentions were cruel to this sweet girl. He had requested the first waltz and then failed to claim it. Was it any different from making a promise and then breaking it? He had abandoned her. It must have stung, and still hurt her, because she was such a gentle thing.
They said no more as his uncle and Deandra approached them. His uncle was dressed as a harlequin, and his young cousin was dressed as a sunflower, her body in a bright green gown with long sleeves and a big yellow flower made of paper perched atop her head. She had a cheerful smile and was obviously delighted to be permitted to attend the party, even though she was no more than 16 years of age. Draco introduced them to Imogen. They were all engaged in pleasant conversation when Pirate suddenly growled and took off like a shot outdoors.
What in blazes?
He excused himself, leaving Imogen to his family, while he went in search of Pirate.
That growl meant trouble, and Draco knew just who the troublemakers were. But he saw no one as he crossed the garden and headed toward the meadow and its nearby cliff walk. Well, night had fallen, and most of his grounds were blanketed in darkness. A crisp wind blew off the water and swirled around him. The wind captured Parrot's barks and carried them off in all directions.
Blast, he muttered, staring into a black expanse.
Where are you, dog?
He heard the sound of waves softly breaking upon the distant rocks and then heard another bark. So he started toward the caves. A silver half-moon and shimmering stars reflected off the sea. But the ground beneath his feet was dark and too treacherous for him to make his way down to the caves. His footman had set torches ablaze at measured intervals along the garden walks. He grabbed one now, hoping the wind would not snuff it out, as he made his way across the meadow. He paused another moment to listen for Parrot. The angelic strains of a harp floated toward him from the manor house. The music mingled with the laughter and chatter of guests now in queue for their late-night supper. Draco withdrew his knife from the lip of his boot as he continued toward the caves. Parrot's bark must have come from there.
"Parrot, where are you?"
Orange flames flickered wildly above his head as he walked on, the torch held out in front of him, his senses attuned to the slightest sounds, the slightest movement of shadows. He was quite alone out here. Not even a sign of Driscoll and his dissolute friends. Where were they? He knew they had not come inside for the unmasking, or responded when the bell rang to announce supper. He did not like that all of them were now missing. How different this place looked at night. Still beautiful, but treacherous. These rugged grounds seemed to swallow up all the light. He suddenly heard shouts, but they were coming from the opposite direction and closer to the house. "Blast!" he muttered, turning back, and finally spotting Driscoll's friends, little more than shadows in the distance, hurrying toward their carriages now being driven to the front courtyard. But where was Driscoll? He should have been easy to spot because of the white plume atop his hat that was part of his costume. For that matter, where was Parrot? Well, Parrot would be safe enough since he was familiar with the property. Draco had even taken him down to the pirate cave several times during their walks, although they had not gone inside to explore. He would attend to that chore over the next few days. He ran toward Driscoll's friends and stopped them before they could climb into their carriages.
"Where is he?"
They appeared agitated, scared.
"We don't know what you're talking about,"
one of them retorted.
"Driscoll, of course,"
Draco growled.
"Where is he?"
"How should we know?" another of his snivelling friends replied.
"He went off with a young woman,"
a third said.
"I'm sure it was with the little butterfly you were so keen on earlier."
Draco wanted to punch the man.
He had just left Imogen with his uncle and cousin, so he knew she was safe.
But had Driscoll accosted some other unsuspecting young woman?
"Get out of here, all of you. I never want to see any of you near Moonstone Landing again."
One of them laughed.
"Find it funny, Middleton?"
The coward held up his hands in supplication.
"That goes for the rest of you. Get out, and never show your faces here on pain of death."
Another of them passed a lewd remark about Imogen. Draco grabbed him by the nape and shoved him against his carriage, one hand on the stunned lord's throat.
"Have you anything else to say, Hawes?"
The question was met with silence.
"Well, he did have his hand around the man's throat, but he wasn't cutting off all breath. The wretch could have managed a strangled answer."
"Right, I thought so." He would not care if those fools hurled insults at him, but that they should speak so crudely about Imogen left him raw and aching.
"All of you, get out of here, right now."
He watched as they scrambled into their carriages. The conveyances rattled down the long drive and disappeared into the darkness. Draco hurried toward the cliff walk and picked up the sound of Parrot's furious barking.
"Parrot, where are you, fella?"
Those barks definitely came from somewhere near the pirate caves at the foot of the cliff walk. Draco kept tight hold of his torch and scampered down the steps. The tide would soon come in, and the waves had intensified, pounding upon the rocks like soft cannon bursts. They came one after the other and sprayed him with their spume as he reached the mouth of the largest cave and saw his dog standing there.
"Parrot, what are you doing here? Come along, boy, don't you know it's dangerous? A rogue wave can wash you out to sea."
The dog did not move, just resumed barking at something beside him on the rocks. Draco edged closer.
Bloody blazes!
That something was Driscoll's body.
"What happened, Parrot? Did he fall? Or did one of his idiot friends accidentally push him off the cliff?"
But as Draco turned the body over, he saw a knife protruding from Driscoll's chest.
So, it wasn't a fool that did him in.
He raked a hand through his hair.
There was a murderer on the loose. No wonder Driscoll's companions had fled like scared rabbits. Had they killed their friend? He did not think any of them had the bollocks to do the foul deed, but had they seen something? Of all the bad luck. He had to stop them before they fled the village. He also had to get this investigation wrapped up quickly, because he was on a mission for the crown and could not afford to have attention placed on these caves. Nor could he toss Driscoll's body into the sea and be done with it. The wretch had family, and they would come looking for him. "Parrot, what are we going to do?"
It was merely a rhetorical question, for he knew the answer. He had to find the local constable, Malcolm Angel, who was a guest at his party. He also had to enlist the assistance of Imogen's uncle, the Marquis of Bernese. He served as magistrate in these parts, and Draco needed to get any investigation wrapped up fast. Draco knew of Bernese's heroic reputation. This was important, for he might have to let him in on his crown assignment. There were other peers who resided here and could be of help in bringing a quick resolution to this murder. The Duke of Malvern, the Duke of Claymore, Viscount Brennan, who was the commanding officer in charge of the army fort here in Moonstone Landing. Yes, Brennan might be of greatest help in rounding up Driscoll's escaping friends and moving this investigation along. everyone's attention had to be off these caves no later than the end of the month, or vital work on behalf of the Crown would be lost. Stay alert and guard him, Pirate. I'll be right back with help. He raced to the house and quietly drew the constable and Bernez aside. But Bernez happened to be in conversation with Melvin, Claymore, and Brennan, so rather than waste time making excuses to draw him away, he decided to include all of them in the conversation. He quickly told them what had occurred. I chased his friends off before I realized they had left Driscoll for dead. We'll have to track them down and bring them back for questioning. I'll ride with you, Viscount Brennan immediately volunteered, along with a contingent of my soldiers. We ought to be able to gather them up fairly quickly. What do you know of Driscoll? The Marquis of Bernez asked. Not much. He was a schoolmate of my brother's, Draco said. But I would never call him a friend of mine. He runs with a bad crowd. I'm not surprised he met such a fate. However, I don't know what he was into that got him killed. The wives of these peers had sauntered closer and probably overheard too much. Lost, he muttered. Can your wives keep their mouths shut? Bernez grinned. I would watch what you say to them, particularly my wife, Phoebe. She may look sweet, but she will bite your head off if you condescend to her. And yes, they can be trusted. He then called his wife over. The other wives and Imogen immediately followed. Great. This murder investigation was about to turn into another party. Just what he needed, meddling neighbours. He immediately assigned Bernez and the two dukes, Malvern and Claymore, to guard the body. He was about to leave with Viscount Brennan and Constable Angel when Imogen tugged on his sleeve. What? He asked with marked impatience, and then sighed and raked a hand through his hair. Sorry, Imogen, that was uncalled for on my part. What is the matter? You have overlooked something important. She studied him up and down. You and Driscoll were wearing similar costumes, although he was strutting about with that ridiculous plumed hat. You are of similar height and build. What if this killer thought Driscoll was you? All eyes were now on him. Bollocks. The thought had not crossed his mind, but he listened as Imogen continued. Do not dismiss that you might have been the intended victim. Your property, your cave, a mistaken pirate, which raises the question, what are you involved in that would attract a man, or in truth it could have been a woman, to kill you? Nothing, he said tersely. Are you sure? Imogen took light hold of his arm. Because that someone is still out there. Everyone was staring at him. Constable Angel cleared his throat. Think hard now, my lord. Not you too, Draco grumbled. Driscoll's body will wash out to sea if we all just stand here talking. Bernez nodded. Melvin, Claymore and I are heading down there right now. We'll also search the area for clues. Pirate will help you search. He's a good tracker. With a nod to the ladies, the three of them hurried off. Constable Angel was still staring at Draco. My lord, think hard before we start running in circles and chasing false leads. Do you know of anyone who might wish to murder you? Chapter 3. No one wishes to do me in, Draco replied with a growl at Imogen. Who would ever mistake me for that wretch? Imogen tried not to take offence at his dismissive remark. He was quite agitated, and who would not be if someone had been killed on their property during a welcome party? But could he not see that the culprit might have wanted him dead and only killed Driscoll by mistake? She would not allow him to discard the possibility, but decided not to pursue the matter just now. If looks could kill, he certainly appeared angry enough to throttle her. Lord Woodley, forgive me if it sounds impertinent, Constable Angel said, but where were you when all this happened? He was dancing with me, Imogen immediately replied on his behalf. He had claimed the supper dance, you see. Then we unmasked and were speaking with his uncle and cousin, Deandra, when his dog, Parrot, suddenly growled and ran from us. Lord Woodley chased after him, so he was nowhere near the caves when the murder must have been happening. Constable Angel nodded.
I am not suggesting Lord Woodley murdered him, but I had to ask the question. And now you have raised a most intriguing possibility, Lady Imogen. Did Lord Driscoll's killer know it was Lord Driscoll and not Lord Woodley he was stabbing? He, or she, would have been rather incompetent to make that mistake,
Draco insisted.
Driscoll was surrounded by those unsavoury friends of his. One would think someone intent on murdering me would do the most basic research to learn more about me, and know I would not go near that crowd. No, they must have been after Driscoll.
He then turned to Viscount Brennan.
Let's gather your men, and stop those carriages before Driscoll's friends go into hiding. They were scared. I'm sure they saw something.
Constable Angel marched out with them in order to summon his constables, the doctor, and anyone else required to perform whatever formalities were required when one was dealing with a dead body. Imogen watched them leave, knowing their first order of business would be to change out of their costumes so as not to be viewed as laughingstocks by anyone they encountered along the way as they gave chase. Her Uncle Cormac and the two dukes had been assigned the task of protecting the body and searching the area for clues. They had immediately gone down to the pirate caves, but before departing, her uncle had issued a further warning.
Stay indoors and stay together until we return. The killer may still be among us.
Imogen's aunt put an arm around her as Draco marched off with a purposeful stride. Your observation was very clever, Imogen. Lord Woodley did not seem to think so. Why do you think he was so peeved? She shook her head, finding it hard to think of Draco Waring as the Earl of Woodley. Obviously he was, and had the commanding presence to go along with the title. Phoebe's sister Henley smiled at her. Men can be funny that way, not liking when a woman comes up with an idea more clever than theirs. I would not have thought of it myself, but you have an artist's eye, and picked up on that interesting detail immediately. Brenna, the Duke of Claymore's wife, and Chloe, Viscount Brennan's wife, agreed. Also, it must have shaken him to think someone wanted him dead, Brenna added. Would that not upset any of us? He does not strike me as someone easily rattled, Imogen remarked, thinking of the way he had chased off Driscoll earlier when the man approached her. Well, now he is aware of the possibility, Chloe said. If he were the intended victim, the killer might try again once he realizes his first attempt failed. Imogen's heart lurched. Perhaps the danger extends to his uncle and cousin as well. Let's keep an eye on Albert Woodley and his daughter Deandra. I'm glad our masks are finally off and we can see faces. Most guests have already gone to the dining room now that supper has been served. Shall we follow? Good idea, Phoebe muttered, leading the way. The revellers were hungry, and the display of food was lavish and quite sumptuous. It helped distract Imogen from the gruesome thought of a body on the Woodley grounds. In truth, she was surprised no one other than her immediate family and a few close friends realized what was happening. Well, Draco had been discreet. Besides, who was going to hear anything over the music or the chatter, especially when most guests were drunk by now? Nor did she think anyone would notice the absence of Constable Angel or any dukes, marquises, viscounts, even their Earl host, now that they had all moved on to the dining room and seen the feast on display. Many guests were already digging into the exquisitely presented fare. Footmen were busy serving mutton, smoked trout, honey-glazed squab, crab soup, leeks in butter sauce, peas, roasted carrots in a cinnamon glaze, savoury pies, and still more food was carried in to replenish the massive quantities already served. Imogen ingratiated herself with Deandra while the other ladies occupied Albert Woodley. Imogen's task was easy enough. Deandra was so excited about attending her first ball that she chattered on and on about it.
"None of the other young ladies paid me any notice," she said, reaching for Imogen's hand. "But you have been so kind to me. I hope we shall become good friends."
Imogen smiled. "I hope so too. In truth, I know very few of the young ladies here tonight. Most are not from the local area, and probably came to Moonstone Landing with their families for the summer."
"Some came all the way from London just for this party, and are staying at the Kestrel Inn."
Deandra pursed her lips.
"They've only deigned to be here in the hope of catching my cousin's eye, but Draco is very smart and will see right through their ploys."
"I have only spoken to him briefly, but he does strike me as quite sharp," Imogen agreed. Deandra nodded enthusiastically.
"He is. There is no one smarter or kinder. He has been very good to me and my father, truly taking us under his wing when he was under no obligation to do so."
"He must care for you both quite deeply. It is right that he should take you into his heart and under his protection. Are you his only family?" Imogen was now curious to learn more about Draco Waring, the somewhat enigmatic Earl of Woodley.
"Yes, there is just us, now that his parents and brothers have passed. I don't think Draco ever expected to inherit the earldom, since he was third in line and youngest of the brothers. That all happened within the last 2 years, his father and brothers dying in short succession. They dropped like flies, one after the other."
Imogen tried not to appear alarmed. How could this fact be overlooked? 2 brothers and a father dying close in time, and now Driscoll dead? Imogen was more convinced than ever that Driscoll's death had been a mistake, and the Earl was the intended victim. She would insist on talking to him again when he returned, for she had to impress this warning on him. Or had he been so curt with her because he was already thinking the same thing? "Deandra, how did his father and brothers die?" Imogen asked out of genuine concern, as they made their way down the buffet line and piled their plates high.
"His father, who had already been a widower for many years, succumbed to a wasting sickness about 2 years ago. My eldest cousin, Nolan, then inherited the title, but he was a notorious wastrel, gambling and drinking and all that. He had not been Earl even a year before he broke his neck falling off a horse at a country party."
"Oh, that is quite tragic. Whose party?"
Not that Imogen thought it was relevant, but why overlook any details? "Lord Driscoll's house party."
Deandra shrugged and glanced around, unaware the man had just been murdered.
"I suppose that's why Draco invited him tonight, out of respect for his friendship with Nolan. But Driscoll is a rogue. I do not like him very much. Not that I had many dealings with him."
"I suppose Nolan brought him around a time or two," Imogen suggested, her heart pounding at this revelation. She hoped to coax more information out of Deandra before she learned of Driscoll's death, and immediately stopped confiding in her.
"Oh, yes, he and Nolan were thick as thieves. My father and I went to visit Nolan once, and Lord Driscoll was there, his feet on the table and lording it over all of us. Quite rude, I thought, but Nolan never said anything."
Deandra glanced around the room before continuing.
"I saw Driscoll here earlier with some of his unpleasant friends. Hopefully they found our party boring, and left to go drinking and gambling elsewhere. Although I do not know if they will find anything suitable in Moonstone Landing. It is a very quiet village, isn't it?"
Imogen nodded. "Yes, for the most part, we like it that way." "What happened to the second son?"
"Raphael died on his way home to claim the title. He had been in India, and his ship went down in a storm near Portugal. It was truly a tragedy. They were close to land when their ship struck rocks and sank. Most of the passengers survived, but he did not." Imogen frowned as they found seats at a quiet corner table and sat down together. Did they rule his death a drowning? Was an investigation ever conducted? I don't know. I never bothered to ask. He was dead, and suddenly Draco was Earl. The first thing Draco did upon returning to England and claiming the title was to ask after us, which neither of his brothers had bothered to do, although Raphael did not have the chance to do much of anything since he never made it back to England alive. Deandra leaned closer and whispered, "My father is a lovely man, but utterly incompetent when it comes to business matters. He spent his life as a professor and barely earned enough to provide for us, or so my mother often complained." Imogen put a hand over hers. "I'm sure your father did his best." Deandra nodded. "He did. He's a wonderful man. Mother thought so too. It was just our lack of money that frustrated her. But it helps immensely that Draco is now in charge. He has been for almost a year now. I hope he lasts as Earl, because my father is next in line, and that would truly be a disaster. He doesn't know the first thing about farming or running a business or political duties. But he can teach any useless esoteric subject brilliantly." Imogen felt quite proud of herself by the time the party ended and the guests started to leave. She had made a friend of Deandra, who was cheerful and delightful, and also gotten some valuable information out of her concerning Driscoll. She hoped Deandra would not be angry with her and feel used once she learned of Driscoll's death, which she was about to do since Imogen, along with the women in her family and Brenna, Duchess of Claymore, lingered once the party ended. It was obvious the men were missing. Neither Draco nor Constable Angel had returned yet. Until one of them did, neither Imogen's uncle nor the Duke's were going to abandon the body. However, if the corpse was found on the rocks beside the pirate cave entrance, it would have to be moved somewhere safe to keep it from being swept out to sea with the rising tide. Where had they placed it? Imogen guessed they had carried it up into the meadow while awaiting further instructions. Her uncle would also have scoured the area around the rocks and cliff walk for signs of a scuffle or other clues. Footsteps along the sand beach? How much could they find in the dark of night, even with their torches held high, and Parrot's sensitive nose to help them out? When it became obvious to Deandra and her father that something was amiss, Imogen finally spoke up. "There was a serious accident earlier. Someone has died." "Who?" Deandra asked, wringing her hands. "It wasn't Draco, was it? Where is he? Why isn't he here?" Imogen hurried to reassure her before she burst into tears. "He is completely unharmed. It was Lord Driscoll who was found dead. It must have happened sometime shortly after the supper dance." Deandra let out a ragged breath. "I saw Draco dancing with you." Imogen nodded. "Yes, he was with me all through the waltz and the unmasking immediately following. Then we were chatting with you and your father. Your cousin left us only when Parrot started barking and ran off." "A dog's hearing is much keener than ours," Brenna commented. "He must have heard the crime taking place." Imogen nodded. "Draco, Lord Woodley, went off with the constable and Viscount Brennan to track down Lord Driscoll's friends. You see, they ran away, and he thinks they might have been involved or seen something and got scared." Albert Woodley spoke up. "What has become of the body?" Phoebe stepped forward to answer. "My husband, along with the Duke of Malvern and Duke of Claymore, have gone down to the pirate cave to guard it and search the area for clues, as much as can be found before the tide washes everything away. Why don't we all retire to your parlour and have some tea while we wait for the men to return?" Brenner suggested. "We could be here a few more hours." Albert appeared tired, but agreed this was the right thing to do. Deandra was curious and wanted to hear all the lurid details. Apparently she was not at all irritated with Imogen for hiding the fact of the murder. "I would be sad if it were someone other than Lord Driscoll," she confided, but he was such an unpleasant man. Is it terrible of me not to mourn his loss? I have now attended my first ball and experienced my first murder. Wait until I tell my friends back in London. They will be quite jealous. Imogen frowned. It is best not to gossip about it. Certainly say nothing until we know what is really going on. Deandra had the decency to look contrite. Of course. I did not mean to sound indiscreet. I won't say anything.
Good, Henley remarked. You certainly don't want to give the impression you know more than you do, or else you might attract the interest of the murderer. Albert gasped. So did Deandra.
I did not think of that.
She turned to her father.
Papa, we must not speak a word of this to anyone.
He nodded. I have no intention of it, child. Imogen felt rather bad about frightening the two Woodleys, but it was better for them to be scared and stay safe than have a killer on their trail. Same for her and the ladies seated with her. They were not going to say anything about this unpleasant incident. Imogen shot out of her chair when Draco returned with Viscount Brennan and the constable about 2 hours later. The constable had brought along several of his men as well as one of the local doctors, Dr. Hewitt, who was well known and trusted by all who lived in the area. Draco remained behind while the others went to find Imogen's uncle and the dukes who were still with the body. "Did you catch up to Driscoll's friends?" she asked. Draco nodded.
They are at Fort Arundel now, given rooms in the barracks for the night. Well, what's left of the night. It is almost dawn now. They'll be kept under guard until we can properly question them.
He turned to his uncle.
Viscount Fionn Brennan happens to be the major in command of Fort Arundel, the local army fort. His soldiers will keep watch over Driscoll's friends for now.
Why wait until morning to question them? Chloe asked.
We tried, but they aren't talking yet. Perhaps, once they have had the chance to sleep on it, they will open up about what really happened.
He turned to Imogen.
I'm sorry I snapped at you earlier. We will investigate all possibilities, your suggestion included.
Thank you, Lord Woodley. He nodded as he addressed the other ladies.
I'll fetch your husbands. You must all be exhausted and eager to return to your homes. The constables and the doctor will take over from here.
What about you, Draco?
Deandra asked, stopping him before he had the chance to leave the parlour.
I'll remain with the constables until the body is taken away. But you and your father ought to go up to bed now, Deandra. There's no reason for all of us to be dead on our feet come morning.
He winced as he realised what he had just said.
Sorry. An ill-timed pun, you know what I mean.
They all muttered their agreement.
Would it be all right if Imogen spent the night with me?
Deandra pleaded.
She's so brave, and I'm afraid to sleep alone.
Phoebe stepped forward. I have a better idea. Why don't you and your father come to Westgate Hall with us? Sleep over for the next night or two while the investigation proceeds. Deandra clapped her hands.
An excellent idea.
Albert appeared less than thrilled by the suggestion, but nodded.
Yes, we gladly accept. It will keep us out of Draco's way while he seeks the killer.
Draco readily agreed to it too.
Thank you, Lady Burness. That eases my mind greatly.
And I hope you will join us for supper each evening, Lord Woodley, Phoebe added. He smiled.
I accept the generous offer, although I hope you do not expect me to discuss the progress of this investigation.
Phoebe smiled back. Wouldn't dream of it. My husband will tell me all I need to know. We do not keep secrets from each other. In fact, we trust each other's opinions and like to talk things out between us. You might do well to learn to trust others, particularly ladies. We tend to notice things that men do not. It cannot be overlooked that Imogen's observations were quite insightful. Albert chuckled.
Draco, I believe you have just been given an elegant set-down.
The Earl was gracious enough to accept it with good humour.
Consider me duly chastened. However, I strongly believe you are safest not knowing information that might draw the killer's attention to you. And that goes double for Imogen. Lord Driscoll and his friends were already eyeing her throughout the ball. In fact, I am thinking of sending Parrot to Westgate Hall along with my uncle and Deandra. I will feel much better if he remains close to them, particularly to Imogen."
Imogen blushed. "I'm sure it isn't necessary now that those wastrels are in custody, but I don't mind having Parrot with me, if this is what you wish."
"Good. Then it is settled. I'll send him home with you."
He gave a curt bow and strode out to join the other men. Deandra leaned forward and whispered in her ear, "Oh, I think my cousin likes you." "Nonsense," Imogen whispered back, but the possibility sent a tingle through her. Having taken responsibility for Parrot, Imogen was standing alone with him by the carriages 20 minutes later, when Draco came around the side of the house, saw her, and immediately frowned.
"What are you doing out here on your own?"
"I'm with Parrot," she explained. "He had, business to take care of before he hopped into our carriage. He's just behind those bushes." Draco glanced around.
"And where is everyone else?"
"In the house. Oh, they'll be out in a moment." A muscle tightened in his jaw as he continued to look around.
"But they are not here now."
Imogen thought he was being overly concerned, for the carriages were close by and his butlers and footmen were constantly marching in and out of the house, although no one seemed to be present at this precise moment. "Kindly do not lecture me. I have only to scream and a house full of guests and servants will come running to my rescue."
"I took you for smarter than that,"
he said, his frown more pronounced because he was obviously irritated by her response.
"It is easy for a man to come up behind you and cover your mouth, so your screams would be muffled."
"Parrot would tear out of the bushes and bite him. Is this not why you put him in my care?" She tried to stare him down, but noticed a flicker of amusement in his eyes as the peepers atop her head bobbed up and down. He was never going to take her seriously while those things protruded from her skull and bobbled in the wind. So she unpinned them and held them in her hands, since she had no place else to put them. "Parrot would protect me."
Assuming he had not already been silenced.
"Why are you intent on frightening me? Why give me Parrot if you dismiss his abilities?"
"I am not dismissing his abilities, but he is still off pissing or whatever else he does to amuse himself in those bushes."
"Draco, enough. I am hardly 10 steps from your house."
"And you think this is adequate?" He raked a hand through his hair and then began to pace in front of her. "Look around you, Imogen. You are still alone."
"I am not." She refused to admit he was right, for not even the drivers were at their carriages. Well, there was one young groom running back and forth from one carriage to the other to check upon the horses. He was paying no attention to her at all. She turned stubbornly toward her pirate earl. "Well, you are here with me now, and Parrot appears to be almost done with whatever it is he had to do." She heard a rustling in the bushes, but Parrot did not come out. Apparently he was not quite done yet.
"Take this seriously, Imogen. Anything can happen, and it only takes a few seconds, not even a minute, to occur."
"But I would scream to alert the others."
"Why are you being stubborn about this? May I show you how easily something can happen?"
She must have had a doubtful look on her face, for he suddenly moved behind her, his body big and warm as he placed an arm around her waist, drew her up against him, and at the same time covered her mouth with his hand.
"Sorry, Butterfly. This is for your own good."
She had hardly a moment to realize what he was doing before he hauled her into a darkened recess along the side of the house. Imogen's heart began to pound wildly. "Let me go!" she tried to shout, but her words were completely muffled, while his hand remained pressed to her mouth, and his muscled arm held her pinned to his hard body.
"I am going to take my hand away now," he said calmly, "but you must promise not to scream. I am also going to ease my hold on you. Do not run away from me, Imogen. This is too important." I know, I scared you just now. I am truly sorry for that. But you scared the wits out of me, too. What if the killer had been lurking in the bushes? I would have lost you. Do you think I could ever live with myself if this happened?
She stopped fighting him. He removed his hand from her mouth. She turned and punched him in the arm the moment he released her. "That was a horrible way to teach me a lesson, but—" "I'm sorry, Draco," she whispered brokenly. "I thought I was safe."
"I know, Butterfly. My heart shot into my throat when I saw you out here and realized how alone you were."
She nodded. "I'll be more careful from now on. Goodness, I cannot find the strength to stand on my own 2 feet."
"Blast! I shook you up badly. You're trembling."
He tucked an arm around her and kissed her lightly on the forehead.
"I should have used a softer tactic to make my point."
She looked up at him. "What do you mean?" He cast her a wry smile.
"Instead of scaring you by threatening to abduct you, I could have shown you how easy it was to kiss you. You would have been helpless to stop me for that, too, but you would have enjoyed it far better."
Her eyes widened in surprise. "You would kiss me, even though you are terribly angry with me?" He cast her a devastatingly appealing smile. His features softened in the glow of moonlight.
"Being angry with you and wanting to kiss you are not mutually exclusive. Sometimes anger heightens the thrill of a kiss."
"It does? I do not see how." Not that she had any experience with such things. I would never wish to be kissed in anger. He caressed her cheek.
"How would you wish to be kissed, Butterfly?"
"In love, of course. Why else, if not that?" A groan escaped his lips.
"Lord, what you do not know about men could fill an entire library. Men do not think that way."
"Why not? Would you not prefer to put your whole heart into a kiss and have it mean something special?"
"No, Imogen. It is the last thing I would want. Why are you looking so surprised? Are you really that innocent?"
She wanted to punch him again. "Who says I am innocent?"
"You give yourself away with your every comment. Men do not care if they are in love or not when they kiss a woman. In truth, they rarely are in love and prefer it that way. Fewer complications."
"Perhaps for the man, since he can walk away and ignore the consequences, unless the young lady's family is powerful enough to insist on his making it right. But if the woman has no family to protect her, what is she to do? I am not a ninny. I understand what kisses can lead to."
"I never said you were a ninny."
He gave her cheek another light caress.
"In truth, you are quite clever. But not about everything. You do not know the first thing about kisses."
He no longer appeared angry with her. His expression turned surprisingly tender. No one had ever looked at her in this amorous way before, as though he wanted to possess her and at the same time protect her. There was a smoulder in his silver eyes. She shivered, even though he was looking upon her with undeniable heat. It was a nice look. Well, perhaps more wicked than nice, because he had an eyebrow arched and a melting smile that was quite exciting. Her head was spinning and her breaths came in quick spurts. She could hardly put a coherent thought together. Is there a secret to kisses I should know about?" He shook his head and laughed.
"Imogen, has no one ever kissed that beautiful mouth of yours?"
He inhaled sharply in response to her prolonged silence.
"Blessed saints! Would I be the first?"
Her cheeks turned embarrassingly hot. "What makes you think I would ever permit you to kiss me?" His smile was arrogant, yet his expression remained surprisingly tender.
"Because you know it would be the best kiss you ever received in your entire life."
She gasped. "Is there no limit to your arrogance? Are you that confident I will like it?"
"Not a doubt."
His roguish smile faded as he continued to regard her. When he spoke, it was with surprising sincerity.
"The problem is, I might feel the same way about our kiss.
Is that a bad thing?
Yes.
Imogen shook her head, now completely confused. I would not worry about it if I were you. You are experienced and unlikely to be swept away by kissing me. But as for me, a kiss ought to be special and meaningful. What is the point otherwise? She sighed and continued. You are afraid that you will melt my heart and then I might trail after you like a lovesick goose. I think our conversation has gotten a little out of hand. You have made your point about my safety and should walk away now. Then I will no longer be with you, and we shall no longer be thinking about kissing each other.
This is where you are wrong, Imogen. I cannot walk away from you, even though I know I should. And I will never stop thinking about kissing you. That's the problem with a curiosity left unfulfilled. It becomes an obsession if not satisfied.
Mere curiosity, is it? She squared her shoulders and met his potent gaze. You do realize there is a simple solution to your problem? A slow smile spread across his lips.
Are you suggesting I kiss you?
Yes, to appease your curiosity. And mine, frankly. I have always dreamed of kissing a pirate.
Imogen, I am not a pirate.
But he gave her no chance to disagree, before gathering her in his arms and pressing his lips to hers in a slow grinding motion that felt languid and unrushed, and yet shot sparks through her. The kiss started out gentle, his lips barely grazing hers, but he steadily increased the pressure as though easing her into the kiss, much like wading into the water, a toe first, then an ankle. But the heat she felt rippling through her body was no gentle swim. He seemed to read her response and sense her growing urgency. She felt his smile against her lips as he suddenly plunged deeper, moving his velvet mouth against her lips with greater insistence, the kiss increasingly deep, slow, molten. Dear heaven! She clutched his shoulders. He felt so good, hot and muscled and good. Her body tingled and then turned to liquid fire, little sparks erupting in shocking places, making her senses tumble out of control. But this was her. She always felt too much. Her blood was now a molten river of heat, but her heart... oh, her heart was a blaze of fireworks. She pressed against him, melted against his vibrant heat, and suddenly nothing seemed to matter but the two of them spinning in a reckless whirl. The kiss was no longer tame. He lured her and teased her, scorched her with the delicious crush of his lips and the iron strength of his arms that cradled her so tenderly.
Blessed saints, my sweet butterfly,
he murmured, groaning as he started to draw away. Then, to her surprise, he lowered his head to hers again and kissed her with the same devouring fire that made her lose herself to him in the first instance. She tried to mimic his actions, hoping to make him feel this same fiery fervour. Was she doing it right? Perhaps she was, for every inch of her was pasted to the length of him, and it still was not enough for either of them. She felt everything in his kiss. She felt too much, his passion and his hunger, his ache to possess her and his ache to protect her. He held her with such tenderness, such heat. This pirate certainly knew how to kiss. He drew away suddenly and simply stared down at her, his expression one of confusion, and perhaps there was more than a little horror mingled with it. Had their kiss been too awkward for him? Truly, he had the oddest look on his face. She was still reeling from the heaven of his kiss and did not know what to say as the silence stretched between them. Fortunately, he spoke first.
Imogen, did I hurt you?
I know you have never been kissed before, and I meant to be gentle."
She nodded. Yes, he was gentle. Flames of a volcano hot, and yet still gentle. What had he just asked her?
"I am such a fool," he said with an ache to his voice. "I owe you an apology, sincerely. You have the sweetest mouth, so lush and soft. I should have realized how delicate you were and been more careful. Of course, you are a little butterfly. How can you be anything but beautiful and fragile?"
She put a hand over his heart, feeling its strong, steady beat, while hers was in a rampant and erratic roil. It was a perfect kiss, my lord. Not too soft and not too hard, but exactly as it should have been. You did not hurt me. There, we ought to be pleased. I got my pirate's kiss, and you now have your curiosity appeased. It is done, and it was nice.
"Very nice?"
She shook her head.
"It was splendid." "Yes, it was," he said with a seductive rasp to his voice. "But we are far from done."
This man certainly knew how to confuse her. "There is more?"
"Yes. Gad, you are delicious. Are you real, Imogen?" he groaned. "I like you, but that is not a good thing. I cannot afford to like you just now. For your sake, I had better see as little of you as possible."
She felt as though someone had suddenly poured ice water over her head. Oh, is this how it works? A kiss for a foolish girl to dream on, and then I am dismissed. Thank you for enlightening me to the ways of a Raquel. I should have known you were no better than Driscoll and his lot.
"Never compare me to those bounders,"
he said, sounding hurt and insulted. What go? How dare he pretend to be the one bruised?
"I am not dismissing you," he insisted. "There is a difference between dismissing you and wanting to keep you safe. My concern is the latter. Driscoll is dead. There is a murderer on the loose. And if this murderer meant to come after me, as you yourself suggested, then I do not want you anywhere near me when he does."
Well, that made sense. Still, it hurt. What about the danger to you?
"I have not ruled it out," he said, raking fingers through his hair. "But I know how to defend myself."
Yes, she had no doubt of it. He had the muscles and quick reflexes to prove it. Dear heaven, those divine muscles of his were hard to overlook. His body was chiseled out of glorious rock. After a moment he sighed and took a step back.
"Imogen, you heard me threaten Driscoll earlier, yet you have not mentioned it to anyone. You seem convinced of my innocence. Why is that? I could have stabbed him after Pirate ran out and I went after him."
"No, it was never a consideration. Pirate was responding to the murder already taking place. Driscoll's friends were already running off by the time you got out there. Perhaps they killed him or saw who did it, or found him dead and ran off scared." She studied him closely. "It is obvious you came upon him after the fact." He let out a breath and smiled at her.
"I'm glad you trust me, Butterfly."
"I trust you about the murder, but that is as far as it goes. I've learned my lesson about trusting arrogant, rakish earls. Quite a hurtful lesson, but she hoped her expression hid just how badly he had hurt her.
"Your family is coming out of the house,"
he muttered, and called to Parrot, who came bounding out of the bushes with his tongue lolling out of the side of his mouth, as he happily scampered to Draco's side. Imogen started to turn away, but Draco caught her gently by the wrist.
"Imogen, I am not discarding you. I just don't know what I am to do with you. It is not at all the same thing."
She drew her hand out of his grasp. "Actually, it is completely the same thing. Why deny it?" Chapter 4. Draco rode to Fort Arundel early the next morning in the hope of questioning Driscoll's friends.
Viscount Brennan, who was the army major in command of Fort Arundel and the fairly new army hospital built beside the ancient fort, was to assist him. However, Draco would take the lead in their questioning. Driscoll's friends must have seen something, even if they had not witnessed the actual murder itself. Perhaps, now that he and Brennan were no longer in their ridiculous costumes of last night, they might be taken more seriously. "Let's start with Lord Hawes," Draco suggested, for he sensed Hawes was someone who might break easily under questioning. The dissolute lord is used to his lavish comforts. More important, he's a sot and will need a drink to calm his nerves. Of course, that drink will be denied him until he tells us all he knows about last night. The Viscount nodded. "You are fairly well acquainted with these lords, Woodley. Approach them however you think best." It did not take long for the soldiers on duty to bring Lord Hawes to Brennan's office. Draco made certain to keep a bottle of aged Scotch in plain sight of the man whose hands were already trembling for want of a drink. Draco felt sorry for him, but was not about to show him any mercy yet. "Make this easy on yourself, Hawes." The man scowled. "You have no right to hold me here. Your friend died last night. You are all suspects in his murder." Draco motioned for him to take a seat around the small table in the fort commander's office. He and Brennan sat as well. "Tell us what you saw. Just tell us the truth so we can rule you out. Besides, does his family not have a right to know what happened?" "They won't care. He was a miserable person. We all knew it." But Hawes shook his head and moaned. "I didn't see anything. None of us did. I need a drink." Draco nodded. "You shall have one, after you answer our questions. You were with Driscoll throughout last night's affair. You must have noticed something. Did anyone approach him? Other than your staff, no." Hawes set his hands on the table to show how badly they were already trembling. "I need that drink. And I need answers. Why did Driscoll go down to the pirate caves?" Hawes groaned. "He was handed a note. One of your footmen delivered it. Driscoll read it and laughed, then headed down the cliff walk to meet whoever it was who sent it to him. We did not see him alive after that." "Did he tell you who he was to meet?" "No, he merely tucked the note in the breast pocket of his costume and said he would be back shortly." Hawes began to rub his temples. "I need that drink." Draco nodded. "You will have it, but first you must tell me more." "There is no more to tell. When he failed to come back, a few of us went down to see what was taking him so long. I mean, if he was with a woman, how long does it take to lift up her skirts and spread her legs so he can stick his—" "Got it!" It made Draco ill to think those men had been leering at Imogen. "Was he with a woman?" "I have no idea. He simply laughed when he read the note, then said to wait for him because it wouldn't take long. The supper dance was in progress, and we knew the guests would soon unmask and then be called in to supper. We were hungry. We shouted down to him and got no answer." "Is that when you went in search of him?" Hawes nodded. "We found him on the rocks at the mouth of the cave with a knife in his chest. Suddenly, eating did not seem important. We just wanted to get away." "You were going to run and not report his death to anyone? Why would you do this if you had nothing to do with killing him? He was your friend." Hawes regarded Draco through bloodshot eyes. "Would you have believed us if we proclaimed our innocence? And you know our group. We are not friends, so much as disillusioned lords, each with our own demons to conquer. Not that we shall ever conquer them, for they have already taken possession of our souls." He stared down at his trembling hands once again. "Only death will allow us to escape. Woodley, I really need that drink." Draco rose to pour a little of the Scotch into a glass. "Here." Hawes grabbed the glass from his outstretched hand and gulped the dark amber liquid down fast.
More. I need more.
Draco nodded.
Finish your story first. There is nothing more to tell. Your dog came bounding out of the house and we just wanted to get away. That's when you saw us. We didn't kill Driscoll. He was already dead when we found him. And there was nothing more we could do for him. Did any of you search his pockets for that note?
Hawes shook his head.
No, none of us thought to do it. We just wanted to forget any of this had happened. Did you see anyone climb up or down that cliff walk while you were standing there?
If this murder had been planned, Draco doubted the killer would have been so brazen as to use those cliff steps down to the beach and caves. It would have meant passing in front of Driscoll's friends and possibly being recognised. No, a smart killer would have approached from the meadow, which was a slightly steeper climb down the cliffside, but still quite easily managed, and not have been seen by any of them.
Not a soul passed us. It was getting dark, and we were the only ones still out there. What about earlier?
Hawes laughed.
I wasn't paying attention. None of us were. We were too busy watching that pretty butterfly walk around your garden. You know the one I mean. You were eyeing her for dessert as well. Driscoll was going to approach her, but then you showed up and would not leave her side. Did you get lucky, Woodley?
Draco wanted to grab the bull by the throat and knew the Viscount wished to do the same.
She is a lady. Not that any of you miserable curs would know the difference. Rest assured, had Driscoll set a hand on her, it would have been my knife found sticking out of his chest. Same for any of you who ever dare approach her. My guests are under my protection. Driscoll obviously wasn't.
Hawes shot back.
Driscoll wasn't a guest of mine. I never invited him, or any of you. Why did you show up? Someone invited us, in honour of our friendship with your brother, Nolan. That's what the note tucked in our invitation said.
Draco exchanged a glance with the Viscount. Could Driscoll's death be related to Nolan's untimely demise? He concluded the interview with Hawes, poured the wretched man another glass of scotch, then had one of the fort's soldiers escort him back to his room.
"Wait," Hawes said. "Aren't you letting me go?"
Draco cast him a hard look.
"Not before we finish interviewing all of you."
Hawes was led out, and that gave Draco a moment alone with Brennan to discuss what they had learned.
Blast. If this is some plot to avenge Nolan's death, then I'm at a loss. I was not in England when my brother died, and knew nothing of his friends or their misadventures. My brother was a pompous, selfish, drunken lout. Is it any wonder he consorted with Driscoll and his toady friends?
Hawes is a pathetic character, Brennan remarked.
They all are. So is my brother. I do not know how Nolan and I descended from the same bloodline. I was saddened by his death, but never considered it was anything more than an accident. Of course, I was told little beyond the fact he had broken his neck while out riding. Obviously, there is a connection between his death and now Driscoll's. Or maybe no connection. But the killer wants us to think there is in order to throw us off the scent. I am not dismissing any possibilities. Perhaps the killer believes Driscoll was in some way responsible for Nolan's death. But why wait a year to take revenge? And why all the way out here?
Draco rubbed his jaw in consternation.
Well, who the hell knows? I'll have to ask my uncle what he was told about my brother's accident.
Brennan nodded.
Driscoll's friends might prove more helpful. Did you sense Hawes was holding back on us? Yes, for certain.
Draco and the Viscount spent hours trying to coax information out of the remaining dissolute lords.
But they were no more cooperative, all of them lying through their teeth in claiming no knowledge of the circumstances surrounding his brother's death or that of Driscoll's. Not even Hawes would shed light when they called him back in for another round of questioning.
We seem to have opened up a second possible murder instead of getting closer to solving the first, Brennan muttered. What next? I'm not sure. Perhaps Constable Angel has learned something.
Draco rose and shook the Viscount's hand.
Let those bounders go. I'll know where to find them if it turns out they were involved. They are lazy, useless slugs. I cannot imagine they're expending the effort to get rid of their friend. They'll run back to London now, I expect. I'll arrange to have them watched there. Major Brennan, I am deeply grateful for your time and assistance. Not at all, Woodley. Glad to be of help, as little as it turned out to be. You were very generous. Well, I'm off to track down the constable, then I'll speak to my uncle to see what he knows. I'll also question my footman to find out which one of them delivered that note to Driscoll, and if they had any idea of its contents or knew the identity of the guest who handed it to him. I'll not delay you. Do not hesitate to ask for my help, the Major said, escorting Draco out of the fort. We all want to see the murderer brought to justice, especially if he means to kill again. Since Constable Angel was not in his office, Draco rode off to Westgate Hall. It was shortly before noon, and he was eager to question his uncle. He was also eager to see Imogen again, for he could not deny his response to the kiss they had shared. She had wanted to be kissed with love. He had only meant to kiss her with heat, just heat, no hearts involved. Somehow, she had gotten that love kiss out of him. He was still reeling from it, and not happy about it. Imogen was standing in the front courtyard playing with Parrot when he rode up. Draco watched her toss a stick, which the dog then loped off to find and drop back at her feet. Parrot barked with glee upon noticing him. Imogen did not appear overly pleased, but she greeted him politely. "Good morning, Lord Woodley." The sun chose that moment to appear from behind a cluster of tufted white clouds and shine down on her. His breath hitched. She had looked spectacular as a butterfly yesterday, and looked even more so now, with her mass of unruly curls shining a deep, rich copper under the sun, and her eyes sparkling like gemstones, the colour of tropic waters. He had thought her body magnificent in that butterfly costume. Today she wore a simple yellow day dress that somehow accentuated her exquisite features despite being modest. Well, it was just the way she was shaped, and how the fabric seemed to pour over her body like warm honey over freshly baked bread. Her every curve enticed and teased. How was it possible this girl had not yet been claimed, or ever kissed, before last night? He dismounted and strode to her side, once again thinking of their kiss. She knew he had behaved unpardonably. It was not certain how to make it up to her, especially since he wanted to kiss her again. "How are you, Imogen?" he asked gently. "For that matter, how is my cousin? Did she sleep all right? Did you?" Parrot leaped up and down in front of him as he tried to converse with Imogen, so Draco took a moment to playfully tickle his dog while Imogen responded. "Deandra slept well. She shared my room. It was no inconvenience at all, since I am used to sharing quarters with my sister, Ella. But Ella is married now and resides with her husband in London. Do you know Gaydon Seaton? He goes by Lord Mersey. His grandfather is the Duke of Seaton." Draco nodded. "I know Gaydon. England's hero. Everyone knows of him. Do not tell me your sister is the society diamond who claimed his heart? It was quite the gossip at the time. She must be someone very special." "She is," Imogen said with noticeable fervour. "No one ever had a better sister. Do not believe any of the nasty lies written about her in the gossip rags. She is an angel, and never had a crossword for me or anyone else." Draco smiled, liking how good these sisters were to each other. Too bad he and his brothers had never formed any such attachment. He might have done with Raphael, but his brother had joined the army while fairly young, and Draco, being a mere boy at the time, had seen very little of him throughout the years.
"She is a lady in every way," Imogen continued, as though her sister's reputation needed defending.
As far as Draco was concerned, it did not. He never paid attention to gossip, since it was often distorted and maliciously spread. Always kind and protective of me. She is not only a beloved sister, but my best friend.
Imogen's eyes began to tear. She blamed it on the sun and turned away from him to stare at the manor house. "I miss her terribly, so it was nice to have your cousin's company. Deandra is a lovely girl, and I think we shall become good friends."
"I'm glad, Imogen."
He gave Parrot a last pat, and then strode into the house with her.
"Do you know where my uncle happens to be?"
"I expect we will find him in Uncle Cormac's library. My uncle and Phoebe are down on the beach with their boys and Deandra. Parrot and I were with them, but he began whining, so I assumed he was hungry and came up here to feed him. Then he got distracted by that stick he wanted me to toss for him and forgot about eating for the moment."
"Listen to him. He is whining again."
Draco chuckled.
"He is always hungry."
Despite her attempt to remain aloof with him, Imogen emitted a soft trill of laughter.
"I figured that out rather quickly. Tending to him is like tending to an infant."
"Not that I've had much practice, but I did help Ella with her newborn."
"You have the softest expression on your face. You must have enjoyed it."
"I did, even though her little boy had us up at all hours. Parrot did the same, always pleading for food and drink, tugging the sleeve of my nightgown to stir me out of my sleep. Then he wanted to run outside at the crack of dawn to chase birds and squirrels."
"Forgive me, Imogen," he said with a groan. "I thought he would protect you, not be an additional burden for you."
"No, not at all. He is delightful. I enjoy having him with me."
"He obviously enjoys being with you."
Draco cast her a tender smile.
"Where is your kitchen? I'll take him out back and feed him some scraps."
"Oh, Melrose will manage that." She turned to the butler, who had greeted them as they walked into the house. "Do you mind terribly, Melrose?"
"Not at all, Lady Imogen,"
the kindly butler said before summoning a footman to take over attending the front door, and then motioning for Parrot to follow him. The dog scampered after Melrose without a fuss,
since he sensed there would be delectable scraps for him once they reached their destination.
"Let's find your uncle," Imogen said, her smile dazzling. "You seem eager to speak to him. Did those horrible lords reveal anything useful? I know you intended to question them this morning."
Draco was about to give her a polite but dismissive answer, then thought better of it. Imogen was clever. She had been helpful in this investigation so far. "Walk out onto the terrace with me a moment. Can we talk in private there?"
She nodded. "Yes, follow me." She led him through the elegant parlour that was decorated in shades of summer. Lots of greens and floral fabrics tastefully interspersed throughout, and then took him through the open glass doors that led onto the terrace. They stood beside the balustrade that happened to be in partial shade at this hour, and stared at the magnificent view of the cove with its azure waters. The quaint village of Moonstone Landing was also visible in the distance. "What have you learned, Draco?" she gasped. "Forgive me, Lord Woodley."
"Draco," he corrected her. "I know I must endure being called Woodley by others, but not from you, Imogen. Draco will do, whenever we are not in polite company and required to be formal."
"Very well, Draco."
He stopped admiring the view and turned to her, liking the sound of his name on her lips. It was a stupid thing to think about right now, but Imogen was quietly overwhelming his senses. He was not used to feeling this way about anyone. That's what it was, a knot of feelings all wrapped in a tight ball he dared not unwind. He wanted to kiss Imogen and wanted to protect her, but he did not want to feel anything serious just yet.
Perhaps it was already too late. Blessed saints, he had only met her yesterday. When you and I spoke last night, I mentioned that I had not invited Driscoll or his friends to the masquerade ball. I checked my lists again first thing this morning, and they were most definitely not on them. However, Lord Hawes told me they had each received an invitation with a little note tucked inside that mentioned my brother, Nolan. The note said the invitation was in honour of his memory.
Of course, that makes sense. Her eyes rounded as though she had just realised something important. Draco, did you know that Nolan died while attending a house party at Lord Driscoll's country estate?
At Driscoll's?
He frowned.
How do you know this?
Deandra told me yesterday while we were talking. She may be young, but she is clever and misses nothing. Your brother died while out riding with Driscoll, and likely these same dissolute friends. Perhaps this is why they received forged invitations to your party.
Draco's heart slammed into his chest. No wonder they would not answer my questions. They must have realised the connection and were desperate to hide it from me. All they admitted was to being friends with my brother and receiving invitations from me to commemorate him. But his dying at Driscoll's house party puts an entirely new perspective on last night's murder.
I'm sure your uncle will confirm what Deandra told me. If he cannot, there ought to be newspaper accounts of your brother's death. Your uncle might have saved those articles. Shall we go ask him?
Draco held her back a moment. How did you know to ask this of Deandra?
I didn't. I merely got her chatting about her life and family, and anything else she found interesting. I knew to ask more questions the moment she mentioned Nolan. A tingle ran up my spine, something that stirred my instincts. When she mentioned your brother had died at Driscoll's house party, I knew there had to be a connection to Driscoll's death at your party. I haven't figured out what it is yet, but I was going to talk to you about it tonight when you joined us for supper. I'm glad you were here now.
He rubbed a hand across his nape. So am I. What else have you learned?
That is everything I am aware of so far, but I sense you know something more. Will you tell me?
There isn't much more to tell. Lord Hawes revealed that someone handed a note to one of my footmen and had him deliver it to Driscoll, who was still outdoors with all of them by the cliff walk. Driscoll laughed and tucked the note in his breast pocket, then went down to the old pirate caves to meet this person who had summoned him.
A note. Imogen inhaled lightly. Did you go through his pockets last night? Did you find it?
Your uncle was the one who searched Driscoll's body, but he found nothing.
Nothing at all. He is thorough about these things, she said, her disappointment apparent. Well, since he lost his arm in the war, he cannot do everything as efficiently as he would like. But the two dukes were with him. I'm sure they looked for secret pockets, a tuck inside a seam or along a hem. Is it possible Driscoll's friends took it?
They claim not to have taken it either.
Do you believe them? He nodded.
Yes, I think this is the only thing they were honest about. They were in a panic and just wanted to get away from the body as fast as possible. The killer must have taken it back after stabbing Driscoll. No note or other shred of paper was discovered on him.
Then you have to concentrate on your footman. Find out which one of them delivered the note to Driscoll. And you say Driscoll laughed when he read it, so the writer must have been someone familiar to him.
Someone he did not fear,
Draco muttered. She met his gaze. Let me know what the footman tells you. As an artist, I notice details. I was studying everyone last night, thinking to draw a few scenes of your party from memory. I may have noticed something about the killer or his costume. Well, it could be her costume. We don't know yet whether the villain is a man or a woman.
I will share anything else I find out, Imogen. I've learned my lesson about protecting a lady's delicate sensibilities."
She laughed as he cast her a wry smile. "We have no delicate sensibilities, Draco. It is a myth invented by men who are afraid of being outdone by the ladies of their acquaintance. Speaking of ladies, I wonder if Nolan had a sweetheart. Deandra did not mention it, but we can ask her when she returns from the beach. The luncheon bell will ring shortly. Besides, my devil cousins will start howling soon because they need their naps. The clocks inside their little bodies run better than any of my uncle's fancy clocks." In the meanwhile, they went in search of Draco's uncle, and found him in the library, just where Imogen expected he would be.
"Uncle Albert,"
Draco said as they entered the room that was filled with beautiful mahogany shelving, a massive desk in the centre, an array of tufted leather chairs, and a settee to accommodate anyone wishing to pass the day in here reading.
"I have some questions to ask you about Nolan."
His uncle set aside his book and straightened in his chair.
"What is it you wish to know, Woodley?"
Draco grimaced, for he much preferred to be addressed as Draco among family.
Woodley was his father or his brothers. Woodley was even his uncle, referred to as Lord Albert Woodley. But to be Earl and the Lord Woodley, well, that was not something Draco had grown used to, even after holding the title for almost a year. "Did Nolan have a sweetheart?"
His uncle scratched his head.
"Not that I am aware, but you are asking the wrong person. I never took interest in such matters, nor did I ever go about in his elite circles. Nor did Deandra or I see much of him, even when your father was dying and we were practically living at his townhouse in those final few months. Your father and I were very close as brothers. I think he found comfort in my visiting him every day. I often read to him. Deandra must have been bored throughout, but the dear girl never complained. She spoke to Nolan more than I did. He used to come around sometimes, especially when your father was close to taking his last breath."
He harumphed before continuing.
"He came around because he was eager to inherit the title. He did not show much care for your father. I'm sorry you and Raphael were not home at the time. You would have been kinder, genuinely caring for his comfort in his final days. Raphael was assigned to India at the time,"
Draco said, tamping down a surge of regret.
"He and Raphael had been keen to strike out on their own and make something of themselves, but in doing so, they let family matters slide. Now he had lost them all, and not been with any of them when they faced their last moments. News of our father's failing health must have taken months to reach Raphael. As it did you. We had no idea where to look for you. Had you been commissioned in the Royal Navy, there would have been a record of the ship under your command and its location. But you were on your own private missions, and no one could tell us anything."
"You were a privateer?" Imogen asked Draco, her gaze on him intent. He nodded.
"On special assignment. I am not at liberty to speak of my services."
Her eyes widened. "As an agent for the Crown?"
"Imogen, do not pry. My vessel was available to anyone who wished to pay my price,"
Draco said purposely, giving an evasive answer. "Anyone?" she gasped. "Even those who wished to hurt the Crown?"
"No, Imogen,"
he said with all sincerity.
"I am no traitor to England. Even privateers operate by a code of honour. England is my home. I would do everything to protect her, never harm her. Were England ever in danger, I would offer my services, no fee required."
"I am relieved to hear this." She arched a soft eyebrow. "So, you really are a pirate after all."
"Privateer?"
"Pirate," she insisted, her eyes aglow with humour.
Lord, this girl made him smile. "Yes, Butterfly, have it your way. My ship is called the Athena. She is a trim 3-masted bark, not rated because she does not have sufficient cannons, nor is she a fleet ship. But she can outrun any naval vessel built anywhere in the world, and has taken down many enemy ships.
And you are her captain?
He nodded. Well, I was. Things have changed now that I have inherited the earldom. I've entrusted the Athena to my second-in-command, a reliable friend with considerable sailing experience. Battle experience as well. His name is James Archer. I would not trust her to anyone else.
His uncle beamed with pride.
Good thing someone in the family knew how to turn a profit. Thanks to you, Woodley, the family coffers are sound.
Draco turned once more to Imogen.
As a privateer, anything I recovered from enemy ships was mine to keep, unless I happened to be sailing under contract to a particular country. Then they were entitled to a negotiated-upon share.
And if they did not negotiate a share for themselves?
Well, that rarely happened. It would all be mine in that circumstance. Mine was always the lion's share under any contract, a portion of which was then allocated to my crew. It works much the same in the Royal Navy, only a captain's share is quite a bit less than what I earned while working as a privateer. Not that I need to work at this point. My fortune is made many times over. However, if England ever requested my service, I would answer the call. I still own the Athena and can take over the helm at any time.
She cast him a delicate smile. So you are an earl, a bachelor, loyal to England and quite wealthy. You grow more appealing by the minute. Your wealth was obvious, since you did a magnificent job restoring Woodley Lodge. He arched an eyebrow and grinned.
Perhaps the expense put me deeply into debt, and my earldom is teetering on the verge of ruin.
Imogen shook her head. No, not you. You are too arrogant and very much need to be in control of everything you touch. You would not have embarked on the restoration unless you knew it was something you could easily afford. I cannot remember what Woodley Lodge was called before you took it over.
Peacock Hall,
Draco said. Imogen clapped her hands. Oh yes, that was it. I wish you had kept the name. I shall dress as a peacock at your next masquerade ball. He tweaked her chin.
I can assure you, I shall never hold another such affair again. No costumes, no torn crowd, no mad crush. Never. Ever.
They said no more as Berness, his wife and children, and Deandra returned from the beach. Berness's boys were howling like wolves and sounded like a herd of elephants on the stairs. Imogen's eyes lit up once again. Those imps are so little, they could blow away like feathers in the breeze, but one would think they were mammoth beasts the way they stomp up and down those steps. Draco laughed.
I think I hear Deandra with them.
Imogen scurried into the hall to summon her. Your cousin is here and has questions for you, she said, dragging Deandra into the library and shutting the door behind them. Tell your cousin what you told me about Nolan and where he died. Deandra faithfully repeated her story. Draco listened with interest.
Deandra, do you know if Nolan was courting anyone? Or if his name was attached to anyone in particular shortly before he died?
Do you mean Lady Trowick? It was in all the gossip rags, but veiled hints mostly. You know how those scandal sheets do it, merely referring to the misbehaving parties by their initials. She was married and having a wildly passionate affair with Nolan. Lord Trowick was livid about it. You see, he had not yet sired heirs, and must have been worried that any children she would bear him would resemble Nolan. Your brother was quite handsome after all, even if he was worthless in every other way. But I think you are handsomer, Draco. He gave a shrug to acknowledge the compliment.
What did his looks have to do with anything? Thank you, Deandra, he said. What happened to Lady Trowick after Nolan's death? Did Lord Trowick take her back?
I don't know. Deandra sighed. I think she truly loved your brother. Not that I ever found anything remotely appealing about him. He was going to be dead before 30 at the rate he was destroying himself. That he died at Lord Driscoll's party should not be all that significant. He was bound to die somewhere soon. If the excessive drinking did not do it, then his opium-eating habit would have done him in, not to mention the gambling debts he ran up in those copper hells. The men who run those gaming establishments are not the sort anyone should ever cross.
Draco stared in amazement at Deandra. "How old are you?"
She sighed. "You know I am 16.
"Which made you barely 15 when Nolan died," Draco muttered. "How do you know about opium and copper hells?"
"I read all the gossip rags. Besides, my friends have older siblings who tell them things. Well, they are not always aware their little sisters are listening in. But we hear things. Lady Trowick, it is said, went mad with grief after Nolan died. She was at Driscoll's house party with Nolan at the time. I do not know what has happened to her since, but it cannot be too difficult to ask around London. Perhaps some of Imogen's connections will know more." She turned to Imogen. "Your Aunt Phoebe's sisters are Duchess Henley and Viscountess Chloe. Maybe they heard something while in London. Even Phoebe might know something, since she and the Marquess of Bernese must spend some time there whenever Parliament is in session." Imogen pursed her lips. "I live in London most of the year, and should have been the one most likely to hear gossip about Lady Trowick. Of course, I was so distracted by the flurry of hateful rumours spread about Ella at the time. I probably missed everything else. Also, I am not out in society yet, so I was not privy to all that was whispered at parties. I could write to my sister and mother to ask them what they know." She turned to Draco. "Would you allow me to do this, and have them ask their friends too?"
"All right, but only ask them to tell you what they already know. Do not have them query their friends unless you trust their ability to be discreet."
"They can be, especially Ella. She is very clever and can turn a conversation to get her answers without anyone realizing she is asking questions. I'll write to her. Better leave my mother out of it."
"As you think best,"
he said, giving a nod of approval.
"In no event is your sister to approach Lord Trowick or his wife. Those two cannot know they are suspects."
"If Lady Trowick went mad with grief upon Nolan's death, who knows if she ever came out of it?" Deandra mused. "That is terribly sad."
"Do not turn her affair with Nolan into a romantic tragedy,"
Draco warned his cousin.
"She humiliated her husband, made a fool and a cuckold of him. Her actions were brainless and indiscreet. She might have blamed Driscoll all this time, and finally decided to seek her revenge. I don't see what interest Lord Trowick would have in killing Driscoll. He must have wanted my brother dead for stealing his wife and would have been dancing a jig when it occurred. Why would he hatch plans to murder Nolan's friend over something that served to his benefit?"
"Unless Nolan's death was not an accident, and Driscoll saw what really happened that day," Imogen said. "What if Lord Trowick had been there and somehow tampered with Nolan's saddle, or done something to knock Nolan off his horse at breakneck speed? A branch released to strike Nolan in the face, a rope stretched across the ground to trip his horse. Driscoll might have spotted Lord Trowick setting up a dirty trick and been blackmailing him ever since."
Draco folded his arms over his chest. "So, Trowick now hatches a plan to attend my party and kill Driscoll?"
Imogen nodded. Why not seize the opportunity? It was a costume ball. No one would know he was even there. All he had to do was steal someone's invitation to use for himself and send some fakes off to Driscoll and his crowd. Since we were all in masks, who was to know he was trespassing? Nor would he stay around for the unmasking. You are Nolan's brother. What better way for Lord Trowick to exact revenge than kill his blackmailer and leave his body on the Woodley grounds?
Draco liked the lively way Imogen's mind worked.
So, you have convicted Trewick?
All I am saying is that he is a suspect worth pursuing. I would put him at the top of my list, frankly. A gaming hell owner would not bother with anything so elaborate when he can send one of his men off to gut Driscoll on some foggy London street and toss his body into the murky Thames. You don't seem to be suspicious of Driscoll's friends either. Why is that? They were at the top of my list of suspects until we came up with Lord Trewick just now. Draco shook his head.
These men are followers, not leaders. They have not had an independent thought in all their lives. I am not crossing them off my list yet either, but I am ranking them low. They are too caught up in their own miserable lives to care about Driscoll beyond the drinks and opium he supplied them. Sorry, it is a very sordid side of life and not appropriate for gentle ears.
You are doing it again, Imogen said with a chiding frown. Don't hide these truths from us. We do not wish to go through life ignorant. Deandra nodded. Thank you, Imogen. I heartily agree. And I think it was quite splendid of you and your sister to visit the military hospitals and care for our wounded soldiers while you were in London. And England's hero, Caden Seaton, was courting her. I read about your good deeds in the daily newspaper accounts. Of course, the gossip rags tried to turn your kindness and compassion into something sordid. Imogen nodded. They were quite cruel to Ella at times. She did not deserve any of their malice. The truth ultimately won out, Deandra said. Your aunt mentioned that you also volunteer your time at Moonstone Landing's Army Hospital. Yes, Ella and I have done so ever since it opened. It isn't something we played at just because reporters followed us around. I never doubted your sincerity, Deandra assured her. Just the other day, I walked through the village and stopped in at several shops. Every time I mentioned I was new to the area, that shopkeeper or a customer would comment about you and tell me how wonderful you are and suggest I get to know you. Everyone adores you. Imogen blushed. They have always been kind to me and Ella.
Draco expected it was more that Imogen and her sister always showed genuine kindness to the local villagers.
Would I be permitted to join you on your hospital visits? Deandra asked. I would love to do something useful.
We'll speak about it another time,
Draco said,
now curious to find out all he could about Imogen. He already knew she was beautiful, clever, and now had confirmation she was compassionate. Well, he hadn't needed confirmation, since her compassion was also obvious in her treatment of Parrot. She also told him she was an artist. He was eager to see her work. As the luncheon bell rang and everyone straggled into the dining room, Draco held Imogen back a moment. Would you show me your drawings before I leave?
Yes, of course. How about right after we finish our meal?
He shook his head. I can't stay. I have to get back to Woodley Lodge and question my footman. Would you mind showing me some of your sketches right now? She ran upstairs and returned with a folio in hand.
Here, a few of these were done this morning.
They were drawings of Parrot romping on the beach, another of Deandra building a sandcastle with Imogen's young cousins, and one of Draco's uncle reading in the library. He drew in a breath. Imogen, these are spectacular.
Thank you.
When she blushed again, Draco realized just how modest she was about her abilities. Really, you are incredibly talented. His heart swelled with pride for her. Not that he had any claim or even knew her at all, but it did explain why he was so fascinated by her. She took the sketches back with a heartfelt smile.
Let me know if there are any you would like.
I will.
He leaned over and kissed her cheek. Once again, inappropriate behavior, but he did not care.
He could not get enough of this girl. Again, terrible timing. He had a mission to complete, a dangerous one, and he could not have Imogen anywhere near him as it got underway. Perhaps it was already underway, because despite
Trowick and Driscoll's friends being obvious suspects, there was another possibility having to do with his mission, although Draco thought it was most unlikely. Still, the possibility could not be dismissed. Imogen had pointed out that Driscoll may have been mistaken for him, that the wrong man in a pirate costume had been killed. When the assailant realized his mistake, as he was bound to do eventually, then he would come after Draco to rectify it. Could his death have been ordered by one of the rebels he was attempting to bring down on charges of treason?
"I'll see you tonight," Imogen said, bringing him out of his thoughts. "You won't forget your invitation to dine with us?"
"I won't forget, Butterfly. I'll see you tonight,"
he said, and strode away.
He intended to question his footman immediately upon his return to Woodley Lodge. But he would also hunt around the pirate caves again, on the chance some clues had been overlooked last night and this morning. Had his rebel contact arrived early? Had this traitor somehow realized he was no longer an active smuggler but enlisted to assist agents of the Crown? What would have given him away, or who could have given him away? He had gained a reputation as a privateer and a reliable smuggler. No one but fleet admirals and the top echelons of the Home Office knew he had retired from his old profession and was now on secret assignment on behalf of the Crown. That information would remain classified until his mission was completed. Had someone within the government ranks turned traitor and told these rebels about him?
He shook his head.
It was not impossible. Still, it seemed far-fetched. Only a handful of men knew of this secret operation, and all held the highest levels of trust. Besides, if those rebels were coming for him, they wouldn't touch him until money had exchanged hands and the goods were secured for delivery. They needed weapons. Only after receiving them would they shoot him. In any event, none of these plans had been firmed yet. Those rebel supplies were to be delivered by an acquaintance of his, an Irish gunrunner by the name of Sean McTavish, who plied his trade mostly along the Irish Sea. These sorts of smugglers were fish out of water when having to operate on dry land, especially if venturing onto English soil. Trying to blend in and not draw attention to themselves in Moonstone Landing was impossible, since they would be spotted as outsiders immediately. Draco doubted McTavish himself had killed Driscoll, whether intentionally or by mistake. Besides, where was his ship? Draco frowned. This murder was growing more complicated. Who was meant to die last night? Him or Driscoll?
Chapter 5. Imogen was glad Draco had been emphatic about his loyalty to England, because his being a ruthless pirate would have been the nail in the coffin for them otherwise. She would never allow herself to fall in love with someone who could betray the Crown. But she had seen the truth in his eyes. Indeed, the eyes never lied. His were the most beautiful she had ever seen. Deandra burst into the bedchamber they were now sharing, a big smile on her face. It was shortly before supper, and they would be called down soon. "Draco's back, Imogen. He is very handsome, don't you think? And he likes you, I can tell. He turns soft whenever he sees you." Imogen laughed. "Deandra, do not push me at your cousin. He does not strike me as being shy, and he is most definitely not soft. If he is interested in me, he will let me know." "No, he won't. He's funny that way. Well, not really funny, but exceptionally cautious. Women are always chasing after him, and he will never make a move until he is completely certain he can trust you." Deandra rolled her eyes. "That could take forever. He needs to be nudged." Imogen had been relaxing on her bed with sketchbook in hand, absently drawing Draco at various angles from memory. Most people had a weak side, but he did not. No matter which side of him she drew, he was handsome. Solid jaw, deep-set eyes, beautiful mouth, a sleek nose with one slight bump where it must have once been broken. She dared not draw his body because she would never hear the end of giggles out of Deandra. Also, Uncle Cormac would ban Draco from Westgate Hall forever if he saw how closely detailed she had memorized his muscled form. So she kept her work safe. Not a single sketch of Draco's body. She drew her impish cousins and Deandra's smiling face, and Parrot in all his big-pawed awkwardness. She gathered up several books containing her sketches, and the two of them hurried downstairs. Go on into the parlour, Deandra. I'm just going to drop these in Uncle Cormac's study for now. I'll be along in a moment. All right. Deandra skipped off. Imogen ran into the study and immediately bumped into Draco standing just inside the door.
Whoa,
he said with a gentle laugh, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her close to keep her from falling.
Where are you headed at full tilt, Butterfly?
She smiled up at him, in no hurry to step out of the arms that now enfolded her. I brought down some more of my work and thought to leave it here until after supper. What are you doing in my uncle's study?
Your uncle sent me in here,
he said with a shrug.
I expect he wants to hear news about the investigation.
Imogen's eyes widened. I would love to hear it too. Draco nodded.
Perhaps after I speak to your uncle.
She frowned. Why would he not include the ladies? It really is not fair. Aunt Phoebe is very smart.
So are you,
he said most emphatically. Oh, she smiled, not expecting the compliment. Thank you. He cast her one of his rakish grins that simply melted her insides.
I'm not sure why he wishes to see me alone first. Perhaps it is about concerns over your safety. Men can speak more freely to each other when there are no ladies present.
Oh, you mean include curse words in your conversation? He arched an eyebrow.
Yes, among other things. You are aware by now that Driscoll and his friends are slime. They were ogling you all night, and your uncle has to be concerned about what they were thinking, or if they might try something again.
But they must have all fled Moonstone Landing by now. Did you not release them after questioning them?
I did, but that was mere hours ago, and there's nothing to stop them from returning.
Her eyes rounded in dismay. Do you think they would?
No, but the possibility has to be foremost on your uncle's mind. He'll have questions for me, most of them not appropriate for your innocent ears. He knows I was also worried about your safety, since I gave you Parrot for protection during yesterday's party.
Ah, my valiant guard dog. She could not contain her giggle. Frolicking on the beach and then fetching the sticks I tossed him has completely worn him out. He curled up beside my bed right after Melrose fed him. In fact, I think he is still asleep. Draco smiled again, one arm still protectively around her waist as he took the books from her hands and tucked them under his free arm.
He will do his job, I promise you. You look beautiful, by the way.
Heat shot into her cheeks. You needn't flatter me. She had worn a simple sundress while on the beach earlier, but now had on a more formal gown, a blue muslin with a pretty lace collar and a bit of silk trim. The gown was quite finely made, since her mother only took her to the best modistes, but it would hardly be considered sophisticated by London standards. Draco tweaked her chin.
You are terrible at accepting compliments. I'm surprised. You ought to be used to men falling at your feet.
That is nonsense. I had never experienced a kiss until you kissed me last night. He sighed and released her.
Do not remind me, Imogen. I am never going to forget that kiss.
Yes, you were quite clear about what a mistake it was. He growled softly.
It wasn't a mistake. It was perfect and unforgettable.
Her eyes widened and she let out a soft breath, for he spoke as though he'd liked it very much. Truly?
Yes.
He placed a hand over his heart.
You are no ordinary young lady, and I find you far too tempting. The problem is I should not have started something I have no intention of pursuing.
I should have known that even one kiss with you would be dangerous.
Dangerous for me? She crossed the study with him as he placed her books of sketches atop her uncle's desk, and then turned back to her.
No, for me,
he said, his gaze quite hot upon her.
It was an incredible kiss.
She laughed, but was utterly confused.
Are you flirting with me, Draco? Pirates don't flirt.
He folded his arms over his chest, inadvertently drawing attention to his powerful muscles and finely sculpted torso.
They take what they want.
She blushed again. And what do you want?
Nothing suitable for your delicate ears, Butterfly. Perhaps I shall tell you at a later date, once you are in your debut season.
Why not now?
Because I dare not say anything more to you.
She nodded. For fear I will expect a marriage proposal. Honestly, Draco, it was a wonderful kiss, but it was just a kiss. And you were very clear about not wanting anything more. Can we not leave it at that? His expression was surprisingly pained.
Yes, we ought to leave it at that.
Yes, we ought. You kissed me, and then you could not leave me fast enough. Message received. You needn't make more of it than it needs to be. He caught her hand as she started to turn away.
Imogen, that is not the message I was trying to send you.
Well, that is the message I received. Care to clarify? He raked a hand through the beautiful waves of his dark hair.
I need time, that's all.
Fine. Take all the time you need. But if you ever kiss me again, as you did last night, it had better be because you love me and wish to marry me. You cannot trifle with me, Draco. I feel things too deeply and will be terribly hurt. Agreed?
Agreed, Butterfly. I wouldn't hurt you for the world.
He caressed her cheek and then paused a moment before grinning wickedly.
Not another improper kiss until I am ready to claim you as mine. Try not to fall in love with me before then.
She gave him a playful shove, which hardly budged him because he was built too solidly. Oh, I'm sure I shall manage that quite easily, she said with a roll of her eyes. Honestly, Draco, if your head were any larger, it would not fit through the door. Must you always be so full of yourself? She tipped her chin up and gave an unladylike snort as she left the study and started down the hall. Men are such fools. She left him grinning at her while she marched into the parlour, where her aunt, Deandra, and Albert were seated. Her uncle must have entered the study soon after her departure, for she heard male voices in the hall and then the study door closing behind them. Knowing she would never be able to hear what they were talking about while that door was closed, she took a seat beside Deandra on the sofa and resigned herself to waiting. Deandra immediately scooted closer and took her hand. "Did my cousin say anything to you, Imogen?" She shook her head. "No, he'll report to us about the investigation later, after he and my uncle have conferred." "Oh, that too. But I wondered if he had said, you know, something special to you? Told you how lovely you were?" Imogen blushed. "Don't be silly, Deandra. Why ever would he?" "Because he would not give Parrot to just anyone," Deandra insisted. "He gave him to you at the party, and has yet to take him back." "For my protection, that is all." "Yes, exactly my point. Isn't it wonderful how apishly protective he is of you?" Imogen was relieved when they were called to the dining room. Since her uncle would not allow discussion of the investigation over supper, Imogen was forced to wait until they had finished their meal to begin asking questions. What utter agony! She could not recall what they had been served, only that the courses kept coming out one after the other in an endless stream. "Uncle Cormac, we shall all explode if you order another course brought out." She had taken a spoonful of onion soup, nibbled on a fish pie, and pushed around some peas and potatoes on her plate. "Patience, Imogen," he said with a parental look of admonishment.
How could she be patient with an unsolved murder hanging over their heads?
Finally, they all retired to the parlour, where tea was served for the ladies, and her uncle poured the gentleman his best port wine. Imogen was glad he did not stand on formality and insist the men remain seated around the dining table with their drinks. She would have expired from impatience. Draco was studying her again, as he had done throughout the meal, his gaze as cool as ice and sharply assessing. He had the ability to pierce through her layers and make her tingle. She was glad to have met him, and at the same time wished they had never met, because he was too much for her to handle. She was too inexperienced for someone like him. He knew about life, the elegant and the seedier parts, and had seen so much of the world while sailing the high seas. Making her society debut would not magically turn her into a sophisticated debutante or gain her any worldly allure. But it was something. Right now, she was little more than an ignorant goose. "What have you learned about last night's murder?" she asked, fairly breathless in anticipation of Draco's answer. He sipped his port, in no hurry to end her gruelling wait, and then ambled to her side. His hand casually rested on the back of the sofa where she and Deandra sat as he began his response. "As I mentioned to Lord Berners earlier this evening, the footman came forward and identified a man in a wizard costume as the one who handed him the note." A wizard? Imogen racked her brain to recall the wizard she had seen last night. Yes. He was also certain the man had asked him to deliver the note to Lord Driscoll. So, this rules out any mix-up regarding the intended victim. Driscoll was always the target. Imogen breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad. I mean, not that he's dead, but that you were not the one in danger." "So am I." He cast her a wry grin. Despite the icy reserve she always saw in his eyes, he still had a way of making her body tingle and turn warm whenever he looked at her. She found his ability to do this most disconcerting. "Lord Woodley, Gad, I hate that title. Call me Draco. We're among friends here. Vanessa, any objections?" Her uncle glanced at Aunt Phoebe, who gave an imperceptible nod, then shook his head. "No objections." Imogen sighed. "Fine, Draco. Now that we are certain of the intended victim, we can concentrate on the relevant clues. Driscoll's friends ought to be questioned further, but they have all scampered to London by now. How will you get them back?" "Well, they cannot be more than a few hours ahead of you. They'll probably stop overnight at an inn and drink themselves into a stupor, so it should not take you very long to catch up to them." "I am not bringing them back here," Draco said with surprising insistence. "I've discussed this very matter with your uncle." "That's right," her uncle muttered. "We don't want them anywhere near you. In fact, there's no need for them ever to set foot in Moonstone Landing again." Imogen felt confused. "There isn't?" Draco was the one to answer her. "No. I'll send word to my London contacts and have those lords investigated there. Major Brennan and his men will also keep an eye out for them and alert me should they be foolish enough to return. I have not struck any of them off my list of suspects, but we are better served by not holding them here. They're prominent families, despite detesting them. We'll never permit them to be locked up, and we don't want them freely walking around the village for your own safety and that of the other young ladies." Imogen nodded. "Draco, are you looking at one of them in particular as the culprit?" "I believe that it is an all-or-nothing proposition with these men. Either all of them are involved in Driscoll's murder or none of them are. They are weak-willed toadies who do not act independently of each other. Who knows what Driscoll was doing? He might even have been blackmailing his friends."
"And they'd finally had enough?" Deandra gasped. "How cold of them to plunge a knife into his chest and leave him on the rocks to drown."
Draco finished his port and set the glass on a small table beside Imogen before responding to Deandra's comment. Personally, I do not think they did it. As I said, they are all wastrels, and must have been easy marks for Driscoll to abuse. I'm sure they all have plenty to hide, but they are weak men, and too dependent on him to ever rebel. Still, Constable Angel and I will send whatever information gathered here to the London magistrate.
And his constables will take over the investigation? Imogen asked.
Partly, yes. But the murder occurred on my property, so I must insist on keeping a hand in it. Also, Malcolm Angel, as Moonstone Landing's chief constable, and Berness here as its magistrate, have seniority in this investigation. Anything the London magistrate discovers would be reported back to us. Unfortunately, as it is a crime that occurred outside of their jurisdiction, they might give it a low priority.
Imogen stared at Draco in dismay. Then we might never find out who killed him.
We will, Imogen. I am not letting the matter drop. Driscoll, as worthless a specimen as he was, still came from a well-to-do family. The London investigators may be slow to get on the task, but they will not dismiss our request for assistance.
Imogen pursed her lips. However, this crime may not be given the urgency it deserves.
That is a risk. I know of an excellent Bow Street man that I will also put on the task. He and his team of runners will dig up every dirty secret to be found on Driscoll and his friends. He'll check with their bankers for any deposits that cannot be properly accounted for, follow them around, ask about bad blood possibly existing between them, or any disputes with others. If there is a hint of blackmail or other sordid activities going on, these runners will sniff it out.
What about the Trowicks? Imogen asked.
I haven't forgotten them either. I'll have my Bow Street man look into them too.
Phoebe glanced at her husband, then turned to Draco.
Who is this investigator you plan to use?
We know of an excellent man. His name is Homer Barrow. Draco chuckled.
One and the same. He is the one I had in mind.
Imogen breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone spoke highly of Mr. Barrow, so she hoped he would be able to get to the bottom of this mystery and identify the killer. But her mind was also still racing about the wizard she had seen last night. The wizard who had handed Draco's footman the note was not one of Driscoll's friends, because none of them had worn that costume. Perhaps she would make some sketches from memory for the footman to identify. She offered, and Draco seemed pleased by the idea.
Yes, that would be very helpful. Do you think you might have a few drawn for me by noon tomorrow? Or is it too much to ask? I'm afraid I have no artistic inclinations and have no idea how long it would take you.
He sounded quite sincere and not at all condescending or dismissive. I'll start on them tonight and finish them in the morning. They won't be masterpieces, mind you, but you might notice something in them. I counted 5 wizards at your party. I think that was all of them. But it is very hard to be sure because there were so many people there. I suppose an unmarried earl is going to be quite popular and always draw a large crowd to any party he hosts. Deandra groaned. My goodness, I hated that party. I'm so sorry I botched it so badly, Draco. He shook his head.
No, it was my fault entirely.
I'm sure it was mine, Deandra insisted and turned to Imogen. You see, Draco left the planning to me and my father, but we had never planned a party of this importance before. So we turned to one of my father's widowed cousins, Lady Claudia Needham, who married a baron and seemed to know about such things. She is quite prominent in society and presently holding court in Bath.
She takes the waters there, Albert explained.
Deandra nodded. Before we knew what was happening, she had turned a simple welcome reception into an extravagant costume ball and sent invitations to every noble family within a day's ride of Cornwall.
Oh, and well beyond a day's ride, Deandra, her father said. We had well-heeled guests from as far as London, many from Bath and Exeter as well.
If they had unmarried daughters, she invited them, in the hope they would be introduced to our Draco.
Deandra winced and then continued. It was not what we intended at all. By the time we realized what she had done, it was too late to stop her. We were left scrambling to stock enough food and spirits and hire a full orchestra and extra staff, especially bakers, to prepare desserts for our Viennese table. I was certain Draco would disown me and my father, but he has been an angel about this disaster and does not blame us at all. Not even after the added disaster of a murder.
Driscoll's death was in no way your fault.
Draco cast his cousin a reassuring nod.
Nor was the matter of the party. The blame is mine entirely. I shoved the duty onto you when I should have attended to it myself. I meant to have a quiet affair, to introduce myself to my neighbours and the Moonstone Landing village leaders. An afternoon tea, in a relaxed atmosphere, enjoyable for us all. But my cousin, Lady Claudia, Albert intoned, decided it was to be the party of the summer. Never mind that it was to be held in the wilds of Cornwall, and never mind that she had no intention of travelling here to attend.
Deandra cast Draco another look of dismay. I will never enlist her in anything again. What she did was awful, and she knew it. To Imogen's surprise, Draco truly appeared to feel no anger toward anyone in his family, not even the high and mighty Lady Claudia. She meant to show me off to the finest families, hoping I would impress everyone by holding this lavish affair, and make an advantageous match for myself. A sudden thought crossed Imogen's mind, and she turned to Draco in dismay. Does this mean you will now return to London?
And go about in society?
He laughed and shook his head.
No, I intend to remain right here. Making an impact on that aimless lot has never been my dream. Besides, if I return now, I shall be accosted by every scheming mother and unmarried daughter. I am in no rush to fall into their anxious hands. The last thing I wish to do is be caught in the parson's mousetrap.
But you should consider marriage, Deandra said in all solemnity. The Woodley earldom is hanging by a slender thread. If it snaps, meaning something happens to you, we are all doomed. You ought to marry right away and start siring sons. Don't you think so, Imogen? Oh, I doubt your cousin is interested in my opinion. But he should be, Deandra insisted. You would make him a perfect wife. Don't you think so, Lady Burness? Is it not obvious to everyone? Imogen had taken a sip of her tea and was now choking on it.
Good grief,
Draco muttered. Since he was closest to her, he immediately knelt beside her to take the cup from her hands, and then grabbed a table linen to wipe the droplets of tea dribbling onto her chin.
Deandra, the ridiculous things you blurt. How did the topic turn to this? We were talking about a murder investigation.
And all the while you were looking at Imogen.
Deandra smiled at both of them, quite embarrassed, not only for her coughing fit, but for Deandra's obvious hint that Draco should marry her. Imogen leaped to her feet. "Excuse me." Since Draco had been kneeling beside her, she inadvertently knocked him over as she tore out onto the terrace. Night had fallen, and the air was cool and pleasant. Imogen put her hands to her cheeks because they were in flames, and so was much of her body. She needed to calm down. Did Draco believe she was another of those scheming debutantes who wished to marry him? Well, she had given him that ridiculous ultimatum about never kissing her again unless he wished to marry her. What else was he to think? How humiliating. She closed her eyes as a shudder rippled through her. As much as she wanted to dismiss him, she could not. What could be nicer than to be his wife and have the right to fall asleep in his arms each night? It was an impossible dream, of course. Besides, she did not know this man at all. Heavens, what a thought! It was dark outside, nothing but moonlight and a sky full of twinkling stars.
She took a deep breath and inhaled the familiar scent of the sea, but it did little to calm her. Someone came up behind her as she fixed her gaze on the water and the moon shining over it. "I am not going back inside until he leaves, Uncle Cormac."
"Sorry, Butterfly. I am not your uncle. Until who leaves? You cannot possibly mean me."
Draco's voice was laden with humour, since he knew this was exactly to whom she referred. She turned to frown at him. "Who allowed you to follow me out? Certainly not my uncle. He will eat you alive if he finds you with me."
"Everyone is watching us from the parlour. No one is going to eat me alive. I'm sorry if Deandra embarrassed you. She adores you, and has apparently decided that I must adore you too."
"Do not feel obligated. I know I am nothing more than a little goose to you. Innocent, inexperienced, not even had my come out yet."
"First of all, you are my butterfly, and not a goose. You're extremely clever, and I admire all your ideas. You're also refreshingly honest and compassionate, although a bit too sensitive if you wish for my opinion."
She nodded. "It is the artist in me. I cannot help feeling everything." He rested his elbows on the balustrade as he joined her in looking out over the water. Not that there was much to see of it beyond the moon's crystal reflection upon the waves.
"Ah, yes. Your feelings do seem to rule you."
"Not always. I use my brain from time to time. See, you do think I am a goose."
"I assure you I do not."
He sighed.
"You are taking offence again where none is meant. I happen to think you are one of the loveliest and cleverest people I have ever met. I find you surprisingly endearing, if you must know. Will you draw those wizards for me? I think you have been extremely helpful in this investigation, and I fully intend to discuss all clues with you."
"You do?"
"Yes, Imogen,"
he said, his voice deep and soft. "Thank you." He took light hold of her elbow.
"Come back inside and join the rest of us as we finish the conversation. Ignore Deandra's matchmaking fantasies. She means well, but I will have a word with her later and tell her to stop. I am not ready to marry, as you well know. I do not want her pushing ladies at me, most of all you. She has to be made to realize it."
"I will talk to her. We are sharing a bedchamber and we'll chatter well into the night. Go back inside, Draco. I'll be along in a moment." She needed a little more time to steady herself after his words. "Most of all, you." Yes, now that he had kissed her, he did not want to be bothered with her. Oh, he had assured her that he was not dismissing her now that he had satisfied his curiosity with the one kiss. He also said he valued her opinions on this investigation. But was he merely saying those things to let her down gently? The truth of his feelings came out in unguarded moments. He wanted no commitments. Most of all, not with her.
"Butterfly,"
he said with an ache to his voice.
"What has you still overset?"
"Artistic temperament, that is all. Please go away and leave me alone." Instead, he wrapped his hand around hers.
"No."
"My uncle is going to come at you with a battle-axe if he realizes you have taken hold of my hand." But his touch was delightfully warm and enveloping, conveying not only strength but confidence and protective assurance.
"I'll risk it. Pirates are daring that way. I am not going to leave you while you are obviously distressed."
"Why? What do you think I will do?" She frowned at him. "I assure you, I am not some dotty peahen who will wither away and live with cats into her dotage, because the only man she has ever kissed will not have her."
"Good grief, Imogen."
"Please go away. I shall be fine once you do. You really ought to leave, because I need to start on those sketches, assuming you truly want them, and are not just pretending in order to make me feel useful or to keep me distracted and out of your hair."
"I want them."
he said with surprising insistence. "Draw every detail you can remember of each wizard, his size, weight, curve of his mouth, rings on his fingers, any jewellery on him, any distinguishing marks or facial features, moles, discolorations, anything prominent that jumped out at you."
"Got it." He sighed again.
"I'm sorry I have made you angry. I'm not sure what I have done, but I'll leave you now and come by tomorrow, shortly before noon."
She said nothing until he reached the parlour doors. "Draco," she called out, "be careful riding home. The paths are very dark at night." He smiled at her, his handsome face appearing even handsomer in the glow of the parlour lights.
"Will do, Butterfly. I am always careful."
Imogen did not return to the parlour until Draco had bidden everyone farewell and left for Woodley Lodge. Perhaps she ought to have insisted he take Parrot with him, since they now knew Driscoll had been the intended victim and the killer was not likely to return. Nor had any of Driscoll's dissolute friends remained in Moonstone Landing to bother her. They had all run back to London like scared rabbits. Just thinking of those leering louts sent a shiver through her. Well, she would offer to give Parrot back to Draco tomorrow. Deandra and her father could return too, since the house and grounds would have been thoroughly searched for clues by then. There was no reason for them to stay on at Westgate Hall, once the constable and his men had finished investigating the area of the crime. Phoebe was the only one left in the parlour when she walked back inside. "Imogen, are you all right?" She nodded. "Why did you run off like that? Because Deandra was trying to match you with Lord Woodley?" She nodded again. "Yes, that, and the fact he made it painfully clear to everyone that he does not want me." Phoebe surprised her by laughing. "You think he does not want you?" "He said so quite plainly. Did you not hear him? He told Deandra to stop pushing ladies at him. He repeated as much when he and I were alone on the terrace, making clear he wanted no one special in his life, most of all me." "Most of all me? Am I that horrible? I cannot figure him out. One moment I think he likes me, oh, not in an amorous way, but as a woman to admire. Then he says that low thing about my being the last woman he would ever want." "Imogen, dear." Phoebe wrapped an arm around her and laughed lightly. "You have misinterpreted his words. You are most important to push away because he is most attracted to you. He could not stop looking at you all evening. The man was practically devouring you with those gorgeous silver eyes of his. Yes, even happily married ladies like myself notice such things. Do you know how many times I had to grab hold of your uncle's hand to keep him from leaping across the table and stabbing his fork into Lord Woodley?" Imogen shook her head and laughed. "Seriously? I can imagine Uncle Cormac doing just such a thing. He has always been so protective of Ella and me. Although he has hardly one to be incensed when he was one of the worst hounds ever to prowl around London. He was completely wicked until he met you. Even once he had reformed, he would kiss you every chance he got, and did not care who saw him do it." Phoebe laughed again. "Oh, he was irresistibly wicked. But he loved me and was determined to marry me. That made all the difference. I felt his love. I knew he wanted me by his side forever." Imogen had to agree. Her uncle had fallen in love with Phoebe at first sight, and would have died to protect her from that very moment on. The looks he shot Phoebe always held promise that he would be faithful to her, that he would love and cherish her to his dying day, and that he would always be a good husband to her. But this was not how Draco looked at her, Imogen mused. Perhaps she had misunderstood, and he did like her, but it was nothing to the depths of what Uncle Cormac and Phoebe shared. "I owe him some drawings. I had better get started on them. Thank you, Aunt Phoebe." "Feel better now?" Imogen nodded.
Yes, very much. I love you. Oh, Imogen, I love you too. Phoebe gave her a kiss on the cheek, and they walked upstairs arm in arm. Uncle Cormac was waiting for them on the landing.
Everything all right?
Phoebe nodded. Yes, my love, all is perfect. He arched an eyebrow and awaited a word from Imogen. Yes, Uncle Cormac, all is well. Draco has not said or done anything untoward. It is just... I like him. And I really don't want to like him as much as I do because I hardly know him. Then I became overset because he said he did not like me. That's not what he said, Phoebe insisted and quickly repeated their conversation. Imogen sighed. Aunt Phoebe explained what he meant. It does not make me feel any better. Well, no matter. I am not going to pine over someone I have known for a day. Good night. Her uncle bussed her cheek.
Good night, sweetheart.
Imogen walked into her bedchamber feeling better. Deandra had already undressed and donned her nightgown. She sat atop her covers, obviously fretting. I'm so sorry if I embarrassed you. She then hopped off the bed to assist Imogen out of her gown and into her nightclothes. I did not mean to hurt your feelings. Imogen gave her a hug. I know, but you really must not meddle in your cousin's love affairs. He does not like it. Nor does he need anyone's help in meeting eligible young ladies. But those others flutter around him like bees to a honeycomb, which is why I felt compelled to push you to the forefront. I do not want you to get lost in the crush. Wouldn't it be awful if he let you slip away? Deandra, you cannot decide these things for him. He is a grown man who knows what he wants and when he wants it. He isn't interested in marrying any time soon. You have to respect his wishes and not meddle. All right. But it still does not seem fair when you are clearly what he needs. Deandra looked completely deflated. Imogen could not resist giving her a hug. I am honored you feel this way about me. You and I shall become good friends, but you cannot impose your choices on your cousin. All right. Deandra flopped onto her bed and snuggled under her covers. Good night, Imogen. Sweet dreams, Deandra. Imogen took a moment to check on Parrot, who was already soundly sleeping at the foot of her bed and emitting little dog snores. Stifling a grin, she picked up her sketchbook, climbed into bed, and began to draw the first wizard by the light provided by her candle. She hoped to get at least 2 of the sketches done tonight and work on the others in the morning. The party had only been last night, but already details were starting to fade, and she did not want to overlook anything. Draco had mentioned identifying marks. The first wizard she decided to draw had worn a distinctive ring on his finger. What was its design? While most guests wore gloves for an evening out, a masquerade ball was somehow different, and many chose not to wear gloves at all. Perhaps it was the opportunity to hide behind an intricate mask and be risque, touch another's hand, or feel the softness of another's skin. She returned her attention to that wizard's ring. What was familiar about the design? And why could she not remember where she had seen it before? Chapter 6. Draco spent a restless night, not only thinking of Driscoll and his brother, but also lost in thoughts of Imogen. He awoke the following morning in a state of arousal, his body in a sweat and aching. He was eager to see Imogen again, and it had nothing to do with a desire to inspect her drawings. This desperate ache should not be happening, since she was not the usual sort of lady who caught his attention. Not to mention he was also in the middle of breaking up an active rebel plot, and did not have time for courtship. Bollocks, he muttered, knowing he was lying to himself about Imogen not being special to him. He had never met a prettier girl, or one more perfect for him. The women with whom he consorted, many of them considered torn diamonds in their day, were nothing to Imogen. He merely chose to entertain himself with these sophisticated beauties because they were not going to demand his heart in exchange for a night in bed. Some of these ladies were married, some were widowed, and some betrothed. None of them were innocent. Most important, they all understood that a romp in bed would not lead to anything permanent. These late-night encounters were nothing more than meaningless tumbles in the sack, done and out. No complications. Imogen, on the other hand, was a huge knot of complications. She was the sort of girl who demanded his heart in exchange for something as small as a kiss. "Ah!" he muttered, still irritated with himself as he failed to shake off thoughts of Imogen. "You're a grown man, Draco. Just don't kiss her again." He had already promised not to kiss her again unless he meant to marry her. That promise ought to have dissuaded him from pursuing her. Unfortunately, it did not. For the first time in his life, he thought marriage might suit him. He ignored the wayward notion as he left Woodley Lodge in the late morning and rode to Westgate Hall. He'd spent most of his waking hours attending to estate matters, and was now ready to continue his investigation of the murder on his property. As he neared the elegant Burness Manor house, he reminded himself to keep to his purpose. However, all common sense fled the moment he spotted Imogen waiting for him in the courtyard, Pirate dutifully by her side. "Good morning, Imogen." To be precise, it was shortly before noon. The sun was at its height and shining against a cloudless blue sky. Everything suddenly seemed beautiful, especially this girl before him. That body of hers immediately put his thoughts in a roil. The shapely fullness of her breasts, the slenderness of her hips and long legs. Her smile glittered through her eyes. And this was all it took for his heart to start thundering in his chest. Bollocks! Parrot ran to him and began jumping up and down the moment he dismounted. "Sit, you silly dog," he said with a hearty chuckle. "Have you already forgotten everything I've taught you?" One of the Burness grooms hurried over to take his horse. He thanked the lad before bending down to give Parrot a generous belly rub. Once his glutton of a hound was satisfied, he straightened and turned to Imogen. "How are you this morning, Butterfly?" The wind blew lightly across the courtyard and caused the sheer overlay of fabric on her pretty tea-gown to swirl about her body like butterfly wings. "Frustrated," she replied. He arched an eyebrow as he rose to approach her. "May I ask why?" It could not be frustration of an intimate nature, because she had never experienced anything beyond a kiss, and that was only the day before yesterday with him. Lord help me, that was a good kiss. She would be splendidly passionate and expressive if he ever got her into bed with him. "Those drawings of your wizards are what have me so distracted. One was wearing a ring with a distinctive design that I am certain I have seen before, but I cannot recall where or when that was, or what it looks like exactly. So I've drawn him as well as I can remember and included a ring, but left off its design in the hope this elusive memory will eventually come back to me." He ran his thumb lightly over her furrowed brow. "Do not be too hard on yourself. You've done better on this investigation than any of us have." She barely acknowledged the compliment, her mind still straining to recall that lost memory. "It is there on the edges, but I cannot bring it forward." "No matter, it will come to you. Just be patient." He offered his arm to escort her inside the manor. Melrose, ever reliably at his post, opened the door as they approached. "Good morning, my lord." "Good morning, Melrose." "It is almost noon, Parrot's feeding time," the staid butler said. "Shall I take him to the kitchen?" Draco grinned. "Yes, if he hasn't eaten Lord Burness out of house and home already." One of the footmen took over duties at the front door while Parrot happily trotted off with Melrose.
Imogen motioned for Draco to follow her onto the terrace. Phoebe and Cormac are down on the beach again today with their little boys and Deandra. Your Uncle Albert joined them too. The weather is just too beautiful to spend it cloistered indoors. They are going to have a picnic on the beach, but Uncle Cormac said I should send for him if he is needed.
Sounds like a plan. I don't think we'll require his presence while I review these wizard drawings. Let me have a look at them. We can summon him if it proves necessary. I would also like to look at your other drawings. I did not get a chance to properly study them last night.
This seemed to delight Imogen. A light breeze blew several dark curls onto her brow and across her cheeks. He could not resist brushing them back. His knuckles grazed her soft cheek and the silky tresses pinned at the nape of her delicate neck. She blushed and turned away. "Make yourself comfortable. I'll have lemonade and cakes brought out for us and fetch my sketches." He stretched out on one of the long chairs that had been placed in the shade and took a moment to inspect the chair.
He ought to purchase a few of these for Woodley Lodge, he mused. They were quite comfortable, and a man could properly stretch out and nap or read or just relax outdoors on a splendid summer's day. What a difference from the bustle of London and its ghastly smells. He could get used to this quieter life. A refreshing breeze swirled around him. He inhaled deeply, taking in the familiar scent of the sea that had a touch of salt to it. As a privateer, he'd spent much of his time on the ocean and enjoyed the freedom of that vast expanse. This was also the reason he'd chosen to settle in Cornwall. One had plenty of space for oneself here. A fresh sea breeze, no shrill noises, no London crowds or fetid odours, no bumping shoulders with anyone because so many people were on the streets one could hardly walk around without knocking someone over. Unlike London, there were no darting carriages here that came at you from all directions.
Draco closed his eyes and placed his hands behind his head, enjoying the warmth of the sun on his face. He stretched out on his comfortable lounging chair, feeling as though he had all the time in the world to think without interruption.
This was so much better than sitting for hours in elegant salons, listening to frivolous ladies with laudanum-induced pallor and overly indulged men who drank too much, all of them gossiping about the same tired things. A servant set out lemonade and cakes on a nearby table at the same time Imogen returned, with her hands full of books and drawings. Draco immediately rose to help her. "Show me your wizards, and then we'll look at whatever else you've brought down for me." They sat with their heads bent close together as they discussed each drawing. Indeed, they were close enough that he caught the fragrant scent of peaches on her skin. Was it any surprise she was delectable temptation? She was delightfully earnest, too. She did not even think to flirt with him, as most other young ladies would have done in her situation. She did not bat her eyelashes at him or cast inviting smiles. It was a shame, truly. He needed only the slightest encouragement to kiss her again. Yes, that pledge to marry her, if he kissed her, should have daunted him. It simply did not. Imogen was concentrating on these works of art she had created, and not thinking of him, other than to impress him by how diligent she was. He was duly impressed. Imogen was uniquely talented. She pointed out several items of interest in the first sketch she handed over for his perusal. "I started with this wizard, because he seemed to closely fit the description your footman gave of the man who approached him and handed him the note. I do wish I could remember about that ring. I know it is important, but the reason eludes me." She gave an impatient huff. "Why can I not remember?" "It will come back to you." The longer Draco studied her drawing, the more remarkable he considered Imogen's talent. Was the ring's design of an animal? A unicorn, perhaps? Lion, griffin? She sighed.
I don't know. I wish I could recall.
Perhaps a flower, a rose or fleur-de-lis? Thistle. What about colours? Were there any gemstones in it, emeralds, sapphires? Or was it more of a seal ring used to impress a family crest onto a document?
Imogen shook her head. Maybe it will come back after I sleep on it tonight. Sometimes an elusive memory does that after a night's rest. I'll do my best to dream about it. He nodded.
Show me the other wizards. He recognised 2 older, portly lords from Imogen's drawings. That is Lord Clement, he said with a chuckle. His cauliflower ears are unmistakable. The other is Lord Finch. No one else has a triple chin quite like his. You've drawn them in remarkable detail.
This is how I remember my subjects, Imogen said. I pay particular attention to their distinguishing features, and this helps me capture their essence.
You have an excellent eye. This is a special gift, Imogen. Few people can do this.
He could not place the last 2 wizards, but he was less concerned about them, since neither resembled the wizard his footman had described.
May I take the drawing of the first wizard?
She nodded. Yes, take whatever you need.
Thank you. I'll take the others too, but I think this is the one my footman will recognise.
He set them carefully aside and reached for more of her sketches. I drew these landscapes and portraits over the course of this summer, Imogen said as he opened the first book, which contained her most recent work.
The latest sketches are of Pirate, mostly.
I also have a few of Deandra. The very last is that of your uncle snoring in his chair in the library earlier this morning.
Draco laughed. That would be just like him. She smiled and continued. I couldn't resist. The book he was reading was about to slide off his lap, and he was in too deep a slumber to notice. Imogen, these are brilliant. I think I must commission you to paint formal portraits of my entire family. It is just the thing to display at Woodley Lodge. Of course, those family portraits must include Pirate. I will hang his painting in my library over the hearth and another in my study.
The dimple in her chin deepened as she smiled.
And what about your portrait? He nodded. Eventually. I don't have time just now to sit for one. Let me see your other sketches.
She picked up another book of her drawings. These are from last summer. Ella wasn't around much, so I spent most of the time here on my own. Of course, I had friends and activities to occupy my days. Mornings at the Fort Arundel Hospital, and then afternoon tea at Mrs. Halsey's tea shop with Brenna, the Duke of Claymore's wife, and Claymore's young nephew, Matthew. Claymore's mother often joined us. I met Phoebe and her sisters there too. But all of them are married and have other obligations, so sometimes I enjoyed a cup of tea and strawberry tarts all on my own. He listened patiently, enjoying the soft lilt of her voice. I knew most of the shopkeepers and decided to make sketches of them as well. I also drew portraits of the wounded soldiers who passed through Fort Arundel's hospital, but those I gave to the soldiers to bring home to their families. One of my favourite scenes to draw was of the harbour area. Imogen had such a dreamy look on her face as she spoke of her art.
Lord, she was an ethereal beauty, a fairy maiden with sparkling eyes.
One can find so many fascinating subjects right here in Moonstone Landing, she continued, unaware of the effect she had on him. Each day is different. Sunlight never strikes the water in quite the same way. Clouds are always different too. Sometimes soft and mere white puffs, sometimes tendril-like wisps, and sometimes ominous swirls of grey during a gathering storm. I love to draw boats in the harbour at the shifting tides, or dolphins swimming in at sunset when the tide is high. Birds are also a favourite of mine, especially the way they hop along the beach at low tide, looking for their meals hidden in the sand. The colours of sunlight are different every day. The pinks and violets of our sunsets, never quite the same. She glanced down at her sketches. Well, not that you can tell about colours, because most of these are merely sketches in graphite, and all is grey on paper. But I hope these scenes evoke a sense of the life in this village, of the beautiful simplicity in everyone's daily routine.
This girl enthralled him. He could listen to her all day.
Look, Draco, here is one of fishermen on the beach repairing their nets. Here is another of their wives selling fish at the busy dockside fish market, boning the catch of the day and shaving off their scales.
What made you choose these particular subjects?
He asked, surprising even himself by how much he wanted to learn about her and the things she loved. I chose them because of their interesting faces. These are mostly of the locals, but some are of shoppers or visitors who are passing through the village. I sketched them just for fun.
Imogen, these are amazing, truly. Perhaps this was why he found her so beautiful. She was not a classical beauty in a cold Greek statue, eh? She was like a sunbeam upon the water, warm and radiant. She was like a soft breeze across his meadow, fragrant and soothing. He could look at her face for hours and never tire of it, for she was as expressive as the tides, ever vibrant and ever changing, ever fascinating. He turned the page to the next drawing and immediately sat up. His heart began to hammer within his chest. When did you draw this one?
She looked at her sketchbook. Oh, last July the 20th, to be precise. See, I mark the date on the corner of each page. Why are you staring at that man? Who is he? You seem to know him.
Sean McTavish, Irish pirate and gunrunner. Of course, he could not tell her that. What was the man doing in Moonstone Landing, of all places, last year?
He turned the page in the hope of finding another sketch of the Irishman.
Imogen did not fail him. She had drawn several, including one of him talking to two well-dressed gentlemen he recognised as two wastrel lords of his acquaintance, Lord Healy and Lord Burke. They, along with the Irishman, were standing beside a ship in the harbour. It was a fine-looking schooner, perhaps a new addition to the Irishman's fleet of smuggling ships, and just the sort to deliver guns to English rebels. The ship was similar to his own, the Athena, a sleek vessel, fast enough to outrun a Royal Navy frigate, yet small enough that its hull would clear most rocks or deep sandbars in the smaller coves along the Cornish coastline, including his own cove attached to Woodley Lodge. Indeed, Cornwall was a pirate's paradise because of its plentiful hidden niches and naturally formed caves where one could hide contraband goods. But Moonstone Landing was not the sort of place that would embrace serious smugglers. Lace, wine, and perfumes were the sort of contraband goods that a town constable or army patrol might overlook. Well, the Irishman smuggled those too, but he had made a name for himself as a gunrunner. No, this sort of activity would not be tolerated in this quiet village. What was the name of his ship? Draco could not make it out from Imogen's drawing. The question rolled around in his mind again. What was the Irishman doing in Moonstone Landing last year? And what were Healy and Burke doing with him? He carefully turned the pages, hoping to find more sketches of this particular schooner and the dates it was moored in the harbour last July or at other times. But Imogen had only the one depiction of this ship, probably because the Irishman had only spent a few hours here that day, specifically to meet those men and then sail off immediately afterward. But those hours were enough time for Imogen to make detailed sketches. And the harbour master would have a record of every vessel sailing in or out of Moonstone Landing around that day. Imogen was staring at him. What else did you find of interest? Would you mind if I took the sketchbook? You are welcome to it. What caught your attention? He shrugged.
I just want to take a closer look at it, that's all. I will return it as soon as I am finished.
She had poured herself more lemonade and now took a sip before responding. Take all the time you need. I went a little mad last summer without Ella around, so I drew constantly. Probably too much. Suddenly she gasped as he turned to the next page. Draco, look! He did not know what she was pointing to.
What is it?
That man's ring. That's the ring I saw on the wizard. No wonder it was driving me to distraction. I had drawn it before, and it jogged a memory, but I couldn't place it. She pointed to one of the men she had drawn talking to the Irishman, a much clearer depiction of these two lords McTavish had been meeting. Do you recognize him, Draco?
Yes.
Lord Healy. Had he been the wizard at the masquerade ball?
Draco had to check the invitation lists again to see if Healy was on it.
How on earth?
He had only himself to blame for allowing others to plan that welcome party. He should never have let it get so out of hand.
How was Driscoll connected to Healy?
For that matter, did Driscoll have any connection to the Irishman?
Was this the true reason Driscoll had shown up at his party?
Making up some fake excuse about receiving invitations in honour of Nolan, dragging his toady friends along as a cover for his true purpose, when all along he meant to meet up with Healy? Blessed saints.
Was their meeting connected to the Irishman smuggling weapons into England for the rebel plot Draco had been assigned to break up? He shook his head to clear his thoughts that were becoming clouded.
Driscoll would never get off his arse long enough or even care enough to engage in a rebel cause, but he would not be above blackmailing Healy or Burke if he had somehow caught on to their rebel activities. Only something had gone terribly wrong, and instead of collecting his payment, Driscoll had been stabbed.
Draco silently cursed.
Was it possible this murder was connected to his assignment? McTavish was not due to meet him for several more weeks, not until the end of July. Draco was now worried this murder would scare him off. Worse, did he, Healy, and Burke now think he was somehow involved in Driscoll's blackmail plot? He and McTavish got along well, but being a privateer was a rough business, and the Irishman would kill him if he thought Draco was in league with Driscoll. He groaned inwardly. This was getting too complicated.
Draco, what is wrong? Imogen asked, drawing him out of his thoughts.
I'm not sure yet. Why could he not be dealing with a simple murder, an angry husband seeking revenge? Find the proof, arrest the husband. Murder solved. But no, this was turning into something more intricate, and others could be killed if he did not handle the matter carefully. His brother, Nolan, had been an opium eater. It was no stretch of the imagination to believe his friends were too. Perhaps Driscoll had been involved in smuggling drugs, or had caught on to Healy and Burke smuggling those goods and wanted a cut of the profits to keep silent. Draco did not believe McTavish himself was involved in any drug smuggling operation, for he had been quite vocal about keeping away from it in the past. But who was to say he had not had a change of heart and expanded his business to include opium, then had a falling out with Driscoll and ordered one of his contacts, namely Lord Healy, to kill him? Blast! It seemed far-fetched. Still, Draco may have been too quick in allowing Hawes, Middleton, and the other wretched lords to return to London. Were they merely Driscoll's travelling companions, or part of a smuggling operation that involved bringing drugs into England? Were they also involved in bringing weapons in? Imogen touched his arm.
If you tell me what you are thinking, perhaps we can talk it through.
Thank you, Butterfly. I would, but this is not something I dare mention to anyone just yet.
He had to find out more about McTavish's schooner, discover where it had sailed and the cargo hauled. He needed to find out who McTavish's shipping agents were. He had to gather as much information as possible before they were to meet. This gave him 2 weeks. It was not enough time to get word to the Home Office and have them send reinforcements or further instructions. Nor was it enough time for Home Office agents to undertake a London investigation and arrest all the rebels involved. No. He would have to handle Driscoll's murder, Nolan's accident, which could have been a murder, and the rebel plot in which this Irishman was involved. Not to mention the possible involvement of Driscoll and his friends, and now Lord Healy, all on his own. But this also meant he would have to question Imogen further, and hope she did not catch on to what he was doing. Well, he could deflect her questions. Was he not trained for this? He showed her the drawing of the schooner. Have you seen it in the harbour this year? She pursed her kissable lips. Bollocks. This was serious, and he could not be thinking of kissing Imogen at a time like this. I haven't, Draco. But I wasn't paying as much attention to the harbour this year. It could have sailed here, I just don't know. Do you recall the name of this vessel? It did not matter greatly if she did not. He would head to the harbour next, instead of returning to Woodley Lodge. He no longer needed to show his staff the portrait of the wizard, since Imogen had connected the ring to the man in her drawing. And Draco had recognised Randolph Healy, an old classmate of his. Healy had been a spoiled, wretched young man who grew into a spoiled, wretched lord. He was always one to take the easy way out. Even break the law if it suited his purpose. But running guns and possibly smuggling opium into England were nothing to be shrugged off as misguided endeavours. This was possible treason. Draco knew that once he discovered the name of the Irishman's vessel, something easily done upon review of the harbour master's records, it would take little effort to plot out a pattern of visits, assuming the ship had sailed into the harbour more than the one time. Yes, it would be most helpful to establish a pattern that he could then link up to others who visited Moonstone Landing whenever that ship sailed in. The harbour master would give him access to all his logbooks. Draco would ask the Kestrel Inn's owner for permission to do the same with his guest registers. Imogen was still studying the drawing she had made of the Irishman's ship and thinking about her answer to his question. I cannot recall the name of the ship. I should have marked it clearly in my sketches, but for some reason I did not. I'm so sorry, Draco. I feel as though I have let you down. He took her hand and gave it a light squeeze. You have been of immense help to me. I cannot tell you exactly how just yet. You'll have to take me at my word. All right. But can you tell me anything? Are those men connected to Lord Driscoll's murder? I don't know yet. All I can say is that it adds a more sinister dimension to the crime. I know I said I would share information with you, but this changes everything. What do you mean? I need to handle the investigation without your interference from here on out. If these men are involved in any way in Driscoll's death, then you need to keep away from me while I accomplish what I must do. The colour drained from her face. Is it that dangerous? He nodded. Yes, extremely. You cannot be involved at all. What am I to do if I find out something else? He raked a hand through his hair. That's just it, Imogen. I want you to stop looking. No more helping me out. Forget this investigation is taking place and go about your daily routine. However, you must never go anywhere on your own and never speak of Driscoll's murder to anyone. If you are asked, just say the men are handling matters and have not told you anything. Be very careful. Do not wander anywhere on your own, not even in the village. She frowned at him. That's twice in the same breath you've warned me not to go about on my own.
You needn't tell me again. I have learned my lesson. You've already shown me how easily someone can pick me up and carry me off in the night.
Good. Remember that it took mere seconds for me to abduct you. And mere seconds to kiss her breathless, or perhaps she had left him breathless. I will call on you if I need more help.
He rose and took the sketchbook as well as a few wizard sketches, including the one of Healy and his ring that interested him most. She rose along with him, her lips pursed in disappointment.
Well, he would rather have her disappointed than injured. The thought that Imogen might be harmed made his stomach churn. He would turn into a vengeful beast if that were to happen. No one touches my butterfly.
He considered what he would say to those who were helping him in this investigation.
He needed to warn them without giving away too much. Yet he could not leave them completely in the dark. But Ness would have to be told something, not only because he was the local magistrate, but because he needed to watch Imogen closely. She was like a daughter to this man. He adored his niece and would do everything in his power to protect her. Viscount Brennan would also have to be advised because he was the Fort Arundel commander. The fort was perfectly situated to afford an elevated view of the town and its harbour. The Viscount could set a watch on the harbour and notify Draco of any suspicious ships that sailed in or out, especially the Irishman's vessel. The Viscount also had several regiments under his command that could be called upon to assist him in rounding up rebels if the need arose. He made no decision about how much to tell Constable Angel, although he expected the man would have to be brought in too. As for the Duke of Malvern and the Duke of Claymore, he would hold off telling them anything for now. When the time came, these two dukes could be called upon to watch over the ladies and make certain Imogen did not enlist them in her nosing around. For a sweet thing, she had a surprisingly stubborn streak. It would take everyone's efforts to keep her from meddling and getting into serious trouble.
"Would you care to join us for a picnic on the beach before you go?" she asked, breaking into his thoughts.
She still had a lovely pout that revealed she had not gotten over the disappointment of being thrown off the investigation.
"You will have to eat sometime, so why not take a moment here and now?" He shook his head.
"I'm headed back to Moonstone Landing."
"Oh, I thought you were on your way to Woodley Lodge."
"Change of plans."
"I see." She tried to keep up with him as he strode through the parlour on his way out. He did not stop walking until they marched out the front door. Melrose had summoned a groom to bring his mount from the stable.
He hoped the lad would not take too long, because he could see Imogen had more questions for him and he did not want to reveal too much to her. Yes, it's back to Moonstone Landing for me.
"You're going to follow up about that ship, aren't you?" He frowned at her.
"I know you will think me rude, but must it be pounded into your inquisitive head to keep out of this from now on?"
He could see the frustration in the downward curve of her mouth,
that beautifully lush mouth, and the narrowing of her eyes that was still stunning in the way they shimmered. He saw it in the tight curl of her slender hands as they rested at her sides. Finally she nodded.
"You are extremely irritating. I expect you know this."
"I do. I'm sorry for this abrupt turnabout." He glanced down at the sketches in his hands. "I meant it when I said Driscoll's death could be a far more serious matter than any of us realized. Please, Imogen, do not tell anyone what I am doing or where I am going or what you have given me. I will talk to your uncle tonight and tell him as much as I can about what is going on."
"But you won't confide in me."
He ought to have just shut up instead of opening up that raw wound inside of her. She wanted to help, but he simply could not allow it. "Trust me, Imogen, this must remain our secret."
"It is hard to trust you when you are so mysterious about everything. And how is it our secret when you haven't shared anything with me?"
"I am not being mysterious, just cautious. A man died on my property. Something was going on between Driscoll and the man who killed him. I do not think it was an unplanned, heat-of-the-moment incident. We now know he meant to go after Driscoll.
and I am determined to find out the reason.
Yes, figure out the motive and we will likely find the culprit. Which leads us back to Lord and Lady Trewick, doesn't it? Did we not move them up in our list of suspects?
He nodded. Yes, but they are not the only ones who need investigating.
Driscoll's wastrel friends, too.
She studied his face, trying to discern what he was thinking, but he had mastered the art of hiding his feelings from an early age.
And now you have added someone new, someone connected to this ship you are so interested in learning more about, someone dangerous enough to frighten even you.
Imogen, did I not warn you to stop asking questions?
She emitted a breathy sigh of frustration. I wasn't asking a question. I was trying to puzzle out what you pieced together after looking at my drawings.
Then stop puzzling things out.
The sun shone down on the courtyard as the groom trotted out Draco's horse,
a beautiful grey built for battle. Then Parrot suddenly came barrelling at them from this side of the house.
Draco secured the wizard sketches and Imogen's sketchbook to his saddle pouch, and then bent to pet Parrot and give him playful scratches behind his ears.
I'll be back for you later, you big baby. Take care of Imogen for me, and do not let her go anywhere on her own. Best if she stays right here at Westgate Hall with her aunt and uncle. Got it?
Parrot barked his assent. Imogen eyed Draco doubtfully. Are you suggesting he understands what you say?
Yes, every word. Rest assured, he will tug on your gown to hold you back if you attempt to run off on your own.
Parrot, you mustn't hold me back, she said, petting him as Draco had done a few moments ago. You'll ruin my gown. You spit drool everywhere.
Parrot barked indignantly. Draco laughed. Send the cleaning bill to me. But then I will know you disobeyed my orders. Stay put, Imogen. Can you not do this for a couple of weeks?
Weeks? I will go mad if I have to do this for an hour. She crossed her arms over her chest. You cannot tell me what to do, Draco. We are not related in any way, nor are we betrothed. You are merely one of my uncle's neighbours. I am nothing to you. He placed his hands on her shoulders.
Now that is an utter falsehood, and you know it. How can you doubt you mean something to me? Do you think I go around kissing just any butterfly?
She blushed.
He loved this innocence about her. She had wanted that first kiss so badly, felt guilty about receiving it, then thought she was wanton because she had enjoyed it thoroughly, and despite thinking what she had done was sinful, she wanted him to kiss her again. He sure as blazes wanted to kiss her again, too. He rubbed her shoulders lightly. Please, Imogen, stay close to your family and do not ask me any more questions. I will tell you everything once this investigation is over.
I am not happy about this, Draco. But I have one more question to ask you before you go.
He sighed. What is it?
Should my aunt and uncle invite Deandra and her father to stay with us the entire week? Parrot, too?
He liked this about Imogen. No matter how irritated she was with him, she still was concerned about his family. Yes, except for Parrot. I will take him back with me this evening after supper.
Then you'll be joining us tonight?
Yes, that is my plan for now.
She placed her hand lightly on his forearm. Draco, please be careful.
I will. I promise. Truly, she was a sweet butterfly. His butterfly. And he was going to do something about it as soon as the Irishmen and the English rebels were hauled off to prison. Well, he wasn't certain what he was going to do with the Irishmen yet. Yes, he was a rogue and a scoundrel, but there was also a grudging morality about McTavish. Draco respected him, and indeed felt they were quite similar in this regard. However, that respect would be lost if McTavish was directly involved in the plot against the Crown. Imogen, will you also promise me to be careful?
Her lips pinched together in a tight, thin line.
Bloody blazes.
Was she not going to give him that promise?
Chapter 7. Draco decided to ride back to Woodley Lodge after all, since getting a letter off to the Duke of Wootton at the Home Office was of the utmost importance.
"My lord, you are back,"
his butler remarked, hastily opening the door for him.
"Yes, Westcott, but only for a few moments. Send Rogers to me at once. I'll be in my study."
He had just taken out his writing paper and sealing wax when Rogers, the footman who had been handed the note to be delivered to Driscoll at the party, hurried in.
"My lord,"
he said, awaiting Draco's instructions. Draco withdrew the wizard drawings Imogen had made.
"Take a look at these, and tell me if any of them resemble the man who handed you the note."
Rogers studied each of them, and then pointed to the wizard with the distinctive ring.
"That's him, my lord. He's definitely the one. These are remarkable, even the detail on his ring. How did you know? It is even more accurate than my description."
He scratched his head.
"Did I even describe this ring to you? Well, glad I recalled it right. Thank you, Rogers. You've been immensely helpful."
Draco dared not reveal Imogen was the one deserving of the credit. Even though it was common knowledge she was an artist and had drawn the sketches, the fewer people who knew of her actual involvement in identifying the wizard, the better.
What mattered was that Healy had now been identified. That confirmation was all Draco needed to send off a preliminary report to the Home Office. The Duke of Wootton ran all Crown operations and would now be alerted to Healy's possible connection with the rebel cause.
Draco also wrote an engagement letter to Homer Barrow, noted Bow Street runner. He would follow up these letters with updates as needed, but getting the Home Office agents on the scent of Healy and his accomplice, Burke, was urgent. Nor did he overlook Driscoll's toady friends, who also got a mention in those reports. Lord and Lady Trowick were included as well, but only for the purpose of being thorough. Constable Angel would also be sending inquiries to the London magistrate about those two and their whereabouts. Draco's first stop upon reaching Moonstone Landing was to drop his letters off at the Kestrel Inn, with instructions for the innkeeper to make certain they made it on to the next mail coach. He watched Thaddeus put them into the pouch.
"Lock that pouch away, and only hand it over to the coachman. Tell no one about these letters." "Aye, my lord,"
Thaddeus said in a conspiratorial whisper. Draco shook his head.
Could he trust the innkeeper to keep his mouth shut?
He bade Thaddeus a good afternoon and strolled down Moonstone Landing's High Street, now feeling as though a weight had been taken off his shoulders.
Not that he was a man of leisure, quite the opposite. There was an added complication and level of danger to Driscoll's murder. Still, he was now able to provide the Home Office with important names, and they could carry out raids at the London end. Perhaps this rebel plot could fall apart within a matter of weeks. He passed the land agent on the street, pausing a moment to greet Mr. Prime, who had yet to stop beaming after selling Draco the ruin that had once been known as Peacock Hall. Perhaps he ought to have kept the name, for Woodley Lodge sounded quite dull in comparison. He stopped in at the bank to chat with the manager and took a surreptitious glance at the ledgers on his desk to see if McTavish or Lord Healy had accounts here. He found a ledger with Healy's name listed on it, noting a large deposit on the morning of the party. But there was no indication from whose account the payment had been made. He heard the manager's footsteps and quickly tucked the ledger back in the top drawer of his desk. Being an earl had its advantages, Draco supposed. Not only had he been admitted immediately into the manager's office, but no care had been taken to be discreet about the accounts of others, Not that the information lay open right in front of him, but it had not been locked away. It had taken Draco only moments to dig into the desk drawers and skim through private ledgers, while the man was off fetching information Draco had requested for the sheer purpose of getting him out of there. He could now confirm that Imogen's wizard sporting a fancy ring had 2 accounts. Draco expected one was for his personal use and the other was for the smuggling operation. That second account had the large deposit. He would ask Bernès to sequester these bank ledgers, but not before he had gathered more evidence and was ready to reveal details of his crown assignment. Having obtained the information he was after, Draco made up an excuse to hastily end the meeting. He hurried out of the bank and crossed the street to stop in at Mrs. Hawes's tea shop to chat with the proprietor's daughter, who was happy to gossip about their customers. "We get plenty of Londoners," she said, "and an occasional Scottish family, but we haven't had any Irish here, as yet this summer or last, as I recall." In truth, Draco did not think the Irishman or the 2 lords depicted talking to him in Imogen's drawing were the sort to take tea. He glanced across the street at the Kestrel Inn and decided to stop in again later for a chat with the innkeeper and a review of his guest registers. But he had a few more stops to make before then. He made his way over to the local tavern, the 3 Lions, to question its proprietor, William Angel. These angels turned up everywhere and held important positions in town, which reminded Draco that he ought to check in with the village constable, Malcolm Angel. He would attend to this right after he spoke to the harbour master. But first, the tavern. "No, my lord," the amiable William Angel said. "Haven't seen any Irishmen in here, and I watch my customers closely. One has to be careful, especially during the summer season, when the London crowd descends on us, for thieves come along with them." Draco next made his way to the harbour master's office, and happened to run into Malcolm Angel along the way. "My nephew Thaddeus told me you sent letters off to your Bow Street man, as well as several other contacts." He bent closer and whispered, "including the Home Office. Is there a reason to involve the Home Office in this murder? Is this sad affair not more in the purview of the London magistrate?" Since the Kestrel Inn doubled as the village postal office, Thaddeus saw every piece of mail coming through Moonstone Landing. This was one aspect of quaint village life Draco did not particularly care for, because he disliked anyone knowing his business. "I thought it prudent to alert some of my well-placed contacts in the Home Office as well. We need to rule out suspects as fast as possible." "And have them keep watch on them all?" Malcolm nodded. "Yes, the more people on the task in London, the better. Were you heading to the harbour master's office? I'll walk over with you. He'll be more cooperative if I put in a word." "Thank you. Let me guess," Draco said dryly. "He's an angel too." The constable laughed. "No, but he's married to my sister. What cause do you have to be asking about ships in our harbour?" Draco knew he could not ignore answering the constable's questions. Although he asked in a pleasant, off-handed manner, this man was smart and intuitive. He knew Draco had connected Driscoll's death to something farther reaching than a disagreement between 2 men, that Draco had notified the Home Office and was now looking for a ship that had passed through Moonstone Landing, must have confirmed the constable's suspicions. "I may as well bring you in on the latest discoveries," Draco said. Without alluding to the rebel plot, he quickly recounted all he'd learned, including what he had found out while sifting through Imogen's drawings. "I cannot say more about my reasons for contacting the Home Office, but I expect I will have to bring you, the Marquess of Bernès, and Viscount Brennan up to date eventually. For now, I can only issue a warning to all of you and a plea
not to interfere. If it turns out Driscoll's murder is connected to this Home Office matter, I will advise you. For now, the Trewicks and Driscoll's friends are not ruled out as suspects, and your investigation of them should continue. All right, I will keep what you have told me in strictest confidence. But this Home Office matter, my lord, you are in a village with women and children that I am responsible to keep safe. You must let me know if there is cause to be worried. I understand, but you are all kept safest for the moment by not knowing what is going on, Draco insisted. I am most concerned about your nephew. Will Thaddeus keep his mouth shut about my mail? Otherwise, lives will be put in danger. Including yours, I imagine. I'll issue him a stern warning. He is no loose-lipped fool, nor will he ever accept a bribe. He told me about your letters because I am the village constable, and he knows I am involved in the investigation. Who else do you think he might tell? No one else, I hope. I will lecture him again. In fact, I would do so right now. Go on ahead, my lord. I'll catch up with you at the harbour master's office, Malcolm said, rubbing a thick, calloused hand across his neck. He was a big, barrel-chested man who appeared to be in his mid-40s, but his mind was as quick as that of any Crown agent in his prime. By the way, how much does Lady Imogen know? These are her sketches you told me about, after all. I've told her nothing, Draco sighed. But she is too clever for her own good, and I am concerned she will eventually figure it out. I've asked her to stop poking around, but the request fell upon deaf ears. I am truly worried for her safety if she continues to investigate. Perhaps if you told her a little more, then... No, I need to keep her out of this investigation from this point on. We are not dealing with some angry husband taking revenge on Driscoll. His death could be connected to something far more sinister, and Driscoll's toady friends may not be so innocent after all. The constable grunted. Oh, I should have held them here. I doubt I can get them back now. The Home Office will put men to watching them, Draco assured him. I prefer to have them back in London and thinking they got away with something. They'll have their guard down. As for Driscoll, I am now fairly confident he came here to meet someone specific, someone involved in serious crimes against the Crown. I have tried to impress upon Lady Imogen how dangerous this is, but I'm not sure she will accept to sit by quietly and do nothing. She's a bright girl, and her mind does not stop working. They paused a moment while others walked by, then the constable gave his opinion. Lady Imogen and her sister are quite special. Lady Ella was always thought of as the smart one because of her quieter, more thoughtful nature, and the fact she looked after Lady Imogen like a mother hen. Lady Imogen was always the more impulsive one, the first to run over to a crying child or save a kitten caught in a tree. She has always been kind and compassionate. She is also daring and not afraid to work hard for a cause. You seem to know them very well. They worked closely with my son, Elmer, when volunteering at the Army Hospital. He adored Vanessa's nieces and spoke of them constantly. Lady Ella was fearless too, but she thought things through more logically. She used her head. Lady Imogen thinks with her heart. This is the best way to describe her. Draco nodded, because he had seen this very trait in Imogen. This was why he was so worried for her. She might feel compelled to save him if he got himself into trouble. Hopefully, that compulsion would wear off as he stayed away from her. This would not be so easy to do while his own family was staying at Westgate Hall. He had left Parrot with her, but needed to take his dog back now that he meant to explore the caves on his property in earnest. He would also explore others in and around Moonstone Landing. Imogen had mentioned in passing that his own caves had seen what she termed pirate activity, as recently as a year or two ago. This came as no surprise to Draco, since the manor house itself had been abandoned for years. A ship could sail in unnoticed at high tide on a moonless night, unload its cargo to be picked up by an agent later, and no one would be the wiser. But he knew the smuggling activity had stopped once he had purchased the property. Those caves were his now, to do with as he wished. He meant to use them for his own smuggling operation by order of the Crown. He found the harbour master, a jovial man by the name of Charles Wheatley, seated in his office. Draco introduced himself. By the time they were through with their small talk, Malcolm had arrived and they got down to business.
"The logbooks are all here on the bookshelf, my lord,"
Wheatley said.
"Take your time. Look through as many as you need. I'm available if you have any questions."
Draco thanked him and immediately set to work. It did not take him long to find out which of the Irishman's ships had called in at Moonstone Landing. It was his newest, the Drogheda. Searching back through more of the harbour logs, Draco found this ship had been here last July and returned again in April of this year. On last year's visit and again this year, the vessel had not remained moored for more than a day. No doubt it was to avoid paying higher docking fees, but the Irishman must also have wanted to avoid attention. The Drogheda was due back here at the end of July, for Draco had arranged to meet its captain. This was something he did not care to let anyone in on yet. He had taken pains to set up a meeting with the Irishman and offer his caves to store the rebel guns purely for the purpose of inserting himself between McTavish's smuggling operation and the rebel plotters. His role was to set himself up as the intermediary. Other Crown agents were then to follow the men who picked up the guns from his cave and find out where they were delivering the weapons. But Draco was worried. He had gotten the names sooner than expected, and none of the Crown agents were in place yet. This meant he might have to follow these rebel operatives himself. With luck, he might also find names of the higher-ups in this plot. However, he was not going to put his life and this entire operation at risk to pursue that information. Other Crown agents had already been assigned to this task. The murder on his property now complicated everything. He had grown friendly with Sean McTavish over the years, but privateers were, for the most part, solitary creatures. He wasn't certain how deeply this Irishman figured in the rebel plot. Assuming he was involved beyond selling guns and asking no questions, it was a foolish and dangerous undertaking, and McTavish ought to have known better than to get caught up in something this serious. Draco thanked Wheatley for his time and then walked to the Kestrel Inn for a word with Thaddeus.
"How may I help you, my lord?"
the innkeeper asked in a whisper, his expression serious instead of his usual eager-to-please smile.
"I've told no one but my uncle about your letters and only told him because he was working with you on this investigation. But my lips are now permanently sealed."
"See that they are." No doubt his constable uncle had impressed upon him the importance of keeping his mouth shut about Draco's correspondence. But had the warning come too late? Thaddeus was assuring him all had been kept confidential, but this inn was a hive of activity, and Thaddeus could not have kept eyes on the mail pouch at all times.
"I would like to look at your guest registries for the past 3 years.
If the request surprised Thaddeus, he did not show it.
"Of course, my lord. Come into my office and make yourself comfortable at my desk while you search through them. Would you care for something to eat? I'll have one of my staff bring you whatever you'd like."
Draco hadn't stopped to eat yet, but declined the offer, since he was eager to review the guest registries undisturbed. He did not want the inn staff wandering in, seeing what he was doing, and blabbing to anyone who would listen.
Perhaps later. Well, you just say the word, my lord. We are here to serve. Thaddeus, no one is to know I have seen these ledgers,
Draco said sternly.
Absolutely, my lord. I shall be mum about the meal and the ledgers.
Thaddeus closed the door behind him and returned to his duties. The scent of lamb stew and warm bread fresh out of the oven drifted in from the dining hall and made Draco's mouth water. He ignored the groan of his stomach, for there was still too much to do, and he would have a fine meal later at the Burness residence. Setting about to work, he soon found the names of the two lords Imogen had drawn with the Irishman. Lord Randolph Healy was the wayward second son of the Marquess of Cardway, a stern man who had probably cut off his son's allowance due to his profligate ways. Lord Richard Burke was the fifth son of the Duke of Slough, another stern man who must have done the same to his son. Both Healy and Burke were known in London for their wastrel reputations and always being short of funds. Draco used stationery from the inn to write another letter to the Home Office, this time making a more precise connection between these lords and the rebel cause, the bank account used for funding the smuggled guns, and documenting their meetings with the Irishmen from the harbour master's logs. Both men had come to the Kestrel Inn last July, in exactly the same week as the Irishman's ship arrived, and both had done the same again this April, when the Drogheda called into port for the second time. Here they were again, having arrived the day before Draco's party, and scheduled to stay at the Kestrel Inn through the end of July, when he was to meet with the Irishman.
Would they sit in on the meeting? Or would the Irishman see them afterward? Whatever their plan, this was too much of a coincidence to be overlooked.
Upon finishing his search through the registers, he summoned Thaddeus.
Do you recall these gentlemen? They are staying with you now. Indeed, my lord. I remember them from last year, too. They spent much of their time exploring the countryside, always returning quite fatigued. We often get explorers here, but I recall these two quite vividly because their actions felt odd. They were not dressed for this sort of excursion, nor were they the fresh country air types of gentlemen. They asked a lot of questions about caves. It did not feel to me as though they were merely touring, and yet they were not explorers either. I couldn't figure them out. And now there's been a death at the caves near your home. Are these two men somehow connected to it?
Draco raked a hand through his hair.
This is a serious investigation, and I am looking at everyone who attended the masquerade ball.
Thaddeus frowned.
Should I know anything more? There is nothing more I can tell you at the moment. If you notice anything out of the ordinary, report it to me or your uncle immediately. Do not try to stop these lords on your own. Do not poke around their rooms or ask them questions. Do not ask anyone on your staff to poke around or ask questions. This is of vital importance, Thaddeus. Do you understand me?
The innkeeper nodded.
Yes, my lord. I cannot afford to have you tip them off or scare them away. Then they are suspects,
Thaddeus remarked, his eyes growing wide.
2 among dozens. Do not make too much of it. If it turns out they are the culprits, this will put you and other innocent parties in danger. We do not want these lords to panic and do something foolish because they are worried you or some innocent maid on your staff know too much. Go about your business as usual and leave the investigation to us.
The young innkeeper's eyes were still wide, and his face had now paled.
Very good, my lord.
Draco took another moment to finish this next report to the Home Office, adding a request that the Crown agents dig into a connection between Healy, Burke and Driscoll, in addition to Driscoll's toady friends. However, he left out mention of the Drogheda for now, a decision he hoped he would not come to regret. Here, Thaddeus, make sure this one also gets on the mail coach to London. Need I remind you that no one must see any of my correspondence? Keep close watch on your mail pouch until it is loaded onto the coach. After handing this last missive into Thaddeus's shaking hands, he strode out of the inn. His next stop was Mrs. Hawes's tea shop, because he was hungry and wanted a quick bite. Botheration, he muttered, upon finding Imogen, Deandra, and his uncle seated at one of the dainty tables having tea and cakes. Deandra squealed and waved him over. "What are you doing here?" he asked, none too politely, taking no pains to hide his displeasure. What did Imogen not understand about staying safely close to home? Imogen regarded him innocently. "Do join us, Lord Woodley. I was showing Deandra and your uncle around the village, and we ended our tour here. We just came from the army hospital, but did not go inside, because there is a fever going around the wards. I thought Deandra and your uncle should have a glimpse of it, even if we did not enter. But we were able to take a quick tour of Fort Arundel." Deandra nodded. "The fort is most impressive." "Major Brennan was kind enough to show us around," his uncle added. "You must ask him for a tour, Woodley. I'm sure you will find it fascinating." "I've seen it." Draco frowned at Imogen. She squirmed in her chair. We intend to return to Westgate Hall as soon as we finish our tea. I'm sure you noticed the Burness carriage waiting for us across the High Street. There's plenty of room if you wish to ride back with us." He settled in the empty chair beside her, an ornate wrought iron thing not meant to support a man's weight. This tea shop was full of frills and cosy charm, adorned with doilies and floral drapes. Few men would stop in for tea and cakes unless it was to escort his lady companions. However, the pies and other confectionery treats were excellent, so no man ever complained. "Where is Pirate? I thought I told you to take him everywhere with you." "He is with me, but Mrs. Halsey would not allow him in the tea-room proper. He is having water and cakes in her garden just out back." Draco rolled his eyes. "Cakes? Is that dog not spoiled enough?" Deandra giggled. "Now that you are here, do stop scowling and order something for yourself." He nodded, because he was hungry. However, he was not pleased to see them treating the murder so lightly. Imogen sighed, clamped her lips shut, then sighed again. "What?" He could see she was eager to question him, but hesitated to ask him anything in front of Deandra and her father. The restraint was obviously a struggle for her, but he did not care. "You know I am not going to discuss the murder." She sighed again and stared down at her strawberry tart. "I know." Draco noted her dessert. "Looks delicious." She glanced at him and nodded. "It is my favourite. But everything here is delicious." He ordered a mint tea and 2 slices of peach pie with an added dollop of clotted cream, which he devoured because he was famished by the time he dug into the first slice. Besides, peaches and cream reminded him of Imogen's delicate scent, and it appeared he was famished for her as well. Lord, that's good. Imogen's tension eased, and she smiled at him. "Ella and I would stop in every afternoon over the summers. Mornings were taken up visiting the injured soldiers, then here for our treats before returning to Westgate Hall. Do you have more to do in town?" He shook his head and finished the last of his tea. "No, it is home for me next. I'll need to wash up and make myself presentable before I join your family for supper." "My uncle will not be offended if you come as you are, nor will Aunt Phoebe. We are not guided by London rules of etiquette here. Our suppers at Westgate Hall are casual affairs." She sighed when he remained expressionless.
But I see that I have not persuaded you. All right, we shall see you later. They bade farewell to Mrs. Halsey and her daughter, then Draco went around back to fetch Pirate for them. The dog leaped to his feet the moment he noticed Draco. His tongue lolled out from the side of his mouth, and his tail wagged furiously as he approached.
Pirate, we have only been separated a few hours. You would think I hadn't seen you in years.
But the affectionate hound leaped on him with such joy that Draco felt bad about consigning him to Imogen again.
However, Pirate liked her too. More important, Draco wanted her to be protected while this murder was still fresh, especially with Healy and Burke still in town and staying across the street at the Kestrel Inn. I'll take you back home with me tonight, but keep watch on Imogen until then.
Pirate barked his assent.
I know, you're a good boy.
Draco gave him some quick belly rubs.
Despite the efforts of Imogen and Deandra to undermine all his training with their doting attention, Pirate was actually quite disciplined and rarely had to be given an instruction twice. If only Imogen could obey his orders as enthusiastically as his own dog, Draco mused. He wasn't trying to be an ogre about confining her to the Burness home. His concerns were legitimate. Someone had been murdered. They did not have the culprit in custody yet, nor did they know who the culprit was or why he had taken Driscoll's life. Among the suspects were Driscoll's friends who had been eyeing her too avidly. What if one or more of them returned? What if they noticed Imogen in the village? Not to mention the matter of McTavish and his connection to Healy and Burke, who were still in town and likely on edge because of Driscoll's murder, especially if Healy had been the one to do Driscoll in. Blast, Draco muttered. For the more he learned, the more confused this investigation became. This murder was not as straightforward as it had first appeared.
Imogen laughed lightly at something Deandra said.
Draco frowned again. She had a pleasantly lilting laugh, but right now it only riled him. He had asked Imogen to stay close to home, and yet here she was, traipsing about town with his family. He did not believe for a moment that her only purpose in coming here was to show them the army hospital or to have tea and cakes. He allowed Pirate to scamper into the Burness carriage, assisted his uncle and Deandra into the carriage, then drew Imogen aside. "All right. What else have you learned, you little spy?" Her eyes widened. They were the loveliest shade of azure blue mixed with vibrant swirls of green, and they ensorcelled him. He silently chided himself. Imogen continued to cast him that innocent gaze.
What makes you think I asked any questions? I was merely showing your family around the village."
"I was not born yesterday, Imogen. How many times must I warn you?"
She cast him another innocent look.
"Are you going to abduct me again and kiss me?"
He groaned. "No, I am not going to kiss you."
"Oh, because of our marriage pact."
"Pact or no pact, if I want to kiss you, I will. I am prepared to accept the consequences," he muttered.
This admission obviously surprised her.
"Truly?" He ignored the question, for he was not about to have a conversation about marriage and commitment now. He needed to know what else she had uncovered. "What have you found out?"
"Those men in my drawing, the one of the 3 men by the harbour, it fascinated you?"
He nodded. "Go on."
"Well, these men were also here this past April. Do you not find this suspicious? An Irishman and 2 English lords. What have they to do with each other? Do you think they were involved in Driscoll's murder? I don't have the name of the Irishman yet, but the 2 Englishmen are
Lord Healy and Lord Burke."
She frowned at him. "You already knew."
"The more important question is, how in bloody blazes did you find out about them?"
"Thaddeus Angel told me." She cleared her throat.
Before stopping here, we popped in at the inn because it is such a beautiful place and their cook is a wonder. I thought your cousin and uncle would enjoy dining there tomorrow. I took the liberty of making a reservation and included you in our party, since I was sure you would want to join us." Draco realized that she must have spoken to Thaddeus while he was in the back office reviewing the guest registries.
So much for the innkeeper swearing up and down he would keep his bloody mouth shut. Can no one in Moonstone Landing keep a secret?
Imogen regarded him sympathetically. "Alas, no. Is it not obvious by now? No secret is safe here."
"Imogen, this is not a game."
He tucked a finger under her chin.
"You have to stop asking questions."
"It was a conversation. I wasn't asking questions." He sighed.
"Let me do my work without worrying that you have drawn unwanted attention upon yourself. Those two lords, Healy and Burke, are still here."
She nodded. "I know, Thaddeus mentioned it to me. Have you found out whether Driscoll was also here, whenever they were?"
"He wasn't. I looked for that connection in the Kestrel Inn registers as well."
"Then it was just Healy, Burke, and that ship's captain. Still, should they not be questioned about Driscoll and—"
"Blessed saints, you will be the death of me. These are dangerous men, Imogen. You cannot be anywhere near them. I will cancel that dining reservation."
"But—"
"Cancelled."
He strode back to the inn to attend to it, and left her standing beside the carriage with her mouth agape.
Perhaps he ought to have helped her climb in, but he was furious with her just now, and would not have handled her delicately. He wanted to throttle her. Worse, he wanted to kiss her breathless.
Thaddeus ran up to him as he marched back inside.
"Thank goodness you returned. My lord, I was on my way to find you."
Draco worried something bad had happened.
"What's wrong?"
"Lord Healy and Lord Burke advised me not 5 minutes ago. They are cutting short their stay. They plan to leave tomorrow morning. Shall I notify Uncle Malcolm? Do you want him to hold them here longer?"
"No, let them go. I don't want them followed, or any suspicion placed on them. The Crown agents have been advised to keep watch once they are back in London."
"Did they mention what time they were heading out?
Or if they were heading anywhere other than London?"
"I was merely instructed to have Lord Burke's carriage ready for them at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Shall I question their coachman, or have my head groom, Mr. Matchett, do it? He's a chatty fellow, and could find out if they are returning to London or stopping elsewhere first. He is very good at making conversation."
"No, Thaddeus, do not involve Mr. Matchett."
Draco had encountered the man a time or two when stabling his horse for the day. He did not stop talking. In truth, he was a worse gossip than Mrs. Halsey's daughter or Thaddeus. Matchett might pick up useful information, but it was more likely he would reveal important information to those lords because he babbled incessantly.
"As for you, Thaddeus—"
"Yes?" Draco cast him a stern look.
"You are to do nothing more than smile and wish them a pleasant journey."
"Oh." His expression was one of disappointment.
"Heaven save me from amateurs,"
Draco muttered. He had come to cancel Imogen's dining reservation, but since those two lords were leaving in the morning, he did not see any harm in letting it stand. He would tell Imogen about his change of heart this evening.
That ought to please her. In fact, it pleased him quite well. Driscoll's friends had fled to London, the Irishman's ship had sailed away, and these two lords were leaving in the morning. With all of them gone, he was less concerned about Imogen coming to harm if she continued to poke around, which she was going to do, no matter how often he warned her to keep out of it. Despite all his concerns, he was feeling much better than he had this morning. With all the suspects gone, these next 2 weeks could turn out to be quite pleasant. Imogen would occupy Deandra with morning visits to the army hospital and afternoon visits to Mrs. Halsey's tea shop, while he was free to go off on his own, exploring the local caves with Pirate. Also,
With no villains left in Moonstone Landing, did he really need to cut off all relations with Imogen just yet? Not that he would show her any particular interest or affection. His family was staying with hers these next few days, and this was enough of an excuse to see her from time to time. Another thing he resolved to do was tell the Marquess of Berness everything that was going on. He gave the matter serious consideration while washing up and dressing in suitable attire for this evening. Merely advising Berness to keep watch on his wayward niece was not enough. Draco had to reveal the details of his assignment, for there was no doubt the Marquess could be trusted. Besides, as Moonstone Landing's magistrate, he had a right to know. Draco rode to Westgate Hall later that evening and spoke privately to Berness before they were called in to supper. "You are an agent for the Crown," he muttered, his relief obvious as Draco revealed what was really going on. "Assisting the Crown agents on this assignment. I'm not an official Crown agent myself, more of a special agent." Draco settled in one of the comfortable leather chairs in the study. "I would not have mentioned it, but the situation is too close to leave you unaware. We are trying to break up a smuggling operation that is tied to a potential rebel plot against the Crown. Guns are being delivered to these rebels. We know who is making those deliveries, but as yet we do not know where those shipments are being dropped off or who is picking them up." "I see." "Well, now I suspect it was Healy and Burke picking them up. I am in the process of inserting myself in this rebel operation and having them use my caves as a drop-off location, because we recently got word that their old location is no longer available. Once this is accomplished, I'll be able to track their next steps. If all goes as planned, I ought to receive the first shipment of smuggled guns within the month." "And Healy and Burke will return with their men and wagons to pick them up?" "That's the big question, isn't it? They were supposed to stay here through the end of July, but have suddenly cancelled their rooms at the Kestrel Inn and plan to leave first thing in the morning. I think they are desperate to keep out of our way as we investigate Driscoll's murder. Moreover, if they did kill Driscoll, as I suspect they did, they will have hell to pay if it was not authorised by the Irishman gunrunner, Sean McTavish, or the rebel leaders. Then why would they murder Driscoll? I don't know. I've added this as part of my investigation. What motive did they have strong enough to overcome their fear of McTavish, or the men behind the rebel plot? McTavish will be livid when he finds out a murder took place at the very cave he plans to deliver his weapons. He might not kill Healy and Burke, but the rebel leaders surely will mark them for death if they acted without their authority. What a mess. I suppose we'll have Crown investigators swarming the village once McTavish is ready to sail in with his shipload of contraband. No wonder those two are fleeing." Berness's expression remained serious. "What will the Irishman do to you?" Draco raked a hand through his hair. "Depends on whether he thinks I aided Healy and Burke. I hope to convince him I had nothing to do with them or the murder. Will he believe you, Draco?" He nodded. "Yes, I think so. We've dealt with each other before and have developed a mutual respect. I'm hoping that is enough to spare my life." "Dear heaven, you are in this up to your eyeballs." Draco nodded again. "I know. Can you handle this alone?" He shifted uncomfortably. "For now, yes. I have no choice anyway, since the Home Office agents are not yet in place to help me, and before you jump in and offer your assistance, forget it. I won't put you and your family at risk. Imogen is already a handful." Berness cast him a mirthless smile. "Yes, she can be quite stubborn when she wants to be." "Just protect her," Draco said, his voice raw with concern. "I hope to wrap up my part of the assignment within a shipment or two. As soon as I receive word from the Home Office they have what they need to move in on the plotters and arrest them, I'll be done. So, you think it will take several shipments to gather the required information? What are you looking at, about 2 months? Yes, I hope this is all it will take. Imogen must be given full credit because of her drawings. If not for them, I would not have connected the Irish smuggler to his English contacts. This is a major breakthrough. As I mentioned, I've passed the information along to the Home Office today. It will take time for your report to reach them, and more time before they can act upon it, Burness said. The more they can do at the London end, the better it is for me. I have given them quite a bit to go on. Names, banking information. They don't need me present to start gathering proof and making arrests. Healy and Burke are not the top men in this rebel plot. But identifying them might be enough to flush out the true leaders and stop their plans. Or speed them up. Let's hope not. In the meantime, I still need to prepare for the Irishman's arrival. Burness crossed to his bureau and pointed to the bottles on a silver salver atop it. Care for a drink? Draco declined, since there would be wine at supper and drinks for the men afterward. Although he could hold his liquor, not even he was completely impervious, and he needed to keep a clear head. I have set up a meeting with the Irishman 2 weeks from now. What if he shows up early? Burness frowned. And if this operation has been going on for as long as a year, why would he only reach out to you now? As I mentioned, something happened several months ago to disrupt his deliveries. For whatever reason, the caves the rebels were using to receive their shipments were no longer available. This was an unexpected stroke of luck for us, and why the Home Office reached out to me. I don't know how they got wind of this, but they immediately approached me and hoped I could convince the Irishman to use my caves as the new location. Burness poured himself a drink. Yes, of course. You know him, and your slightly tarnished credentials are perfect for the task. The rebel leaders would approve. The ink was barely dry on my purchase of Woodley Lodge before the Home Office contacted me. Since I had plans to restore the manor house, no one would be alerted if wagon loads of goods were coming in and going out. Sounds almost too convenient. I am not privy to what happened with the former middleman. If the Home Office knows anything about it, they are not telling me. But I am not afraid of dealing with the Irishman, and I am exactly what he needs at the moment, a privateer with a solid reputation and one he knows he can trust. Well, as far as privateers can trust each other. The point is, the rebels are now in a bind, and must replace this important drop-off spot, or they will not receive their guns. McTavish is in a bind because he will never receive his payment from the rebels unless these goods are delivered to them. Burness settled in the chair beside Draco and listened. I put out word that I am looking to continue my smuggling activities. The Irishman took the bait. I cannot back out now that we are so close to planting me in their operation, no matter the consequences. Burness stared into the glass of Scotch he'd poured for himself. The Home Office should have warned me. It started to fall into place very fast. That murder was bloody bad timing, Draco muttered. If it all falls apart now, the Home Office will still have the names I've given them. It is something. Meanwhile, I intend to get answers. Was the Irishman involved in Driscoll's murder? Did he order it done? If not him, the rebel leaders? What do you think? Burness asked. Draco shook his head. I think McTavish was unaware. I'm hoping I can persuade him to turn informant and give us the rebel names, not the low-level men such as Healy and Burke, but the important planners. You've taken it this far. I suppose you ought to play along for as long as necessary. But, Draco, do not be foolish. Let us help you out, if the Crown agents are not in a position to do so. This rebel plot seems to be the most serious England has faced in years. It is, and I cannot simply walk away from it. All the more reason why you must let us assist you."
Draco assured the Marquess he would keep him apprised and seek help if needed.
"Not for my sake, but to protect Imogen. I'll need you to watch her closely and make certain she stays away from Moonstone Landing once the Irishman arrives. This is not some small task meant to patronize you. Imogen is not going to stop poking her nose into my business, and it worries me." In some measure, Imogen's success in connecting Healy and Berg to Driscoll had gone to her head, and she needed to be reined in before she got hurt. This was what he emphasized to Bernice again. "I'll do my best." A soft look came over his face. "She has always been Imogen. There's no one quite like her. Those big eyes of hers can melt your heart. Her sweet smile and genuine goodness make you want to hug her. Everyone underestimates her because she is young and beautiful and thinks too much with her heart. But her mind is razor sharp, and she picks up on things faster than lightning. She will howl if I restrain her. Oh, I will do it, because her life is too important ever to place at risk. I mean to protect her, as I have always done since she and Ella were children." Draco felt those same protective urges toward Imogen, although he wanted to do more than merely hug her. However, Bernice would gut him, the Crown assignment be damned, if he ever took so much as a step out of line with his niece. Let her maintain her usual routine, but she should not go anywhere without an escort. No wandering about the village on her own. I will confine her to Westgate Hall as soon as the Irishman's ship is spotted in the harbour. You said he is due to arrive at the end of the month. This gives you 2 weeks. Will you be prepared by then?"
Draco nodded. Bernice regarded him in all seriousness.
"I wish I could send Imogen back home to her parents, but they reside in London, and that would be more dangerous with Driscoll's friends there. Anyway, she is safest with me to guard her. I will keep her locked in her room and chained to her bed if I must. That girl is my heart. It would destroy me if any harm came to her."
He set down his glass to signal the end of their discussion.
"We had better join the others now."
They strode into the parlour together. It took Draco less than a second for his gaze to fall upon Imogen. She and Deandra were chatting by the fireplace, Parrot dutifully at her side and stretched across her feet. She smiled as he walked over. "Are you going to take Parrot home with you tonight?"
"Alas, yes. My apologies for stealing your foot warmer."
He chuckled and knelt down to be at the dog's level.
"I instructed you to stay beside her, not sit atop her."
Parrot sniffed indignantly and rolled onto his back while remaining atop her feet.
Draco gave his belly a rub. "All right. I will not tell you how best to protect our butterfly."
Imogen's smile faded. "Do you think I still need protecting?" "Oh, yes, I see. There may be a few suspects still lurking in Moonstone Landing." He nodded. "Is it safe for me and Papa to return to Woodley Lodge?" Deandra asked. Draco rose and moved beside them to lean his shoulder against the fireplace mantel. The night was warm and no fire had been lit. Nor would any be necessary over the next few weeks while the air remained warm and gentle. Candles had been lit at twilight, and now bathed the room in a golden glow.
"Yes, I expect it is safe for you to come home. However, I would prefer that you remain here a few more days, as a precaution."
Deandra smiled at Imogen. "Do you mind terribly having me around a little while longer?"
"Not at all." She cast Deandra the sweetest smile in return. "You know I am enjoying your company." Draco cleared his throat. "By the way, I did not cancel your reservation at the Kestrel Inn. I'll join you."
Imogen's eyes rounded in surprise. "You will?" Deandra clapped her hands. "Splendid. What made you change your mind, Draco?"
"I
can be a little overbearing at times," he said, not wanting to reveal too much to Deandra or her father. Imogen already knew he was looking into a connection between Healy, Burke, McTavish and Driscoll, but that could not be helped, since it was her work that uncovered those connections. Perhaps I was a little too cautious. Deandra was quick to agree.
"You were an utter ogre."
"I was being careful," he insisted, frowning at his cousin. She placed her hands on her hips and set her mouth in a pout.
"No, you were just being arrogant and high-handed. I could not believe how mean you were to Imogen, when she was only trying to do something nice for us."
"Nice?" he grunted incredulously. She was meddling. Fiendishly clever about it, too. Tell her, Imogen. Admit it.
"See, you are doing it again, Draco."
Deandra grasped Imogen's hand.
"Pay no mind to my cousin. He is not always such an ogre, you poor thing."
Imogen tried to stifle a grin, and it came out as a snort instead. Draco did not take offence, for he had felt a possessive need to protect Imogen from the moment they met. That she had needed protection during his party still had him overset. He would continue to behave like a protective ape until all the knaves had been arrested and no longer posed a threat to her. He did not want to think of the real reason she brought out his apish instincts. It was not only concern over a smuggling operation. It was really about her and the permanence of these feelings she brought out in him. He hated that word, feelings. He needed a clear mind, not to be distracted, mooning over some bright-eyed girl who had never been kissed until he came along. Lord, that kiss. He could not get it out of his head. Despite his concerns, he managed to get through his meal without irritating Imogen or once again being called an ogre by his cousin. He was remarkably restrained while after-dinner drinks were served in the parlour and the ladies had their tea. Apparently, Deandra decided this improvement in his behaviour required mentioning.
"You were charming tonight, Draco. Thank you. I was so worried you were going to snarl at us again. I would have been so embarrassed. But you were a complete gentleman."
Good grief. Did he need to be complimented for his good behaviour? Was it that noteworthy? Deandra continued to chirp away, chattering excitedly about staying with Imogen for a few more days.
"Do you think we will be permitted to volunteer at the hospital soon? I hope so. I would love to help out, and then end the day with treats at Mrs. Halsey's tea shop."
Draco made no comment, but knew he would have an uprising on his hands when he ordered them confined to Westgate Hall once the smugglers returned. As the evening drew to a close, they all walked out onto the terrace to watch the moon rise over the water.
"Is it not magnificent?" Imogen said in a gentle whisper as she came to stand beside him,
her face illuminated in all its shimmering beauty by the torchlight set around the corners of the terrace. Draco nodded. "Yes, quite." She edged closer to him. "Have you learned yet why our village is called Moonstone Landing?" He leaned his forearms casually on the stone balustrade as he looked out over the water. "No, but I think you are about to tell me. Go ahead, Butterfly. I would like to know." "It is said there are moonstones deep within the water that will shine on the night of a full moon whenever in the presence of true love." "True love? Is this what the Moonstone lore is about?" "Yes. Aunt Phoebe and her sisters made love matches with their husbands, and the moonstones glowed for them. The same happened to Brenna and the Duke of Claymore, and Brenna's cousin Cara, who married the Duke of Strathmore, and her cousin Felicity, who married the Earl of Bradford, and—" Draco laughed. "That's a long enough list. You have made your point." "It happened for my sister as well. I think Caden fell in love with her the moment he set eyes on her." Draco stifled a groan. "Imogen, love at first sight is not real.
She gazed up at him, obviously dismayed. Why would you say such a cynical thing? It is most certainly real. One's heart knows immediately when the missing part of it comes along.
Is that so?
Yes. Think of it as 2 pieces of a puzzle waiting to lock into place. The heart knows when the fit is right.
Even if the brain resists? One cannot leap into a lifelong commitment merely because one's heart flutters. What if one is merely suffering from a bout of indigestion?
Imogen turned away from him. I am not listening to you. As I said, you are far too cynical. He nudged her so that she turned back to face him.
What is the point of the Moonstones if one's heart already knows who they love? Simply to confirm they are not making a mistake? And what if those Moonstones fail to shine? What then? Would you pass up your chance for happiness with the person you love? Are these Moonstones so infallible?
They have never been wrong.
How do you know? And is there not always a first time?
He knew he was distressing Imogen because she was now nibbling her luscious lower lip and fretting.
He tried not to look at her sweet mouth. Those cherry lips. Lord, he wanted to devour her.
The Moonstones are magical and never make mistakes, she insisted. He gave her cheek a light caress.
You are thinking with your heart, Imogen.
What is wrong with that? How else am I to recognize love when it comes along?
He sighed, wishing she wasn't so influenced by romantic notions. But feelings were her strength. And she felt everything so deeply, ached so thoroughly and sincerely. Why did she have to leave herself so completely exposed to hurt? Perhaps this was why he felt so protective of her. How could he let anyone hurt his precious butterfly? All right, tell me more.
The Moonstones only come out on the night of a full moon, Imogen explained, smiling up at him because she was pleased he was willing to listen to more of this fable. They shine their colourful lights whenever they see a couple in love. The tide must be low, although I have also heard they will shine at high tide if the love in question is strong enough.
Draco arched an eyebrow. So, it does not matter whether the tide is high or low. I just want to understand the rules to this law.
Imogen's smile faltered. You are being sarcastic.
No, just trying to get it right. Are you sure there must be a full moon?
Well, I think so. She gazed out over the water and then turned to him with a fairy glow in her eyes.
It was as though she had captured the moonlight in her beautiful orbs.
But I think all rules are broken when there is true love. It cannot be held back by logic or convention. Magic happens, Draco. It really does. I wish I could make you see that true love defies all boundaries, including those of space and time.
And tides?
Draco shook his head and laughed softly.
This is what you learned from the Moonstone law.
Imogen nodded. Well, actually I learned about the limitless boundaries of love from the Moonstone Cottage ghost.
A ghost? He wanted to laugh, but Imogen believed so deeply in the miracle of love that he dared not disappoint her. Who was to say she was incorrect? It could be that he was in the wrong. Perhaps this was why he was falling in love with her. They were such opposites, and yet obviously attracted to each other. He was a creature of logic and common sense. He believed in the practical, in what one could see before one's very eyes. Imogen believed in the impossible. Moonstones, ghosts, magic. She could have passed as a fairy princess herself, for she believed in love's dream and the power of enchantment. Indeed, they were complete opposites, and yet he could not breathe for wanting her so badly. Is there really lore about a ghost haunting Moonstone Cottage?
Draco pressed her when she did not immediately reply.
He tried not to sound dismissive.
Yes, and the ghost is real. He's wonderful and would never hurt us. She tipped her chin up in defiance, daring him to contradict her. Henley, Phoebe, and Chloe have seen him. You can also ask the land agent, Mr. Priam, if you won't believe them.
Has he seen the ghost too?
Imogen gave it a moment of earnest thought. I'm not sure, but he heard reports from prospective purchasers who begged off from acquiring Moonstone Cottage because the ghost chased them away. However, he did not chase away Lady Henley Killigrew. She was Henley, Phoebe, and Chloe's aunt.
But why was she spared his haunting?
Because he fell in love with her the moment he set eyes on her. He stayed on to protect her for the rest of her life. When she passed, the 3 nieces inherited Moonstone Cottage. Chloe and her husband own it now.
She and her husband, Major Brennan?
Yes.
There is a story behind his connection to Moonstone Cottage too.
When we have time another day, I will tell you how he came into the title of Viscount.
Good grief, another ghost?
No, the same ghost. His name is Captain Breoke Taran Arundel, and he died saving the children of Moonstone Landing from drowning. As a matter of fact, the Duke of Claymore's wife, Brenna, was one of the children he saved. So was her cousin, Cara, the Duchess of Strathmore, and Felicity, too. She is married to the Earl of Bradford.
As you have already mentioned,
he muttered.
2 duchesses and a countess, is that so?
But his question held no trace of mockery.
Any man who would risk his life to save drowning children was a true hero and deserved Draco's respect. Perhaps there was something enchanted about this place. How else would commoners such as Brenna, Felicity, and Cara, all of them angels, have made love matches with dukes and earls?
This is why there is a memorial to Captain Arundel in the village green, Imogen said. Brenna and her cousins were perhaps 6 years old on a school trip when they were trapped aboard a sinking schooner that foundered in a sudden squall.
Draco, an experienced sailor himself, fully understood how frightening these storms could be. Go on, Imogen. I'm listening.
She nodded. They would have died had Captain Arundel not braved the dangerous waters and rescued them. Sadly, he did not survive. Just after he had placed them all safely on his vessel, he was struck in the head by a falling mast and fell into the water, and her breath hitched. He was never seen again.
Draco felt a stirring in his heart, for it was a cruel end for someone who had acted so bravely. But one did not tangle lightly with the sea. A superstitious sailor might say that the sea wanted a death, and took the captain when he deprived it of those children. Did they ever find his body?
No, not a trace. Draco could see the pain in her eyes.
I'm sorry, Imogen, truly.
She nodded. After that day, his ghost haunted Moonstone Cottage. He chased everyone away until Henley came along. Then he fell in love with her and she fell in love with him. This is what I mean when I say true love has no bounds.
Imogen, I am not dismissing the notion, but I doubt it will apply to me. My heart is too guarded. I don't think I would allow myself to believe in instant love, to look upon someone and immediately know I had met the one.
Imogen regarded him earnestly once again. You might feel that way, but you would be too cautious ever to admit your feelings. Not that I blame you. One in your position must be careful because you are so much sought after as an earl. I've seen how you are plagued by schemers who only want you for your wealth and title.
Deandra had been listening in on their conversation and now joined in.
But Imogen is not a schemer, Draco. She is true and honest.
Draco growled low in his throat, for Deandra and her romantic ideas were the last things he needed. Gad, don't start that again.
All I am suggesting is that there is a simple way for you to find out whether Imogen is meant for you. Just kiss her on the night of a full moon and see if the moonstones shine. I'll wager they will shine quite brightly for the two of you.
He frowned at his young cousin.
I am not going to risk my earldom on some rocks that might or might not shine, nor am I going to kiss Imogen.
They will never shine for us, Deandra, Imogen agreed, surprising him as she joined in his defence. You must stop pushing me at your cousin. It will not work. Both parties must be deeply in love for the Moonstone law to come true. As your cousin said, these feelings do not happen overnight.
It has been 2 full days now, Deandra remarked. 3 if you count half-days.
Draco laughed.
Ah, yes, an eternity in your mind.
Deandra frowned at him.
Make fun of me all you want, but love can and does happen instantly.
Oh, Imogen, do tell me more about the Moonstone cottage ghost.
Was he very handsome?
Yes, and Phoebe's aunt fell in love with him. Deandra sighed.
That is splendid. I hoped something as romantic happens to me.
Falling in love with a dead man is not romantic, Deandra.
Draco was desperate for an excuse to end this conversation.
He already had his hands full with Driscoll's murder and establishing a connection with the Irishman. He did not need to worry about his cousin foolishly mistaking infatuation for love and running off with some fortune-hunting wastrel, while he was distracted bringing down a rebel plot.
Deandra punched him lightly in the arm.
You are impossible.
I am sensible, he insisted. Love does not happen in the blink of an eye. Lust, attraction, desire, perhaps. But love is something that must grow over time. Haven't you heard the adage, marry in haste, repent at leisure? There is a reason it rings true. One might like the look of a person, but it is in getting to know that person beyond a superficial dance or evening's conversation that matters most. A beautiful woman might quickly grow boring if there is little going on between her ears, or she might have a cruel and petty nature, or simply have nothing at all in common with you to bind you to each other. One only learns these things over time.
He was relieved to see Imogen nodding in agreement. Truly, Deandra, your cousin is right. Did you not see how the ladies fluttered around him on the night of the ball? He is a handsome, wealthy, and unmarried earl. Women are going to lie and manipulate, do anything to secure his affections, or simply trap him in a compromising situation. He must be extremely careful, and so should we all.
I still think you are a match for my cousin, Deandra said. Do you not feel it in your heart, Imogen? Aren't you curious to know?
Imogen appeared decidedly uncomfortable. I will know when the time is right. Deandra stared at Draco and raised her eyebrows in silent urging.
This was laughable. He knew what would happen if he kissed Imogen. Those moonstones would burst through the water and shine as bright as blazes. For all his talk of being careful and needing time to know who was the perfect woman for him, there was not a doubt in his mind that he was looking straight at her. Imogen. His heart wanted Imogen. It did not matter that he was sensible, cautious, and a deep thinker. It did not matter that until setting eyes on a beautiful butterfly on the night of the masquerade ball, he had not given a thought to marriage. Indeed, his thoughts until that moment were concentrated on avoiding that obligation. Then Imogen flitted into his life, her heart exposed and so easy to crush because she was such a trusting innocent. It wasn't even a full moon yet. He had no idea whether the tide was high or low. None of it mattered. Those moonstones would shine for him and Imogen if he kissed her now. He whistled for Parrot to come to him, then bade farewell to Bernès and his wife, asked his uncle if he needed anything, which he did not, since Bernès had an endless supply of books available in his library, then frowned at Imogen and Deandra, and strode off. Parrot barked at him as they stood on the front steps waiting for his horse to be brought around. What?
but he knew why his dog was annoyed with him. He strode back through the house and onto the terrace, stopping beside Imogen, who now happened to be standing alone by the balustrade, still staring at the moon glowing over the water.
Deandra was particularly irritating tonight,
he said. She smiled at him. I know.
But you were wonderful, and I should not have been so abrupt with you.
I did not take offence.
Still, it was not right. I'm sorry, Imogen. I am on edge these days.
I understand.
He sighed. I wish you would not be so understanding.
She laughed lightly. What should I be?
I don't know. Irritated? Condescending? Wanting to berate me? Huff, pout? But that is not you, I suppose. You are too sweet, and now I feel worse for being rude to you.
You can make it up to me by treating us all to supper at the Kestrel Inn tomorrow.
That is a given. I know you invited my family, but I was not going to let you pay for any of it. In fact, I have already advised Thaddeus that all is to be charged to my account. Same for Mrs. Halsey's tea shop.
Is that so?
Yes, that is so. If you are with my family, I pay.
Ah. Then I think Deandra and I must stop by the local jeweller's shop, she teased. I saw some lovely Florentine glass earrings I have been meaning to purchase for myself, but as I shall be with Deandra, I will have the owner charge them to your account. What do you say to that?
It would be my pleasure.
He regarded her with all sincerity.
You deserve this token of my appreciation, and far more.
She blushed. Oh, Draco, you are no fun to tease. I am not going to let you pay for my earrings.
Imogen, I know you are in jest, but I am serious. I have another request of you.
She appeared surprised. What is it?
When you are in that shop with Deandra, if you see a butterfly brooch or butterfly clips for your hair, buy them for yourself, along with those earrings you admire. Again, for my account. I should have thought of it sooner.
No, Draco.
Are you refusing my gifts?
She cast him an impatient look. They are too personal, especially the butterfly jewellery. It is merely a jest between us. Do not make it into something more.
In fact, I have not given it the consideration it deserves. But all right, I will not press you on the matter, since my gifts, even innocently intended, make you feel uncomfortable. Good night, then, Imogen. My butterfly.
He rode off to Woodley Lodge, with Parrot loping at his side. His butler was standing by the front door with a lamp in hand.
Good evening, my lord. Evening, Westcott. Hope I did not keep you up too late.
The rest of the house was plunged in darkness, since most of the staff had retired by now.
No, my lord.
One of his grooms came running out of the stable to take his mount.
I have him, my lord.
He smiled at the lad.
Thank you, Robin.
His entire staff was newly hired, and most were chosen upon the recommendation of the land agent, Mr. Priam.
The man had done him a service, for all these new hires were attentive to their duties. The housekeeper was an older woman by the name of Mrs. Angel. No surprise there, since the village seemed overrun with angels. His Mrs. Angel ran a tight ship. Even his horrendous masquerade ball had been handled efficiently by her. That affair would have defeated the hardiest of souls. Not only had she handled all the preparations magnificently, but every stick of furniture moved out to make room for the crowd had already been put back in its proper place, and every piece of silverware accounted for.
He and Westcott went about closing up the house. Once that chore was completed, Draco retired to his own bedchamber. Parrot followed him upstairs, stretching out like a big, lovable lump at the foot of his bed. Draco undressed and then washed up. He slept naked even on the coldest winter nights. This summer night was warm, and the room would have been stifling had there not been a refreshing sea breeze blowing in through the open windows. He could hear waves breaking on the distant shore like soft cannon bursts as they struck the cave hollows. He donned his robe and crossed to the small balcony that looked out over the cove. The moon was already high, reflecting its silvery beams off the water. Imogen had said there were moonstones beneath those waters. Deandra had been going on and on about them, about love and about his little butterfly, Imogen. Would the moonstones really shine for him and Imogen? Well, he knew they would. But opening his heart to her was impossible right now. She was the sort who would risk her life to save him, and he could not allow that to happen. Keeping some distance between them was important. But how did one stop true love? Could such a thing be scheduled? Or simply postponed, as one might postpone a meeting? Not even 3 full days had passed, yet his heart was completely conquered. Indeed, it would be torn to shreds if any harm came to Imogen. Could he strike a bargain with those moonstones? If they kept her safe, he would agree to love her. Yes, he would kiss her, and he would love her. And keep faithfully to my wedding vows, he said aloud, as though these hidden stones could understand him. Were the moonstones listening? Chapter 8. More than a week had passed since the murder of Lord Driscoll that now felt like an ugly dream to Imogen. The flurry of activity in the days since his death had dribbled to nothing, and everyone's daily routine seemed to return to normal. Deandra and her father had returned to Woodley Lodge, and Imogen missed having Deandra's chatter at night. However, they had become fast friends and continued to see each other every day. Having the company of a friend helped Imogen tremendously, because she missed her sister so much. Ella was enjoying married life and a new son. Imogen was not even on the marriage mart or ready to have a baby, but holding that precious little boy had felt wonderful. Sadly, this new responsibility kept Ella too busy to write to Imogen more than once a week, although Imogen wrote to her almost every day. "Stop feeling sorry for yourself," she muttered as she sat in the Woodley Lodge garden with her easel set up, painting the lovely flowers in afternoon sunlight. She had also brought along her sketchbook and pencils, prepared to give Deandra lessons in drawing. Well, that was the excuse Deandra gave Draco for inviting her over each day. In truth, his cousin was still hoping to make a love match between them. A task Imogen knew was futile, since Draco avoided her as much as possible. Besides, they had made that silly marriage pact neither of them had forgotten. If he kissed her again, he would have to marry her. No mere kiss on the hand or polite kiss on the cheek, but a steamy, passionate, devouring kiss like the one he had given her the first time. She ached for a second kiss such as that one, but had resigned herself to the fact it would never happen. She and Draco were not a match, and no amount of wishing on her part would make it so. However, she was happy to be in Deandra's company, even though the girl's supposed interest in art was an obvious ruse. "Imogen," Draco said, surprising her by coming up beside her as she sat alone in the garden painting. He had a pouch slung over his shoulder. It looked heavy, but he was quite strong and carried it as though it weighed nothing. "You do know the investigation is still quite active. You shouldn't be out here on your own." She shot to her feet and tipped her chin into the air, already feeling defensive. Why had he not come upon her a few minutes sooner, when the garden was full of activity? His gardeners had been toiling amid the flower beds for hours. Also, Deandra had been with her throughout the day, save for these few minutes. Not to mention Westcott and the footman under his command had taken turns popping their heads out to see if she and Deandra required anything. She frowned at this big, gorgeous man who made her heart flutter. He frowned back, and still her insides tingled. What was wrong with her?
Deandra was with me all the while. She ran inside for a moment to remind Mrs. Angel to set out our afternoon tea on the terrace.
Draco did not appear mollified in the least. That is no excuse.
I am not making excuses. Oh, how she hated Draco sometimes. Well, not really hated him. He was too handsome for words. She liked him, even though she tried very hard to resist his appeal. Nor am I going anywhere near your pirate cave, so why are you scowling at me? What's in your pouch?
None of your business.
She sighed. Ever the polite gentleman. His expression darkened.
If you must be here, make certain you always stay close to the house.
She glanced around and held out a hand, motioning about the garden in which they stood. Isn't this close enough? Why won't you tell us what you are doing in those caves and why we are not allowed to join you? She knew something was going on, because Draco was behaving more mysteriously than ever. He had sent more letters off to his Bow Street runner and, more importantly, to the Home Office, something she learned by prying information out of Thaddeus Angel, because Draco was telling her nothing. All seemed quiet, but he was obviously tense as he spent much of this past week exploring caves in the Moonstone Landing area. Mostly, he concentrated on the pirate caves on his own property, heading down there almost every morning with Parrot at his heels. Occasionally, he carted down supplies. The pouch, presently slung over his broad shoulder, was full, but she could not tell what it contained. However, she knew he had already brought down lanterns, a shovel, an axe, lengths of rope, and some old and quite rickety tables, and then spent hours every day doing heaven knows what inside those dank, cavernous hollows.
Stop asking questions, Imogen. You know I'm not going to tell you.
He stepped around her to see what she was painting, and his expression softened.
You put your heart into your work, don't you?
She nodded. Of course. Smiling, he gave her chin a light tweak.
Keep out of mischief.
As soon as Deandra returned, he whistled for Parrot to follow, and then strode off once again toward the cliff steps. I'm going to follow him, Imogen muttered, setting down her paintbrush and preparing to remove her apron. Deandra emitted a soft cry. Oh no, you mustn't. It will anger Draco. Imogen did not care. He is already angry with me. You needn't come with me if you're scared. Deandra tipped her chin into the air. I am not scared. I am respectful of Draco's feelings, that is all. I cannot risk his disowning my father and me if we disobey him. Imogen felt a tug of remorse, but she knew Draco would never treat Deandra so cruelly. His every instinct was to protect his family. Very well. You stay here while I sneak a peek. I won't stay long, I promise. Just a quick look and I'll come straight back. He will never know I was there. She scooted away before Deandra could stop her, hopping over the stone wall between the garden and the meadow. She and Ella had enjoyed many picnics in this meadow, often with Phoebe or Chloe before those two married and had children. She did not bother with the cliff walk, for there was another path down from the meadow to the caves. It was a little steeper than the steps, but not all that difficult when one was prepared as she was, having worn her sturdy walking boots instead of dainty slippers. The tide was out, and the wind gentle as it swirled around her body. She carefully made her way down the last rocks and hopped onto the beach. The sand was soft and warm, and her boots sank in as she scurried toward the cave. Draco was working in there, for she heard the sharp clink of an axe striking rock as she crept in. She paused a moment for her eyes to adjust to the dim light. But it did not take long before she was on the move again, making her way toward a faint amber glow that emanated from the cavernous hollow and grew brighter as she made her way deeper in. Parrot let out a joyful bark that resounded off the stone walls. In the next moment he bounded toward her. Hush, Parrot, don't give me away, she whispered, knowing it was futile since her voice
also echoed off those walls. The clink of the axe stopped. She did not need to hear Draco's footsteps to know he was striding toward her. "Imogen, bloody hell!" he said with a growl. "I might have known." He held a small pistol in his hand, and now slipped it back in the lip of his boot. She knew he had a knife hidden in the lip of his other boot. What other weapons were hidden on his person? And why should she not feel safe when he was a walking arsenal, and she knew he was always going to protect her? He held a lantern above them while he frowned at her. The light cast shadows over his face so that he appeared quite sinister, but still incredibly handsome. He was not wearing a shirt, and she could not help but stare at the masculine contours of his body. Huffing in disgust, he turned away and strode to one of the tables set up in a cavernous opening. He had piled his supplies atop it along with his shirt. He donned the shirt, the sort a workman would wear, made of coarse cloth that plunged open at the front in a V shape, and had lacings from the middle of his chest to his throat to properly close it up. He did not bother to lace it up or tuck the shirt in before returning to her side. He had looked spectacular without it on, but even more so with it on. That coarse fabric strained against his muscled contours. He looked dangerous and divine. "Go away, Imogen." She might have obeyed if her body had not been in spasms over the sight of him. His scent was all male and held the hint of refreshing bay spices. Oh, he looked so much like a pirate. "What are you doing in here?" she asked as he turned away and stalked back to the table. She followed him, but dared not get too close, because he was frowning like the devil and obviously seething. Not that he would ever hurt her. She knew he wouldn't. She cast him a pleasant smile. "Now that I am here, why don't I help you? Is that the old escape tunnel you are opening up again back there? That is an excellent idea. I know just where it lets out. And will you pile these crates in front of the tunnel to keep it hidden from view? I noticed you carrying crates down earlier. Is this what you intend for them?" "Lord," he moaned. Everyone in Moonstone Landing knows about this escape tunnel. But it was sealed up years ago, so I have never been through it myself. Now you have opened it up. She followed him as he made his way through the opening to the other end, which had not yet been unsealed. This was what he must have been working on these past few days. The air was hot and stifling. She watched as he began to chip away at the sealed outer door. No wonder his gorgeous body had a sheen of sweat on it. Dear heaven, she had no idea a man could be so beautifully formed or so magnificently muscled. "You cannot tell anyone what I'm doing in here, Imogen." "I never would. It might put your life at risk, I know that." She cleared her throat. "Might I suggest that you chip away at this escape door from the outside? You will suffocate if you don't get some air." "That'll be fine. Leave if you are uncomfortable." "I'm just sitting here watching you. You are the one expending all the effort and using up all the air that's fit to breathe. You'll have an easier time if you break this blocked door down from the outside," she repeated. "At least the air will be fresh and cooler." "No." "Oh, but I suppose you don't want anyone to see what you are doing. Yes, that makes sense. No one should know that you have devised a secret way out. Well, now I know. But I won't tell a soul, you have my word of honor." "Are you quite finished?" He approached her again, his scowl fiercer than she had ever seen. She licked her lips. Draco, it isn't as though I am unfamiliar with this cave. I've been in here many times over the years. She yelped as he lifted her up and hauled her over his shoulder, then marched out of the tunnel, through the cave, onto the beach and up the cliff steps. Parrot was scampering behind them, panting happily and wagging his tail. Of course, the sweet dog was happy they were all together and thought they were merely having fun. Imogen felt the sun warm her bottom, which was embarrassingly close to Draco's face. The slightest turn, and his lips would be... She refused to consider where his lips might land. "I am not a sack of potatoes." He placed a hand on her bottom. "Be quiet." Oh, heavens. This was much worse than a little sunshine beating down on her. "Honestly, Draco, your behaviour is outrageous." He laughed heartily, a deep, resounding chortle. "My behaviour? You are jesting, aren't you? I am not the one who trespassed in the cave. Did I not warn you to keep away?" "You know I was not going to listen to that ridiculous and quite high-handed edict. Speaking of hands, will you kindly remove yours?" "Stop squirming, and I will." "Remove it, and I will stop squirming." He laughed again. "No, you won't." "You should not be hauling me around as though I am a sack of potatoes." "If I set you down, will you promise to stay out of the cave?" "Forevermore. That is quite a draconian demand." That would require her to obey him, and she was not about to do that. He had no right to treat her like the enemy and spout unreasonable orders, even if it was his property and he was the Earl. Did it not make sense for someone to know what he was doing? Why could it not be her? This was for his own good and his own protection. "We are almost at the top of the stairs. Everyone will see where you have put your hand." "That is your problem, not mine," he muttered. "You are insufferable." "And you are reckless, Butterfly. I do not want you involved in this investigation." She stopped struggling and tried to look at him, but all she managed to see was the back of his head and the sinful waves of his dark hair that curled becomingly at his nape. "How is your digging in the cave in any way related to Driscoll's murder?" "I'm not answering that." "So you are leaving me no choice but to figure it out for myself." She knew she was riling him, but he was not truly angry with her, because he had called her Butterfly. He did that whenever he felt protective of her. He set her down beside her easel. "Don't figure it out, Imogen. Just leave it be." He did not sound angry, so much as aching and worried for her safety. This made her feel terrible. She really did not wish to be difficult. "Draco, I just want you to be safe." "I will be. Do not meddle." He turned on his heels and strode back down the steps toward the cave. Parrot had followed them up and now followed Draco back to the cave, his little tail wagging as he pattered behind his master. Deandra rushed toward her.
"Oh, Imogen, was he furious? I was sure I saw steam shooting from his ears. What did you say to him? What did he do to you? He had you slung over his shoulder. Oh, what a brute. Did you find out anything?"
Imogen kept her gaze on Draco's retreating form. "No, Deandra, I wasn't in there long enough to see much. It could have gone worse for me. Your cousin was irritated, but held his temper in check."
"Except for his hand on your bottom."
Deandra suddenly giggled.
"Oh, Imogen, I'm sure he likes you. He would never take such liberties otherwise."
"Don't start that again, Deandra. Even if he did like me once, he doesn't now." Imogen might have pushed him too far this time. Yes, she surely had done so. But why did he consider her actions so outrageous? All she had done was walk into a cave she had visited 6 times over the course of her summers here. Carving an escape route was obviously important to him. How did it relate to Driscoll's murder? Chapter 9. Imogen awoke the following morning, worried Draco would never speak to her again. She resolved to apologize to him as soon as she arrived at Woodley Lodge, even though she did not believe she was at fault. In fact, it seemed quite unfair that she and Deandra should not be permitted to enjoy an afternoon exploring those caves.
Where was the harm if he and Parrot were down there with them? But he was still fuming over the incident. He refused to speak to her or look at her for the rest of the day. He would not even come out of his study to bid her farewell when the Benesque carriage came around to pick her up in the early evening. She had not allowed her disappointment to show. Deandra would have made too much of it, meddling again and accusing Draco of leaving her heartbroken. Imogen was not heartbroken over this very confusing man. Not at all heartbroken, she muttered, drawing her covers aside and rolling out of bed to start the new day. The very idea is absurd. Well, perhaps her heart was a little bruised, dented, but not broken. Ordinarily, Imogen would have washed, dressed, and hurried off to the army hospital to read to the wounded soldiers, as had been her morning routine. However, the outbreak of fever in the wards was still going on, so all volunteers remained barred from the premises. Perhaps it was for the best. Imogen clutched her stomach as a tight knot had formed when she awoke the following morning. Something felt wrong, but she could not put her finger on exactly what had her so queasy. It wasn't a fever, for her forehead was cool. Yet something was decidedly amiss. She nudged her drapes aside to peer out the window and soak in the morning sun, hoping this might help her shake off this unexpected sense of foreboding. The mist had already burned away, and the sun was glistening upon the waves. This signalled another typically beautiful Cornwall day in the offing. Of course it would be hot, but the heat never grew unbearable because there was always a soft breeze sweeping off the water to cool the air. Imogen washed up and then donned a meadow-green muslin gown that was sturdy and fit for outdoors. It was also the perfect colour to hide grass stains, should she get any while seated in the Woodley garden. Her maid helped her style her hair in a soft chignon, secured at the nape of her neck. "That should hold you for the day, Lady Imogen." "If the wind doesn't get to it," Imogen remarked with a light laugh. "Thank you, Betty." "Oh, there won't be much of one today," Betty said. "Perhaps the breeze will pick up by afternoon." "Yes, let's hope so." Feeling only a little bit better, Imogen joined her aunt and uncle for breakfast.
"Are you headed to Woodley Lodge again today?"
Uncle Cormac asked, the question loaded because he was obviously not pleased to have her spending so much time there while Draco was around. "Yes, and in response to the question really on your mind that you did not ask, no, I do not see anything of the Earl of Woodley whenever I am there. He spends all his time tending to other matters, and most days does not even speak to me." She did not mention the pirate caves, or the escape route he was carving out for himself. Draco would tell her uncle when he was ready. "Does he ever join you for tea?" Phoebe asked. "No, not even that." Phoebe took a bite of her eggs and then set down her fork. "What takes up all his time? Not even to have a moment for tea?" "I don't know. He doesn't tell me or Deandra or anything. Her father, the dear man, hasn't a clue either, not that he is asking any questions. He spends all his time in Draco's library and is oblivious to everything going on around him." Her aunt frowned. "Cormac, do you know what is going on? Why is he behaving so mysteriously?"
"I am not at liberty to tell you, love, but I am glad he is keeping away from our niece."
He turned to Imogen.
"I think this ought to be your last visit there. Invite Deandra here, going forward. I'll send our carriage around to pick her up if Woodley cannot send her over in his own. All right?"
"Yes, I'll let her know." "Uncle Cormac, is the Earl in any serious danger? He is so aloof. Well, his behaviour just feels odd. He sent more letters off to the Home Office and his Bow Street man." His fork clattered onto the plate and he frowned at her.
"Imogen, what has he told you about these letters?"
"Nothing. He will not speak to me."
"Then how do you know about his correspondence? Did you sneak into his study?"
"No." Imogen cleared her throat. "Thaddeus told me."
Her uncle pounded his fist on the table.
Thaddeus?
Imogen inhaled softly, realizing she should not have said anything to get the innkeeper in trouble. But he did not mean to let anything slip. We were just talking and he begged me not to say anything, so I promised I would keep mum.
A broken promise, since you have now blabbed to me and your aunt,
her uncle growled. Only because you are the local magistrate and ought to be told what is going on. And Aunt Phoebe is your very heart and completes you, so it is the same as telling you.
Her aunt emitted a snorting laugh. Her uncle groaned.
But I have no intention of confiding the news to anyone else, Imogen assured him. Not even Chloe or Henley or their husbands. Certainly never Deandra, since she is already worried enough thinking it is a simple murder investigation. Phoebe was still grinning like a contented cat and casting adoring looks at her husband.
Did you hear that, Cormac? I am the missing part of your heart. My heart is intact, he grumbled. It is my arm that is missing.
He glanced at his empty sleeve before pressing on with his lecture.
Imogen, how I feel about Phoebe does not relieve you of your misbehaviour. Who else has Thaddeus told about Woodley's letters? Must we worry about the whole village learning of them?
No one else knows, he assured me. Truly, Imogen ought to have kept her mouth shut, because her uncle appeared quite angry over Thaddeus's loose lips. Uncle Cormac, you know how good I am at coaxing information out of even the most reluctant sources. What truly worries me is that this morning I awoke with a knot in my stomach that I cannot attribute to any obvious malady. I fear this sensation of foreboding is about Lord Woodley. I am terribly concerned for him. Her uncle placed his hand over hers.
Woodley can take care of himself, Imogen. His years as a privateer have honed his fighting skills. He'll fight like a beast if it proves necessary.
Yes, beast is an apt description. I always thought there was a hard edge to him. Imogen's eyes rounded in surprise. Do you think he will have cause to fight?
Only as a last resort. He does not go around looking for trouble. He is a hard man, but he also happens to be very protective of you and Deandra. I would not let you anywhere near him if I doubted his honour. If there is a hint of danger, he will see you safe. But why place this added burden on him, especially now that you are sensing something in the air? How about we invite them over here, starting today?
All my art supplies are there, and I would really like to finish my painting of his garden today. I'm sure everything will be fine. She patted her stomach. It could be something I ate last night, that's all. Truly, Uncle Cormac, it's probably a mild indigestion.
He nodded. Still, let this be your last day there. Deandra can stay over here whenever she wishes. Her father, too.
Sounds like a good plan. Should she tell her uncle about Draco opening up that secret escape tunnel in the cave? She wanted to, but was it fair to break Draco's trust? She would bring up the subject with Draco today. He should be the one to mention it to her uncle. After spending an hour playing with her cousins, something she enjoyed even though those twin boys were little beasts themselves and did not know how to sit still for a moment, she left the nursery and popped into her uncle's study. I'm leaving now, Uncle Cormac. He came around his desk to escort her to his waiting carriage.
Still having that queasy feeling?
She shrugged. A little. It is going away, I think.
Even so, be careful,
he said as they stepped outside.
Come home immediately if you sense something is wrong.
All right, but you mustn't fret about me. I am not ill.
I know, Imogen.
He watched the carriage pull up in front of them.
But you have keen instincts. I was going to have the driver return here after dropping you off, but should he stay with you?
No, that is absolutely unnecessary. Besides, the Woodleys have several carriages on hand.
All right. But if you sense something amiss, toss Deandra and her father into one of his carriages and come back here straight away. Forget your supplies, forget everything, and just come home.
She nibbled her lip. Are you that worried? Has Lord Woodley warned you about a specific danger?
Nothing of present concern, child. But that murder took place on his property and remains unsolved, so why take any risks?
She hopped into the carriage and peered out the window on the ride to Woodley Lodge. The disquieting churning of her stomach never left her. She had a light meal at midday with Deandra and Deandra's father, hardly eating a bite. Draco had not joined them, a fact once again commented on by all of them.
"He is in the pirate caves again today,"
Deandra muttered, even though Imogen had not asked about his whereabouts. She shrugged. "Oh, well, he can do whatever he pleases. I'm here to visit you, not him." Deandra cast her a dubious look.
"You are a terrible liar. Disappointment is written all over your face. Come on. It is time for you to give me an art lesson. What do you think? Do I show promise?"
"You are perhaps the worst student I have ever taught," Imogen said with a merry laugh. Not that she was trained to teach art, but she did instruct the local villagers from time to time. Men, women, children, anyone who wished to learn. Vicar Trask had organised art classes at his church that she and Aunt Phoebe led. Phoebe was a talented artist in her own right and had taught Imogen everything she knew. Imogen and Deandra walked out of the house to the Woodley garden, and as she had done yesterday, Imogen set up her easel and art supplies amid the glorious array of flowers. She did the same for Deandra, helping with her easel brushes and pencils. The lesson had barely started before Deandra's eyes glazed over and she stopped paying attention. Honestly, Deandra, how will you learn anything when you are concentrating on everything but the task before you? Deandra set down her pencil and turned to Imogen with a pout.
"Why must I draw nothing but circles?"
"Because circles are the most basic tools in drawing." Deandra sighed, and then made up an excuse to leave her easel and run inside.
"I'll be right back."
"But where?" Too late. Deandra had scampered off, muttering something about reminding Mrs. Angel to set out their afternoon tea and cakes on the terrace. This was completely unnecessary. Not only had this been their routine all week long, but Mrs. Angel was one of the most efficient people Imogen had ever met. Now alone, she set her own brushes and pencils aside. She and Deandra had placed their easels in the shade, but Imogen now took a seat on a nearby stone bench that was in full sun. She closed her eyes and took deep breaths, smiling as the sun warmed her face, and the subtle lemon scent of roses wafted in the air.
"Good afternoon, Butterfly,"
Draco said, startling her out of her thoughts. Imogen opened her eyes and scrambled to her feet, smiling at Parrot when he barked greeting too. She gave him a loving scratch behind the ears. Now appeased, the dog curled up in a shady spot beneath the stone bench and yawned to indicate he was ready for a nap.
Draco rolled his eyes. "Lazy dog,"
he said, tossing the mutt an affectionate grin. Imogen stared at Draco, wondering how he had managed to sneak up on her without making a sound. Nor had she noticed him walking up the cliff steps. Had he climbed out of the pirate cave using his newly opened secret escape path? She dared not mention it, since he had yet to forgive her for sneaking into the cave the other day.
"Imogen, need I point out that you are alone again?"
And need she point out his shirt was not properly buttoned? She sighed. "It isn't my fault. Deandra keeps running inside. I am not purposely trying to irritate you."
"How hard is it to obey a simple request? Do not be out here alone."
He arched an eyebrow.
"I think you ought to stop coming over here."
She ignored the persistent knot in her stomach because her heart suddenly felt much worse. His words were a knife through her heart. "You will have to take that up with Deandra." She tried to keep her voice steady as she struggled to maintain her composure.
She invited me to spend the day here, and I accepted. Is this not her home as much as it is yours? We have become inseparable friends, as you well know.
Inseparable spies is what you are. Do not even pretend your coming over here is completely innocent. What else have you found out?
Since yesterday, absolutely nothing, Imogen insisted. You are so secretive about everything you do. It is extremely irritating, Draco. His lips twitched into an almost smile that she knew would never turn into an actual smile, because he was never going to admit he was pleased to see her. His muscles flexed as he raised his arm to rub a hand across the back of his neck. Dear heaven.
This will be your last day here,
he repeated. You are banishing me? Really? What is this about, Draco? Are you still angry that I know about your escape route? It is a very intelligent step, and I'm glad you have done it. You ought to tell my uncle about it.
I will.
This admission caught her by surprise. You will?
Yes.
When? Today? He shrugged.
Maybe.
May I tell him? This knot in her stomach was growing tighter, and she wanted to speak freely to her uncle about whatever was going on with Draco. He frowned at her again.
No, I will tell him.
Why are you still angry with me? Are you insulted that I would not accept jewelry from you? A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes.
No, Butterfly, I am not insulted.
Because, much as I appreciated the offer, I am not one of your women, and I will not be bought.
Not be?
He shook his head and laughed heartily.
Seriously? I would never mistake you for one of my bought women. First of all, I do not pay to entice women into my bed. They come of their own accord. Eagerly, I might add.
She made a sound of disgust.
Second, I would have to be out of my senses to consider luring you into my bed. That would be a monumental mistake on my part, don't you think? Besides, I do not deflower innocence such as yourself.
Heat shot into her cheeks. Why did he have to find her lack of experience so amusing? I refused the offer of butterfly jewelry mostly for your sake, Draco. Uncle Cormac would have pounded you to dust had he ever found out.
Over a simple butterfly clip. It is hardly a diamond necklace.
It is still jewelry. Something as intimate as that had better come with a marriage proposal. That is what Uncle Cormac would tell you, as his fist landed on your nose.
To her annoyance, he laughed again. Then I had better behave around you, hadn't I? Especially since I have no wish to forfeit my life or my nose. But that does not excuse your behavior. Stop trying to divert my attention from the subject. You are here because you are meddling.
You needn't berate me.
Obviously I do. When did Deandra run off? I'll wait for her to return.
Imogen rolled her eyes. She will never come out if she sees you out here with me. You know she is desperate to push us together.
That nonsense again,
he muttered. Falling in love is not nonsense. I think Deandra should be commended for obeying your wishes and not sneaking down to the cave to spy on you, which she could have done at any time if she were not so respectful of you. Do you plan to spend more time there? Is there something else you need to do, or wish to tell me? Or some information I can relay to my uncle? He ignored all her questions. His lips were now pinched, and his eyes no longer held any warmth as he stared at her. Oh, those silver eyes. Why did he have to look so handsome, even when infuriated? His dark hair, slightly too long to be considered fashionable, blew gently in the afternoon breeze that always swirled around these coastal cliffsides. Cornwall was full of little coves, and his private one just happened to contain the best pirate caves in the area. Gusts of warm wind swirled around her legs and caused her gown to flutter. In the distance she noticed the waves picking up in intensity, their white crests breaking to shore with greater force. Gulls hunted over the water and caught the wind, hovering in place without the need to flap their wings to remain aloft.
You ought to put some proper clothes on, Draco. You look too much like a pirate. Indeed, an irresistibly handsome pirate, with a finely sculpted body, and a gorgeous face that warned he might look handsome on the outside, but beware of what lurked inside of him.
Do I?
Yes, in fact you do. His clothes were not fashionable, which was no surprise since he had spent much of the day in those caves working on that escape tunnel, and whatever else he had going on that he was not telling her. He had clearly been engaged in physical labour again today, because his skin had a delicious sheen of sweat across it. His shirt was damp in spots and clinging tightly to his muscled torso. She noted the spray of dark hair across his chest as the shirt fell open. His dark breeches hugged his powerful thighs and were clearly of a fine, sturdy quality. She cleared her throat. "If you will excuse me, I'll go see what is delaying Deandra." To her surprise, he suddenly held her back. "What?" she asked in a huff. "You asked me to go. You were quite clear you did not want me around, so I am going. Why are you holding on to me?"
Imogen, I know things have appeared quiet in this investigation, but they are not. Why is this so hard for you to understand?
"I am trying, but what am I to think when you tell me nothing?" "I hate that, Draco. I truly do. You make me feel so inconsequential, like a silly goose who cannot be trusted for anything." She bit her lip the moment the words slipped out. Why had she mentioned her feelings? It would only give him more reason to scoff at her. Still keeping hold of her hand, he reached behind her and grabbed her sketchbook.
"These are going to get you into trouble. You have to stop traipsing about my property making sketches of everything you see. I know you love your art, but put it on hold for a little while. Take up embroidery instead."
"I am going to punch you if you utter another word about my drawings, and I do not traipse." She tried to snatch the sketchbook back, but he simply raised it over his head. "I wasn't." She jumped up and down, trying to grab the book. "I wasn't." Again she tried to grab the book.
"Stop hopping up and down like a frog. I will give you back your sketchbook once I am done with it. I need to see what you have drawn."
She frowned. "They are just harmless sketches of the pirate caves and... well, never mind. They're not very good, nothing to interest you. I like to draw rocks and water."
"And me," he said with a growl as he thumbed through her latest works. "Bloody hell, Imogen. What were you thinking? I am confiscating these."
She gasped. "What? Why?"
"Because you have drawn me. Me, with a shovel in hand, coming out of one of those caves. What are you thinking? Do you know what will happen if the wrong party sees these?"
She shrugged out of his grasp and crossed her arms over her chest. "Who is going to see them? These are my private sketches. I show them only to my closest friends and family, and only if they ask to see them, which nobody ever does."
"You carry a pad with you everywhere you go," he said, hot embers in his gaze. "What if you set it aside a moment while in town? How dense can you be? Anyone can get their hands on it. Don't you realize those drawings will get me killed if the wrong people see them?"
"How are they any danger to you?" Imogen stared at his long, slender fingers as he turned each page. "They are just drawings of you, mostly studies of your face." He growled low in his throat.
"You've drawn the copse where the exit to the tunnel leads."
"Amid a dozen other sketches of rocks and trees. So what? I haven't drawn the actual tunnel. I was careful about that."
"Gather the rest of your things. I am taking you back to the house now. You and Deandra can have your tea. Then I am going to escort you home. Do not come to Woodley Lodge again until I invite you."
She wanted to toss back an irreverent retort, but her heart was hurting too badly to form the words. He was banishing her from Woodley Lodge and his life. It did not matter that her Uncle Cormac had suggested the very same thing, or that she had readily agreed. nor did it matter that her stomach was still in a knot that had tightened throughout the day.
Blast it, Imogen. Are you going to cry?
No, I will never cry over you, she insisted, as a tear rolled onto her cheek. Ignoring him as best she could, she gathered her supplies.
You are crying,
he said, his voice raspy with concern. She sniffled and attempted in vain to hold back a sob. I'll take the easel in later. Or is this not good enough for you? I only ask because I cannot seem to do anything right in your opinion. You must think I am the most hapless, helpless.
Come here, butterfly.
He drew her into his arms when she burst into tears. She allowed herself only a moment of indulgence before pulling away. He sighed and gently ran his thumb along her cheeks to wipe away her tears. He then took the bundle of art supplies out of her hands in order to carry them into the house himself.
It is best you don't cry over me, Imogen.
A little too late for that, she shot back, then sniffled, and her chin wobbled because she was about to cry some more. Believe me, I don't want to like you. He drew her back into his arms.
I know. I wish the same. You are so achingly soft. The last thing I ever want to do is break that lovely heart of yours.
Then why do you disapprove of everything I do? He inhaled lightly.
You think I disapprove?
She nodded.
Oh, Imogen, I do not. I shake with fear every time I see you.
She wiped her cheeks to clear them of any remaining tears and looked up at him. Why?
Because someone might hurt you, just because you are standing close to me. I worry that you are poking your nose in this investigation and might discover something important that will get you killed. I am in agonizing fear that I won't be around to protect you. I want to hold you tight and keep you close, but mostly I want to push you away because the killer might see us together and decide to harm you instead of me.
Imogen tried to find reasons not to like him, but it proved hard to do now that he had made this surprising confession. He had been rude to her all week long until this very moment. Suddenly, everything changed. Had she misunderstood his feelings all along? Did he like her more than he cared to let on? She dared not free her heart to allow him in. Well, it was too late for that. He had stolen her heart on the night of the masquerade ball. But it did not mean she had to acknowledge her feelings for him. He had not actually said he liked her, only that he was afraid for her safety. Besides, how could she allow herself to fall in love with a man who did not even know how to dress properly? What other earl in England walked around looking like a pirate? Many dressed like peacocks in colourful silks, which she did not like at all. But it did not mean she liked men who dressed as pirates. Yes, these were merely his work clothes, and he looked good enough in them to make her heart flutter, but she was still not going to make too much of his declaration. He did not even have the decency to lace his shirt that fell open just short of his navel, and those beads of sweat. Dear heaven. She refused to think of how he might taste if she put her lips to his hot skin. The thought of him in a masculine sweat also made her wonder what else besides the escape path he was working on. That path looked finished, but he had been back in the cave with shovel and axe doing something more. Was he preparing the cave to store shipments of goods? For what purpose? He was so self-righteous she could not imagine he intended to smuggle contraband merchandise. But what if he was? And what if his declaration of fear for her safety and desire to protect her was just a ruse to scare her away? He was not above manipulating her feelings. She licked her lips, uncertain what to do. Finally, she decided to keep out of his business for now. Deandra would tell her if she thought anything odd was going on. As for the sketchbook he had just confiscated from her,
It was not worth fighting over just to protect a few sketches she could recreate from memory once she returned to Westgate Hall. The shading and play of light might not be quite the same, but she was not drawing them for their artistic qualities to be put on display. In truth, no one other than her family would ever see them. Draco had now gathered her materials, all but the easel. "Since you have everything else, I can take this," she muttered, reaching for her easel. He stepped in front of her.
"No, leave it. I'll come back for it."
"I am not a delicate violet," she grumbled, even though she had been crying like an infant not 5 minutes ago. "I carried it out here on my own and can carry it back inside." He tensed once again and frowned at her.
"I will do it."
"Why are you being such an ape about this? Just because a few tears rolled down my face? I am not helpless."
"A few tears? The entire front of my shirt is soaked."
He leaned in close.
Goodness, he smelled nice, that mix of bay spices she always found appealing as it mingled with his masculine heat.
"I said I would do it, and I shall do it. End of discussion, Imogen."
"Ha! You call this a discussion?" She knew that tender moment had been too good to be true. "We are not talking. You are spewing edicts at me again. Imogen, don't do this. Imogen, don't do that. Imogen, go away because I cannot abide being around you."
"I never said any such thing. Did I not just explain to you why I needed to avoid you?"
"Never mind. I hate fighting with you." So why was she arguing with him? If she had any sense, she would merely nod, smile sweetly, and walk away. But she simply could not do it.
"We are not fighting,"
he replied.
"Is this what you think we are doing? If nothing of what I said has penetrated that lovely head of yours, then let me spew some more edicts. Imogen, I am serious about your not coming around here again. I don't want you to seek me out or talk to me. I don't want you poking around, which is the only reason you are coming around here in the first place. Yes, you like Deandra, but this is not the reason you run over here every chance you get."
"How dare you say such a thing? I am here because Deandra invited me. Do not impute sinister motives to me." She frowned at him. "You are the one who approached me. You are the one who is apishly insisting on carrying my things inside. It is completely unnecessary. So, kindly put those things down and let me attend to them. Kindly keep away from me. Do not seek me out or talk to me. As for my investigating—"
"Do you dare deny it? Are we going to argue about this again?"
"No, you'll only make me cry because you are so mean to me."
Blessed Saint.